Coming to you from Blue Cruise Studio in Temecula, California, it's the Whiskey Throttle Show. Taking you inside the lives of the legends and leaders in moto and action sports. Today's guest is brought to you by Yamaha. Yamaha is the industry leader in two-wheeled fun and performance. Celebrating 50 years of YZ in 2024, the Blue Crew is still dominating shootouts and competitions. Yamaha, revs your heart. SKDA is the leader in motorcycle graphics. Driven by a combined passion for art and motorcycles, SKDA has become a global leader in the off-road motorcycle space. Their graphics can be spotted from a mile away with a unique design that blends speed and creativity. SKDA, search and supply of true art within moto.
Troy Lee Designs, built for the world's fastest racers. TLD blends elite level protection with industry-leading style and performance. Moto, bike, helmet paint, casual wear, whatever your passion, Troy Lee Designs is waiting for you on the next level. Nihilo Concepts, enhance your riding experience with superior products like the start-stop conversion kit, fuel pet cocks, frame grip tape, lever grip donuts, secondary on switch, billet foot pegs, billet throttle housings, and so much more. Nihilo Concepts produces exceptional products, all of which are made right here in America.
Hey everybody, thanks for joining us here in the Blue Cruise Studio for the Whiskey Throttle Show. I'm your host, David Pingree, and man, today is a special show. I'm joined by my buddy, Jeff Ward, who is just a legend in the sport. I've been literally saving this show. I think I've been talking to you for years, like, hey, I'm going to have you on, but I'm waiting. I wanted to be in our new studio. I kind of wanted to save it. And man, the only rider in history to win titles in the 125, 250, and 500 classes, multi-time, 7 Motocross of Nations wins?
7. Well, 9 if you the Trophy to Nations. There's 2 of them, so I had those in.
Multi-time SuperMoto champion, really the only motocross rider to ever transition into car racing successfully, especially street racing and open wheel racing. Just all around great dude. I appreciate you taking the time to come in.
Good to be here finally.
Yeah, I'm stoked.
It's been a while to get this going.
Yeah, hell yeah. Well, like I said, there's only so many 80s and 90s legends, and I kind of gotta space them out a little, you know. So this is a big one for us. We start all our shows with the Nihilo Concepts front end chatter. You guys are familiar with this. We really appreciate their support. If you guys are looking for just better quality parts, better looking products for your bike, check out Nihilo Concepts. A lot of great stuff. Wardy, just start off by just telling us what you've been up to, man. I know a lot of bicycle riding. I see pretty much every day.
Yeah,
100 miles, 60
pretty
miles.
much. I do around 170, 200 miles a week, something like that, and 10,000 feet climbing. Just because where I live, you're going up and down, so you get the altitude whether you want to or not. So, but yeah, just a lot of cycling. I was training some guys for a while there, a little bit. Just kind of got tired of that, and really just being with the kids and really not doing too much, but enjoying life.
The cycling. Do you, what is it about that you enjoy? Because, I mean, you guys, it's not like you're mountain biking a lot all the time or doing something. You guys are on the road and you're grinding.
Yeah.
It's not like a 20-mile ride where you're BSing.
No, I did 60 miles on Saturday.
That's what I'm saying.
A ride.
You grind. You still enjoy that.
Yeah, it's just been my mentality. I don't know. When I'm doing it, I don't know if it's the pain or just the brain, the way it functions, where it gets to a point where like, okay, this is hurting. You know, and it's like, okay, I need to keep it here, but then there's somebody attacking. It's just kind of, even though the group rides are supposed to be, you know, they call it a social ride. Yeah. You know, when they take off.
I've been on those social rides.
Yeah,
before.
It's like it escalates extremely quick. The first hill it comes, that young buck takes off, and you're like, no, I'm not as strong anymore. But yeah, I got friends that are still almost 16 years old that stays with these kids because they got such a base and longer rides and. So, but yeah, I just enjoy it. And then the company you're with, you know, you get texts. It's like we're leaving 7:30 from Pete's Coffee, and you show up. There's 20 guys there, and you all take off, and it breaks up. But we have points to where there's, you know, especially when it gets hot, we have to get, you know, water. So there's parts where you know you're stopped. So if you're tired and there's a big hill, you just cruise because you know you're gonna get water. And so it's kind of planned out. So I just kind of enjoy it, and you just make plans. And there's different races we do, and pick different ones that are fun. I mean, I had 2 hard ablations last year, so it definitely took a toll. I didn't think it would do as much as it did, but I'm not even 70% probably from what
Oh,
it was.
really?
Yeah, and I don't think I'll ever get there. Back to where I was, just it seemed like the input, the power I need to get out watt-wise, the heart's not pumping it like it did before. So, I mean, maybe that'll get better in a year or two, but it's been a year since my first one, and my second one, it's only been about 6 months.
Is there a history of heart issues in your family, arrhythmias, or you had AFib
No,
going on?
I had AFib and then tachycardia in 2 places on the second one. The AFib only happened when I pushed cycling really hard, like to VO2 max almost, like going up a hill, and then the recovery, the heart would just go up and to like 250 beats per minute.
Oh, SVT.
Yeah, and just stay there for, 40, 50 minutes, and then it would come down to about 180 and stay there for like 5 hours. I did races where I drove all the way home from Arizona at 180, and I'm getting lightheaded. My daughter's with me, and I'm like, okay, don't pass out, just because you would get lightheaded pretty easy. And I mean, the biggest thing with AFib is stroke. So I had to go on blood thinners for a while before the surgery. And I mean, I'm not on them anymore because my heart's super healthy. It's just it went out of rhythm. And the second time happened just sitting on the couch after my AFib. I was just sitting there, and all of a sudden I felt like a little flip in my chest, like, that was weird. And then I'm like, it feels like my heart rate's up, and I look at my watch, it was 140, and I'm like, then you can just go, dang, what the heck? So waited, didn't go away for like 3, 4, 5 hours. I called the doctor. They're like, well, if it doesn't go away by the morning, come on in. And went away at that night, and I'm like, what is that? And they go, well, it can still be an after effect from the AFib. It's just, it can take up to 6 months, and then your heart could still go. And then it did it again, resting on the couch. Cycling didn't do it, just resting. And then I'm like, she goes, well, you got to go get an EKG when it goes off so we can see what it is, because if you get one when it's not going to tell us anything. So it went off one day, and I was driving up there, and it stopped. So then I had to come back, and then 3 days later finally got it, and it came back as tachycardia. And then so they go like, oh, we got to fix that. That's a totally different side of the heart. It's on the bottom right. And so I went in there. When they sped up the heart, when they go in surgery, they speed it up and see where all the misfiring is, and they mark it, and then they shut it down. And then they go in and burn little spots to stop those sparks. And I had it on 2 sides of the heart, not just one side. So they fixed that, and then I haven't had really a problem since. But
are they saying the overall like output of your heart will be decreased from these treatments?
I've found that because my resting heart rate's like 10 beats higher now. When I used to sleep, it was like 40. And now it's like 50. It's come down, but then even my high heart rate right now, I can't get it above 155 to 160. Like I used to be able to get up to 170.
Well, they say, when you get older, you can't get it up. I mean, is that what's happening?
Yeah, pretty much everywhere.
Your heart rate, of course.
Yeah. It's hard to get up out of a chair, too. So
a lot of things out of trouble.
A lot of things when you get old.
You had also a cancer scare a while back. I remember.
I had melanoma on my side. I've had skin cancer. I've had
that fair Scottish skin, huh?
I've probably had anywhere between 80 and 100 pieces cut out. Probably.
Is that right?
Yeah, I've had probably 8 surgeries on my face. 3 skin grafts, 2 here. Just this year, I had one across the top of my nose taken off, one on this side of my cheek, under my chin, right here on my forehead, this side of the forehead. So they're all stitched out, stitches, and they're just basal cell. A couple of them are squeamish, which can go to get into lymph nodes.
Squamous, yeah.
Squamous. But the one I had on my side didn't even look like skin cancer. And he's like, let's just biopsy that. And it was melanoma. So we're like, oh, shit. And the margins were kind of iffy. And we're like, well, we need to do surgery and take out lymph nodes. So they go in, they shoot something in where it is, and it shows what lymph nodes it would go to. You have them in your groin, then under the arm, and it went up to the arm, up here. So they took all my lymph nodes out of my arm.
Oh, really?
And then, but they didn't have any cancer in it, so it didn't spread anywhere in my body. But then I was on chemo for like 4 or 5 years. I was taking this medicine.
Oh, really?
Chemo. Yeah. So it was I lost all my hair. It was like a trial thing. It was a pill. You had to take a pill every day instead of going in and getting it through the veins. So this was like a skin deal. And so I started taking that 6 days, 7 days a week, and went about a month and a half. And then all of a sudden, I couldn't taste. And I'm like, it tastes like metal when you drank water. I couldn't even drink water. It was like drinking metal.
Oh, man.
And I'm like, what the hell's that? And then next thing you know, I was like, my eyebrows were gone, and then I was taking a shower, I was in the mirror or something, and it's like all my hair was gone. I didn't even know. It was within days they just started falling out.
Oh my God.
Holy crap.
When was this? I don't remember this.
This was 2014 and 15, I think it was.
Huh.
And right when I was still racing, I went over to Mate And it was kind of starting just after that when I was taking it. And then then we just had to cut back. So then I was on that for another 4 or 5 years even after that. But it was the first initial hit that was too much. So then I just stopped taking it after a while. I got tired of dealing with it. And actually it was stopping my skin cancer a little bit, I thought, maybe. And then so now I'm getting more of it. So I just don't want to go back on it.
It's brutal.
Yeah.
Chemo's brutal, man.
So
yeah,
getting
well, it
old.
sucks. You're susceptible to it with that fair skin, and then you race motocross, and now you're on a bicycle all day out in the sun.
Yeah, or sunblock, but I figure, I'm 62, so now if I get burnt by the sun, it's going to take 20 years to probably turn into basal cell, and by that time I'll be 80 something, and I'll be fine, happy. I made
bring it on.
I'll be whatever happens. So
you need one of those for Christmas. I'm gonna get you one of those visors that the Asian gals wear.
Yeah, when they're driving.
Big,
I'll cycle with that with gloves on, and I'm looking for bees out there on the trail. So
hey, we got to laugh about it.
So I can just stay
I'm
up on
glad
the
you're good
stuff.
now. I don't think there's anybody more fit than you at your age, so it certainly has nothing to do with fitness.
No, it's not.
All right, that's our Nihila Concepts front end chatter. Hey guys, be sure to go over to whiskeythrottlemedia.com and check out what we got over there. A lot of moto content, off-road content, dual sports stuff, all kinds of great stuff. Check it out. We appreciate you guys supporting us over there. Our guest story is brought to you by Yamaha. Let's get into it. Tell me about Glasgow. Do you even remember Scotland when you were a kid, or you guys moved over too young?
Yeah, I was a year and a half.
Okay.
So I don't remember any of it. I went back when I was 10 or 11 for a while, and to the house I lived at, and then my relatives over there. And but then other than that, I haven't even been back. So
Is that right?
I want to take the whole family. All the kids want to go, and we almost went last year. They had the World Cup. Cycling was there in Scotland.
Oh, it was?
Yeah, so we were like, that'd be perfect. And I had some friends over there like, yeah, we got some bicycles you can ride around, and then it just never happened. And but we like to get over and probably at least let the kids see what it's like, and let me even see.
Yeah.
I mean, I've traveled Europe enough, so I know pretty much what it looks like. But
yeah, I've never been to Scotland. I actually would love. It's kind of on my bucket list.
Yeah,
Ireland and Scotland.
Yeah.
So your folks were both lived their whole lives there?
Yeah.
Up to that point?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, my sister was born there too. So, and then my dad just moved. What was it, 63, and he just got up and moved to L.A. or Redondo Beach. He just back. I mean, then there was the war. I don't know if there was a lot of prosperity in Glasgow at that time or whatever, and he knew nobody here. We didn't have relatives or anybody. He just packed up and moved to L.A., and then we lived in Redondo Beach for a couple of years, and then moved down to Mission Viejo. So, and he worked at a car dealership, and that's who my first couple sponsors were Herb Friedlander Imports.
Is that right?
And my dad worked in the back, and Herb, who owned it, came to like my dad, knew I was racing, so he just came to help sponsor a little bit. Yeah, so.
Well, you embraced the American lifestyle right away. You showed me a picture of you, shirt off with a gun. You're probably like 4. I mean, you're not very old.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know,
shotgun, BB gun. I don't know. Yeah, just.
So
burning gasoline in the desert.
I love it. Yeah, you were saying you had a
That's
gas
it. Yeah,
gun
we
right
used to
so
go riding out there all the time because, man, there was desert. I mean, you didn't have to go far to get to the desert back then. I mean, you went to Riverside. It was desert.
Riverside was the desert.
That was a desert, yeah.
What a cool time. Like, I always ask folks that are a little older, like what riding was like here in Southern California back then, because it's just now urban sprawl has gone all the way out to like, man, you got to go all the way to Beaumont really to find open land. And back then, everything that was like Yorba Linda, even all the hills where Saddleback was, you guys are just.
Yeah, Coto de Caza back there was Racing World from Mission Viejo, which the lake wasn't even there. So it was 10 miles of just trails and whatever you wanted. You could just ride from your house and nobody cared.
When it would rain, did you guys have just
we had
tracks?
tons of tracks.
Yeah.
And we had tracks in San Clemente just above the golf course up on the hill there where there was no houses, and you actually drive right behind one of the holes like going by just while they're golfing to, bikes in the back and then up riding up there. Nobody ever cared and nobody complained.
Well, even 90, I moved out here in 93 and all of Temecula.
Yeah.
This was just a little dot. It was one exit, really. There was nothing out here. And so all of the hills, when it would rain, McGrath, Rhino, Phil, Budman, we'd all go out and ride in these hills. And they're all covered in houses now, but the best dirt We had the best tracks.
Well, that's all I ever practiced on. I never went to. I mean, we went to Glen Helen now and again, but everything was off of Elsinore, the 74 back there, all just tracks in the sand wash, and then Clinton Keith off of there. Back there were Blackmore.
Railroad Canyon. Did you
Railroad
ride that?
Canyon, the other side of the freeway.
Central. You guys were at Central.
Yeah. We had 2 or 3 tracks out there. So every track I practiced on, even like the ones in Mission Viejo, are just all cut in the hill.
Yeah.
Just 2 feet wide ruts. Just followed those ruts down hills, up hills, sand wash. So it was fun.
I'm going to go off on a tangent here, but I feel like that's hurt us. Like now, because back then there wasn't tracks open Monday through Friday.
Right.
You had to do what you guys did. You had to go out and find it would be hard packed, dry crap.
Yeah, it was horrible.
But if you technically could get around that and figure that out, you go to a track with some actual traction, you're a hero.
Yeah, it was like balance and technique and like some of the stuff even, we had Saddleback Park. That was, we could go there, but we never really rode the main track because it was just like a flat track. We'd go in the back and we had our tracks, on the hills of the back where, they're steep and it's like you're barely staying in it and you can barely get to the top of the hill on the next thing and jumping over like roads. And so it was just, then you went to, a nice prep track and had traction and more than 1 foot to stay in, you could just really ride.
I think there was a lot of technique development and, like I said, you had to be so patient with the throttle and careful because it was slick that when you got on wet dirt, man, you could really dig in. And our guys today, I feel like every track is over prepped, overproduced, like we build our own berms and it's all this, it's kind of like an outdoor supercross track.
Yeah.
A lot of it. And I think when our guys get challenged with different conditions, they struggle. Look at the Motocross of Nations, a pretty obvious example. The guys in the GPs of Europe, they're still riding crappy tracks all week.
Yeah,
they don't have the open tracks.
No,
like
you can see them; they're all rocks and nothing's groomed and
looks terrible.
Yeah,
you go,
it doesn't
man,
look like fun, right?
No, but they're good on that hard dry because they have to practice on it. They're good in the deep sand because they got to go practice in it.
Yeah,
they're good in the mud because it rains all the time. They are more well rounded than us now.
Yeah,
would you agree with that? That's kind of where I landed on it all. Like when people go, why did we go so long dominating and then now we're kind of getting our butts kicked a lot?
Yeah, the tracks. All these tracks are all nicely prepped and groomed, and their berms are nice. Yeah, they're kind of muddy at first, but there seems to be traction all day, and the jumps are all smooth and groomed, and you can, scrub it and whip it backwards. And,
which I love as a vet guy.
Yeah, no,
don't take that away from me.
It's great, but
it's hurting our pro guys.
Just prep it Monday and leave it all week. Just throw water on it, and
can you
come out the next day with puddles in the ruts, and just like it would be in a second moto somewhere where,
there'd be riots.
Yeah,
the vet riders would.
Yeah,
maybe keep prepping the vet track.
The vet track, but the main track, yeah. So it was just a different time. We didn't have. It was even like the Supercross track when we got Supercross tracks. I think it was in '82. We did one of the first ones, and Cowie did, and they'd build it, and then I don't think you'd see the tractor there until they redid it the next year. They just throw water down. We didn't have sprinklers. We just had hoses. So
yeah, it's crazy now. You're right. To that point. They got skid steers out there now every single day. The whoops are prepped.
It sucked because you'd water a Blue Groove and then up to the triple, and then the rut was hard as a rock. And they know how it is at the end of the day when it starts drying out. You can't take the berm the same way you did in the morning when it was tacky. So you come out the next day and crap, throw water on it, it's even worse. And then you go to the racetrack where it's just primo, which was tough because you could never test properly to get the bike working for.
Right.
You think, this thing's got a ton of bottom right now, because you're on Blue Groove with snot on it.
Yeah.
And then you go to Seattle where the knob sinks in when you stop for a second and the bike's just bogging. You're like, what the hell's going on?
Yeah.
So, but nowadays they can get almost pretty dang close with the prep for what they're going to get. So it makes it easier, I guess.
All right. Well, we went off way on a rabbit hole. Tell me about your childhood. Kind of when you moved over here, obviously that's what you remember. You have siblings, you said?
Yeah, one sister. Yeah, she's a year and a half younger.
Okay. So what was life like for you when you were really young? Did you play other sports? I know you got on bikes pretty early.
I played soccer because my dad was a soccer player in Scotland.
Yeah,
he played for the Scotland Rangers, so he's
really?
Professional, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he did. He was on the Tour de France, raced bicycles, professional hockey player, soccer player, so he was just an athlete.
Dang.
So he did trials over in Europe, and then when he came to the U.S., that's what he did was trials. So trials wasn't that big in the U.S., but they did have a series in California I don't even know the name of it. So I used to just go with him, and set on his gas tank of the Triumph, and we'd go to sections. And then when I was old enough, 4 or whatever, I got a little mini bike. And then they started having kids sections where they just put some ribbon up a sand wash and out the sand wash, and that was it. And they did like 10 of them, and they'd go do their sections, and then all the kids would just go over and do theirs. And then it got a little bigger, and then I'd have more fun, like going super fast between I didn't care about the sections anymore. It was like, I'm gonna beat the next kid to the next one. And then it kind of got like where I don't even know how mini bike racing. We started racing mini bikes at Saddleback Park in the parking lot of the motocross track, and they put trash cans with chalk, and we just lined up and went around,
just like for fun with the
10 trash cans, with a bunch. And then my dad and Ron Hendrickson started National Mini Bike Karting Association or whatever it was, and we started racing. And then Saddleback built a track for us.
That was the start of NMA.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, it was called something Karting Association. I mean, it wasn't just
why
NMA.
karting?
I don't know. I don't know why they put karting in there.
Oh.
But it was, I don't know, maybe there was already I don't know, a series of something. I don't know why it was called karting, but
Ron Hendrickson was the
he
founder
was
of NMA, right?
Yeah,
which was
yeah.
National Mini Cycle Association.
Yeah.
Which was like Ponca City.
So him and my
World
dad at that time or back then, and started just doing, and then Saddleback built this little track in the back that was just a sweeper around a tower, and then up the hill, and then around another sweeper. I got some pictures of some older pictures on the line. With the Mini Trail 50 was probably one of the first bikes
Okay.
I raced there. But yeah, that's kind of how it started. Was just there was no.
Just something for the kids to do.
Something for the kids to do.
Yeah.
I went from trials riding to, they still had that, to little mini bikes. And back then, there was no really mini bikes for racing. It was just pit bikes. I mean, the Mini Trail 50
Like,
with the bars.
Was it the pull start, like the lawnmower?
No, the Mini Trail 50 had a Kickstarter. But yeah, I did race one that was called a PAL. And it was a pull start, but the back brake was a pedal.
That pushed against the tire?
Yeah, against the tire. Like you'd build your go-kart in the garage.
Yeah.
So they had one of those. And then I raced a Bonanza Hodaka 100. That had the Super Rat 100cc thing in it, and they were just bikes my dad would build them
Yeah.
pretty much.
It's crazy.
And so
what years would that have been? Like late
66,
Yeah, okay.
65. Yeah, I have trophies somewhere that says 66 on them.
Jeez.
On mini bike trophies. So.
Was there any motocross?
No, that was there was there was motocross because they had Saddleback had the big track for the big bikes.
Okay, but not for kids.
But they wouldn't let them out there.
You had to be 16 or something.
Something,
right?
yeah. It was just they weren't legal. They wouldn't let us on the big track, and then so they made a track just for mini bikes. And eventually, I don't even know what year it moved over to where we rode the big tracks, but it was on SL 70s and XR 75s. So around like 74 or 3, maybe they started letting us ride the big tracks.
Okay,
maybe less than that. I can't remember.
I want to know because like the earliest kind of thing I've seen of you is that wheelie on any Sunday that, it just blows my mind. That's you in there.
Yeah.
How did you get connected with Bruce Brown? How did that all come to be?
Well, there was a trials event in the back, the Saddleback, and they had a TT track back there. This was a different track than the mini bike track up front. This is way in the back by the Matterhorn.
Okay.
There was a track back there. I don't know what they called it, the picnic area. It was a picnic area back there. And so the trials was back there, and there's this road up the hill, and it goes up over, and then I was out there doing the trials, and then that guy on the trials bike in the movie that stands up with his foot on the back and goes up over, and that girl watches him go by.
Yeah.
So I was there riding, and I saw that guy on the trials bike doing wheelies, and I'm like, well, I can do that. So I went over there, and I wheelied all the way up the hill, up and over, and I went down, and I came back, and everybody's going like this. I'm like, oh, I'm in trouble. And they come over, and they go, hey, can you do that again? I'm like, yeah, I'll do it. I'll do it again. They go, do it a couple more times. So I go down, do a couple wheelies, and then I just take off. Right, never talked to him, never just said a thing. Just left with my dad. Yeah, it was my dad. And then we went to go see the movie on any Sunday, and we're sitting there watching it. And then there I am on the movie.
No way.
Never
so
met Bruce. Never met
wasn't...
Bruce Brown. Never talked to anybody about being in a movie. And there it was on there. And we're like, so we stayed in the theater to watch it at the beginning again afterwards. So yeah. So
I think SAG owes you some money, maybe or something.
Maybe, huh? I have a card. SAG card. So
that's crazy. I didn't know that.
Yeah. So it was just a freak deal that I just happened to be there doing, riding.
And they probably just thought this is just some kid. Like, this is cool.
Yeah.
Little did they know.
Yeah. Well, it would have been that way if I didn't do well in motocross. It would it would have been like
some random kid.
Whoever the other people were on there that they were filming.
Oh my
I
gosh,
guess
that's hilarious.
Yeah,
what an iconic moment though, right? Like in that movie, I mean, it stands out to me. I mean,
it's kind of cool. Yeah, it was just side.
So when did you guys, you started doing the little parking lot races and that, was there a point where you guys got more serious or did it just sort of progress?
Yeah, I mean, we were still doing trials. And then you asked me what other sports. I played soccer. So I played soccer a lot in club, and then we'd race because there wasn't a lot of racing. And, I can't even remember when it really started taking up. Like, you probably have to follow the, like Marty Smith and the Super Bowl motocross, like when that was starting to get big. I mean, they had Trans Ams over here, and we used to go to watch them. And Roger would come over with Joe Robert, and that had to be in the late 60s or 70s, so
okay.
the racing was like, but for bigger bikes, but for like myself, I never thought about going pro because there was really there was no stepping stone. I mean, I would had to wait till I was 16, 17 and then I'm going racing.
Yeah.
But I was only 9.
Yeah.
So, and then I don't know if my dad saw the vision of like, hey, if we get this kid good, maybe he can be a pro, but I never thought of it. But I'm trying to remember because I got factory Honda support when the XR75 was out because I was racing the SL70s. And then when Honda came out with the XR75, that's my dad. That's when we started Jeff Ward Racing Products and started building the bikes. Like we made C&J frame, just total different frames and oil coolers, and we ran nitro in them. And so my dad built all these bikes and the lay down shocks and, with whatever Conies, whatever they were getting at the time. And so we were just making race bikes to go racing. And then it started like NMA. I think the World Mini Grand Prix, the first one was 73 or 4.
Okay.
So that was kind of like the first big
amateur kid race.
Yeah.
Okay.
First big amateur kid.
And was that at Indian Dunes?
Yeah, Indian Dunes.
Okay.
Yeah. And so then that's what kind of started it. And then, then it kind of just kept going from there.
Huh. And so when you started going to Indian Dunes at like the World Mini or whatever those ones, were you winning right away?
Yeah. I was winning the 80 class, stock class. I mean, Myerscough was there, Mike Brown, AJ Whiting, all these guys that were fast. And I mean, I wouldn't win them all. I mean, Myerscough would win as many as I would. It's just depending on like the stock class. I would run a stock Honda, which was a stock 4-stroke against a stock 80 2-stroke. They're way faster. I'd still win now and again, but Myerscough would beat me on the Yamaha, who were AJ Whiting. But then the mod class, the XR, would stay pretty good with the 2-stroke.
So you'd win a lot of those. He'd win the stock
and then we'd have the super mini class, which at one point we built a mini Elsinore, which we sleeved down the 125 to 105, and then put that in a C&J frame with 19s and 16 wheels on it for a super mini.
Okay.
So we built a custom. You could ride that because it wasn't a stock class, so it was a full factory bike. So
Dad was good at obviously welding and building. And what was his background in that?
Just a mechanic. I mean, that's when he moved over. He worked at the car dealership. Yeah, in the shop. So he was pretty. And then back in that time, there was just a lot of people doing things. I mean, because you still had like the flat track era was big, but building flat track bikes, and I think that's where the C&J frame came from.
Oh, okay.
And then my dad knew them, so then they built one for the XR75. And
yeah, that was really. It's funny to listen to all these stories of that era where there wasn't really motocross bikes. You took a street bike-ish kind of trail bike and turned it into one.
Yeah.
So guys were fabbing stuff all the time. That was
well, even
normal.
motocross, the big bikes were BSAs and Triumphs, and they were meant, I think, more for the road or trail ride. And then they
seemed like it.
Yeah, there's heavy pigs, but yeah, then Honda came out with the Elsinores, and everybody started building bikes more towards, I think, the motocross side of it.
Was that 73 that the Elsinore came out?
I'm trying to think, because I think I up at Mammoth.
Or 68. It was might have been 68.
Yeah, it was before that, because I rode a 72 up at Mammoth like 5 or 6 years ago that somebody rebuilt, and that wasn't the first one.
Yeah,
because they had like a green tank for the silver with the green stripe, and then after a while, then it went to the red stripe, and then the green stripe was the first ones, I think. So,
you know what? Yeah. Anyway,
that's a long time ago.
That's crazy. A long time ago. So was Dad's business pretty successful? Like he did well with that?
The Jeff Ward Racing Products? Yeah, he did pretty good.
Just sort of a side gig?
No, he built full-built bikes like the Mini Elsinore. I have some ads somewhere. I think I remember there was $2,000 is what it cost for that. And back then that was a lot of money. Yeah. $2,000 when you could buy a XR for $200 or something, or I don't know, $600 for a Elsinore.
Yeah, it's a lot.
So, but yeah, the business was pretty good. It
Yeah.
sold a lot of parts.
Huh. Kind of kept you guys racing, probably, I would assume.
Yeah, and then Honda also helped pay, because they were sponsoring me, so we got paid for going to the races and expenses and stuff.
Yeah, it's weird to me. It's different to me. Like, even in my era, there was a pathway to become, if you wanted to race, you wanted to be really good. The amateur national system was already sort of established. That era, like you said, until the World Mini came around, it was like, if you were a kid, where did you go? How did you race?
Well,
and it was like parking lot stuff.
I mean, I don't think anybody even looked at it as a profession. I mean, even with Marty Smith, when Marty Smith and those guys were coming up, and the early Supercross stuff, they were they're racing local, making a little money, and they probably had jobs on top of that, and then they started making some good money at these Super Bowl races, and so then maybe once they got the factory, then it became a job, and then maybe at that point, that's when I remember saying, God, I want to be like Marty Smith. I want to just race, and make money. Before this was just fun, but then you did see a vision. You did see an end game to where before there was really no end. It was just like we're racing mini bikes, and then all of a sudden, when you got a hero that's in a bigger step up, which we really didn't have when I was 7 or 8, because motocross in America, I don't even know if it was on a map. And, you didn't know. There was nobody in the '60s that I would know of that was, Europe was big because Roger and those guys were, or whoever else back in then were going, and so it just became something that's why I wanted to do. And then once I think the Supercross started, it was really where you wanted to go.
That's really where it started. There is a goal. There's like an end.
Yeah, because I want to race in the stadiums.
So how did your progression then go? You went from, like at Indian Dunes, and what else was there? Where were you racing, I guess, on that XR75?
We were racing like 6 days a week, because you could race on Tuesdays at El Toro, Wednesdays at Irwindale, Thursdays at Ascot, Friday at Orange County.
Even on a mini bike.
Saturday at Saddleback, Sunday at Carlsbad. We'd race 5-6 days a week, night races, and you make good money because they pay 100% payback. And, I was making $2,000 a weekend or something racing mini bikes. So
they would pay back the mini classes?
They paid the mini class, yeah. So there was money to be made everywhere. And even like when the World Mini didn't pay, but they always gave away bikes like for the winning. So you'd win like 6 classes, and you'd win like 6 bikes, and then you'd sell them before you leap. I didn't get any of it. I was only 12 years old. My dad was doing good, so got us to the races.
You were a cash cow for Dad.
Yeah. So, but I was making money when I was a teenager, because I bought my own van when I was like 15, and trailer, and so we're making good money locally. I mean, if you talk to any of those guys way back then, there was good money to be made locally, just because you had so many places to race, and then 100% payback at $30 an entry, and there's 20 guys there, and they'd give half of it to the winner. So each class would be like $500 or $600 for the win, or $700, and run 3 classes, and you make pretty good money.
This is another thing. I'm going to dive off on another rabbit hole here, but another thing that I think we're missing the boat today is we don't race enough, as amateur kids.
Yeah, just the big events.
It's like just the big. They go and train and ride, and then there's 4, maybe 5.
Well, there's nothing locally to make money. Like if the local races had 30 guys show up, and it was $50. You could win a couple $1,000 for that day. Yeah. It would be worth going out, right? I mean, even if you got 5th, it would probably pay for all your fuel and tires and everything else. But we don't have that anymore. You show up, and there's 2 pros at REM or something on the weekend, and you don't even get your money back. And you're like, why do I want to waste my time to get, I can go practice somewhere and get more riding time than sit there all day and do 2 motos. And
no, I get it. It's just a bummer that racing, you can practice all you want.
Yeah.
Racing against somebody is a completely different skill set.
Yeah, and then when we raced on the local weekends, it was pretty much like a national, because everybody was in Southern California. So when you went to a Golden State and all these other races, you had every factory rider there. Yeah. So they were all wanting to, and they all were making some money doing it. So, and even the factories were starting to pay bonuses just for the local series races, and so that was it's definitely changed, but
different. So who was your group of guys you rode with? I see pictures with Myers-Koff. Who else was kind of in that little crew that you rode with?
Oh man, as a young kid, it was basically probably just Brian. I'd go to his house out in Redlands and stay there because he had like 10 or 15 acres, and it backed up to mountains. And then but I really had nobody that lived close to me that I'd really go riding with.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but I was really young. My mom used to take me up to Saddleback Park and then drop me off by the burrito guy with the gas can and ice chest, and then go home. And
just leave you there.
Yeah, I'd ride there all day long, and then she'd come pick me up at like 4 o'clock. Drop me off like at 10 and pick me up at 4. It was like dropping me off at daycare. And the guy that was there was the guy that ran the burrito truck. It was one of those, the trucks that opened up with the ice in it and all the.
Yeah.
And then it was all little picnic benches, and I'd put my gas tank over by the picnic bench. I'd go ride, fill up, come sit there. He'd be there, and then I'd get.
Did you guys know him? Was it a friend?
No, he just worked the burrito truck at Saddleback Park. But my mom drove me up in her Cadillac with my bike in the trunk, and then just dropped it off, and because my dad wanted to make me ride every day, so. But I knew everybody at Saddleback Park, that worked there and everything. So,
can you imagine that happening today?
Yeah,
like that doesn't happen today.
Yeah, just pull up with your little 8-year-old and then just leave them with the
See you at 5, honey,
and just sit as you're sitting there, have your sandwich. And
CPS would be there when you got back.
Yeah, so it was definitely a different time back then.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it paid off. It was actually a smart move.
Yeah.
Who were the guys you looked up to? You mentioned Marty Smith. Was he kind of? It's funny when I talk to your whole era, whether it was RJ or just whoever. Man, Marty was like larger than life. He was
just this super good looking surfer, tan, just he was like a superhero, like one of the first superheroes, just because. And then, he had the factory Honda ride. He won the Super Bowl of motocross as a teenager, and just super cool. And of course, I was riding Hondas at the time, so I had the factory jersey, and he just was in the papers, and there was just nobody like it. He was the first guy. So
did you know him?
I didn't know him at all.
Okay.
I met him the first time at Carlsbad at one of the GPs. My dad drugged me between the trucks to go meet him. I was so scared, just dragging me, and then he knew who I was, and he was just so cool. It was just like,
really?
Yeah, and it was like that. Just that's what kind of put me on that path of like remembering that as I got older, when little kids wanted to, when you saw them over there, and you kind of like, you could have just gone that way, but you're like, I remember that.
Yeah.
So you'd go over, and how excited they just freeze, and you just say whatever you want. They don't care.
Yeah.
So I was that same way, and then he was just super cool to me my whole career. Even when I turned pro, I struggled because I was small, and I'd go to the Supercross, and I told this story when we did an interview when he passed away, when he was killed, and it was up at Oakland. I was on Cowie, and I'm picking the gate for the main event, and I out-qualified him, and so he was like the next guy behind me, and his wife was there, and we're talking, and he's like, I get ready to go pick, and he tells me, he goes, I think you should go, that gate on the inside there is probably the best gate to get. And his wife's like, she remembered him going like, what do you tell him that for? And he's like, so he told me like we're the best. He could have got that gate.
Yeah.
But he gave it to me because, because he wanted to see me succeed.
Yeah.
And it was just so cool that he was that open and cool to me the whole time. So yeah, he was just, I don't know why it was. I mean, I just think because he was the first guy that was bigger than light in every magazine. And
I was bummed. I didn't really, I'd see him around the races because he was working with different teams and stuff. And I never really, I knew who he was. I knew his history a little bit, but I didn't really get to know him until we had him on the show.
Yeah.
And that was maybe 6 months before he was killed.
Yeah.
And I was like, this guy, what a like, just, man, positivity and happy. I'm like, this guy's great. Why?
Yeah.
I wish I'd have met him a long time ago. And like, we had been texting a little bit. I'm like, I really want to like hang out with this guy. I like him.
He never went out of his way for attention. He was just, he was so good in his own skin. Just like, he didn't have to go, I'm Marty Smith, like whatever. He was just normal, just the normal guy. And always was that. It was super cool because we just kind of I was that younger kid that, I don't know, he kind of put me under his wing, even though I came into the profession because I was, at 74, it was 4 years before I raced pro. So he knew of me then. But then when I came pro, he was at his end. He was on Suzuki's at the time. So he was kind of at his end of his career. But just to help me out as much as he did, and just wanted to see somebody that, that made it from the mini bike days. Because I was really the first mini bike kid coming up, right? So it was kind of, I think, cool for him to see that happening, because he just jumped right in at 16, 17 and made a career. He was never on mini bikes. I'm sure they rode in the backyard, but it was kind of like he went straight to Supercross. I had to work my way up there. So, but yeah, he was just that. And then he would always come out of his way wherever, if it was at a Supercross and he knew I was there, he would find me. It's like all of a sudden, he would come look for him to see me, to say hi, and it was just so cool to like have that kind of friendship or connection 40 years later, and then.
What a loss, man. Like,
yeah, I know. It was just, but yeah, he did all his schools and everything, and you really didn't even know about him because he didn't like make a big deal about, I'm training people or doing schools. He just did his own little thing, and just, that was the way he was. So, but yeah, he's the one that got me like wanting to race.
A lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
I think he doesn't get credited enough for really building the sport.
He built the sport.
Yeah.
He propelled it just in that era of the Supercross with the stadium stuff. He was the guy that built it, that got it to where it took off.
Anytime somebody has that cool factor, and they're also a good person, I think Jeremy did a lot to promote the sport. I think Jet's going to do that a lot now.
Mm-hmm.
You just look at him and go, man, I want to be that guy. Like he's cool, he's good looking dude. He's like, you know what I mean? It's almost like you said, larger than life.
Yeah.
They don't come along that often.
No, they don't. There's only a few in each era that everybody latches onto, that the kids, flock for and go towards to want to be like. So,
did your folks stay married?
Yeah.
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 I've got a little anecdote on that. We've been looking through it, like just legends of the sport, and there's a staggering percentage, like mid to high 90s of legendary guys like yourself, like multiple titles. And the one thing they all have in common is their folks were still together.
Right.
And I just find that fascinating. I mean, Hannah, RC, Bubba, you, Chad Reed, Dungy, like start really clipping through the greats.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's something to it. I mean, because I think it's the family is where life is, and I think when there's that support, whether win or lose, I think when there's people that are pushing their kid and beyond their capability, and then then I think becomes tension, and I think becomes resentment, and things don't happen the way but I don't. And then, like you said, if they do get divorced, then there's just I don't know. Just
I don't know all that. I'm sure that a psychiatrist could maybe walk you through.
Yeah,
it,
I don't know.
But you can't argue the numbers.
No, it's interesting. I think I think boils down to having a good family. No matter what you do, I think you're gonna.
It's just a good
do good in
foundation,
life.
Right? Yeah.
That's all it is.
And that's
no matter what it is.
That's proven
what
too.
you do.
Yeah,
doesn't matter what you do.
When did you get your first, outside of your dad's shop, what was your first kind of factory support or big sponsor?
Besides my dad, FMF probably, I think. Well, Honda was, we sold tons of XR75s for them. They did ads with me, in Cycle News, giant posters with me in Cycle News. We won a lot on it, and they paid us, gave us bikes, parts, so we got pretty good support, and that's what started our racing company.
And you'd have been, what, 8, 9, 10?
No, because I started at 75, didn't come out to 73, 74, 73. So I did ride the Honda Mini Trail. That was my first main race bike, but we really didn't have any support from Honda. I think my dad just bought them and built them, and we just raced them. And then, but once I got into, the mini bike stuff, when the World Minis started, and we were racing, just my dad bought the bikes and built them, and then Honda saw that these things were selling like hotcakes, not just for racing, and I was their poster child. So then that kind of took off. But then, we had Bel Ray. My dad had a lot of sponsors for the company with Bel Ray and, a couple other Dunlop, some other people. I don't know what kind of money was involved in it, but there were sponsors for sure.
At least parts and support.
Yeah, and then FMF. What happened with FMF, which really became my first big sponsor, is because my dad sold Jeff Ward Racing products to Donnie.
Oh, he did?
In 76, yeah. 76, 77. So then I was on the cover of their catalog with my RM80. FMF, and then I was still running my mini Elsinore with the FMF pipe and everything on it with my dad. So he sold the company to Donnie.
And FMF continued to sell
Continued
those.
to sell the Jeff Ward Racing part, the Mini Elsinore for a long time, and still with my name attached to it. And I rode Suzuki's that year, and then that first year of the Nationals, I was on Suzuki.
So tell me about that. That was 78, right? You made your pro debut, and it was. I bumped into a photo, and it just looks so weird seeing you on a Suzuki.
Yeah.
I mean, I can see you on a Honda because of SuperMoto days and your XR75, but it's like outside of that or a Cowie, it's really weird to see you.
There's very limited pictures of me on the Suzuki and Yamaha because I rode Yamaha too. So I did Suzuki because I was riding with FMF. Got the 125, which was a good 125. That's what Myers Kopp was riding when he was the factory Suzuki and killing it. And I was struggling because he would lap me at the first national, and I used to beat him the year before in mini bikes. So it took me a while.
How did he take off?
He was just taller than me, just a little bigger. You know, my license when I was 16, I was 4'11" and 95 pounds.
4'11".
So that's what I was when I raced my first national. Was not even 5 foot and 95 pounds. So it was, and then the first race was up at Plymouth in the sand, rough sand track. Hannah was in the 125, Magoo,
I think I have it here somewhere. Some of the guys you raced against, man.
Yeah. So I jumped right. I hole shotted both motos.
No, you did not.
Yeah, at the national, my first national, I hole shotted.
Okay.
I got lapped. I think I finished 11th or 12th or something, which I got lapped. And then the next race we went to Escape Country, which was where I practiced all the time. They were going to race the bottom track, but
that was
rained.
Orange County, right?
Well, it was behind Mission Viejo, up by O'Neill Park, where Coto de Casia is right now.
Oh, okay.
By Saddleback Mountain.
Yeah, I missed that one.
Yeah, so they moved the track to the back, which was kind of like a practice track, which I practiced on all the time. And so they moved it back there, and I finished, I think, I got third one moto, and then I led for a bit.
This was your second national?
Second national, and then I finished, I think, probably top 5 or 6.
Let's look here.
It's
I
my
actually do have the
second
results.
national.
I guess I could just...
And so that was kind of my... eye-opening that I can do this. So the ruts were super deep, and it was just technical. And
I told you I got to charge you for paper. I printed out your results, and there's like 25 sheets of results. So 7th in the championship. Let's go back to oh my gosh.
So that was kind of my first race that I really
16th at Hangtown. Yeah. Then Racing World, is that what they call
Racing
that?
World. Yeah,
you got 6th overall.
Yeah. I don't know what the moto
pretty
finish.
Dang good. Second national ever.
Yeah, I don't know what the finishes were, but one of my motos, I was up there battling with Brock and Magoo. I might have got third, so I was with them the whole time. And then the next moto, I don't think I did as good the start. But
what were you learning? Like what kind of stands out from that first race where you hole shot and you're just seeing guys blow past you? Guys like Hannah, guys you've been, I'm sure, looking up to.
Yeah, well, I mean, at the Plymouth race in Hangtown up there, I got tired basically because it was a sand track. I don't ride sand. There was no sand to ride, so it was all sand. So just pulling on that bike and fighting and being 4'11" and just it beat the crap out of me.
The bike won. You
got
16.
I was like I finished the day.
Yeah.
And then, but we went to the next track, which was like my type of track, which was feet on the pegs, through long ruts, nice long berms, throttle control, downhill braking. So that was what I practiced on. So I was really good. And then the next race, I don't even know where the next one was. I was finishing, top 5. Pretty consistently, I think. It's top 6. I'm not sure.
Yeah. I mean, you were, you had good 4th at Omaha Moto Park. Some of these names are crazy.
Yeah, I don't even know where they are.
Of, like Rio Bravo, I've heard of.
Yeah, Texas.
That was Texas. Pine Top Motorcycle Park.
Not even know where that is.
I
haven't even heard of it.
Well,
I was there.
You racer.
I never even heard of it. So I don't even know what state that's in.
Sunshine Speedway.
That's Florida, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Metrolina.
Yeah.
Some of the Canyon. I was going to ask you about this. We'll get there, I guess. Is that Arizona?
Canyon Canyon Raceway.
That's crazy. I didn't know they had a national there. That was my home track when I grew up in Arizona.
Yeah, I think that was 79. I think that wasn't the first year. I think it was the second year there because I think I was on Cowie that year.
Okay.
I think my chain came off, I remember, or something.
So 78, It looks like you did about, 7 or 8 nationals.
On Suzuki.
A 4th was your best, but you had a 6th, an 8, 9, 8. I mean, you were good right away.
There. I had good motos and bad motos, but I was competitive.
At 4'11".
Yeah, I was 4'11", most 16, so I was just small. And I rode 250s sometimes too at like local races. I was hanging on for dear life.
And so, what did it look like that year? Was your dad taking you? Were you going with Suzuki?
I went with Suzuki. Suzuki took my bike in somebody's truck, Howerton's. I think Ken Howerton's box van.
Okay.
And then my dad and I would show up.
Were you driving to these or flying?
I was flying.
Okay.
Flying to the races. I was still in school, which I was missing a lot of school. And we had, I don't know, I think my dad was doing the mechanicking at Suzuki. And then, like, I think I did 6 or 7 races on Suzuki. And then Yamaha wanted to pick me up for the following year. Suzuki didn't have any interest for some reason. Like, they had a pretty big team. And, I'm sure they already had contracts and probably had a 125 guy with Myerscough. And so I was just kind of coming in, and Yamaha was super interested, and I think it was Kenny Clark, and I was talking to my dad and said they really want me to come on next year to race with Brock in the 125 class. And we're like, sweet. So I switched to a Yamaha, but it was just a production Yamaha. And the production Yamaha was junk. I went from getting the 6s and 7s to back to the 15ths.
Oh.
I just wasn't getting starts. The bike didn't handle. I was struggling. So then 2 races from the end, they gave me Brock's backup works bike, the OW. And whole shot at the first race, led the whole moto to 2 laps, 2 corners to go, and the lapper got in the way, and Galen Mosier got by me, and I got second. So I almost won my first national.
That was 79?
No, 78, my first year.
Oh, and a 78. Okay.
Yeah. So I went like 2, and then the next moto I was leading the second moto, and my throttle stuck off some jump and just threw it away and DNF, but I was leading the moto, and I went second the first moto. So the next week went to Florida, and I think I finished 5th overall or 4th overall, but I led almost won like the first moto again, and Brock and Barnett were in a championship battle, and I was trying to get in there to help Brock out, and so I was running, leading races on this bike, and I got tired at the Florida track because it was all sand.
Yeah.
And 40-minute motos and the 90-degree weather, and still a baby. But I still did, well. I still ran with them, but I just, I was just beat. I wasn't going to win the race. But so I was all set to ride Yamaha that year, the next year, which was 79.
Okay.
And everything was all good. It was middle of November, I think, around about. And I was up, and then my dad got a call from Yamaha, and we were going to, go talk with them. And they said, well, we can give you this, this, and this, but we can't give you works bikes. And we're like, we can't ride.
You tried that out.
Yeah, we tried that out. That didn't go well at all. And you see what I could do on the good bike. So why would I even? So I'm like,
that's crazy.
I'm like, I was so depressed. And so I went riding up at Racing World, the race that we raced that year, where I did good, up at Escape Country Racing World. So I was up there practicing, and Weinert was up there, Jimmy was up there. I did my moto, whatever. I was sitting on top of the hill, and he came up and he's like, "What's going on? And what are you doing? Are you going to ride for Yamaha next year?" And I'm like, I go, no, I don't think so. No, because they just told us today or yesterday that, we're not getting works bikes. And so I don't know what I'm going to do. I know my dad's probably calling people right now. I'm just out riding. And so we left. And then I got home that night. My phone rang. It was Steve Johnson, the team manager of Cowie at that time, and told me to come down the next day and talk with him. So I went down the next day and signed with Cowie. They weren't going to have a 125 rider because Galen Mosier was riding for him, which he's a 500 type rider, so he wasn't going to be there, or he was going to ride the 500. So they were just going to get rid of the 125 because there was nobody to hire. So then that's when I signed with them, and so that's kind of what started. Weinert went down there and said, "You better call him." So
Jimmy hooked
timing, yeah, really.
So how was that bike compared to? Was it a works bike?
The Cowie?
Yeah,
it was a factory bike.
Okay. How was it compared to the Yamaha works bike and Yamaha stock bike?
It was way better than the Yamaha stock bike, but it wasn't quite as good as the Yamaha. Because at that time it had 2 shocks in the back. Yamaha was the Unitrack or the monoshock.
Yeah,
monoshock bike at that time, and it was a really good bike compared to the Cowie. The Cowie was heavier, it seemed like, but it was fast. So the first year I did pretty well on it. I got thirds. Seconds.
Well, this is what shocked me. So 78 is your rookie year. You're on your tippy toes. You're 5 feet. 79, your first race is a 250 Supercross.
Right.
Like, I don't know if people grasp that. There was no 125 Supercross.
No, yeah.
Right?
And I did a race before that. The year before, I tried to do the last race at Anaheim on a 250 Yamaha.
Okay.
Because I was still with Yamaha at the time, right? And that was the last race of the year, beginning of November probably. And it poured rain. It was muddy, and I didn't even qualify. So I tried on that. I didn't qualify. And then the next day at Saddleback, they had it was called the mini worlds or something, where all the guys that raced the Supercross, Hannah and Mosier, all the guys went and raced the mini bikes the next day. So I showed up there on the Yamaha mini bike, and they were all there. Myerskoff, everybody. And Brian and I smoked them all on the mini bikes. Yeah. So we killed them. And, but I didn't qualify the night before. I couldn't beat them on a big bike, but I smoked them on the mini bikes.
Everybody rode little bikes?
Yeah, they all rode 80s. Yeah, it was super cool. They had the gate set up. The track was super cool. It was on a BMX almost track. It was up these hills at Saddleback and super fun.
God, why can't we do fun stuff like that?
Yeah, so Hannah was serious, man.
At the World Mini, they used to have the Race of Champions.
Yeah.
Remember that? Did you do that ever?
Yeah, I won it like 6 times. And I rode for Honda, but then raced the Yamaha.
Yeah.
And then you picked a number 2, and then you moved like 5 bikes every race. You went from number 2 to 7.
Yeah.
And then 7 to 11. So you did 3 motos on 3 different bikes.
Yeah.
Every time you got on the bike, you had to fix the bars because that guy cartwheeled and shifter is bent down. You're working on it. But yeah, we had 3 motos, and then the overall was like the Race of Champions because it was all stock.
What a cool concept. You just couldn't do it these days. But
no, but
it was so neat.
It was so equal, right? Because every bike was just off the showroom, and you couldn't do anything to it except adjust the bars. And so I started with the Cowie and had a decent year. But
okay, so you did a couple of 250 Supercrosses, 15th and 21st, Daytona. I would love to see photos of you at Daytona on a 250 that year.
Yeah, no, it wasn't pretty. It wasn't pretty.
But then 4th at the opener at Hangtown on the 125.
Yeah.
And 4, 5, 7, like you were doing well on the 125, seems like, huh?
Yeah. I mean, I was
And then look at this. 5th at LA.
Supercross?
In a Supercross.
Yeah.
So you actually were.
Yeah, I started getting the hang of it.
Yeah.
I whole shotted that race and led like 15 of the 20 laps, and I got tired and ended up 5th.
And this is like Hannah.
Yeah, I think
Howerton.
Bell. I think Bell won. I think Mike Bell maybe won that night, or Barnett. And all the top guys, Hannah, Marty.
Yeah.
And I was just some young kid coming in that couldn't touch the ground.
I love this. Like, and even Jason Anderson is talking about this these days, like riding through different eras.
Yeah.
You started with Hannah. Like, you got to race with Bob.
Right.
And then, you start just looking at all the guys you raced against, Barnett, like all of these legendary guys.
Howerton. I mean, I raced Chuck's son. I raced,
But then into the 90s, you're racing LaRocco.
Then came Barnett
Jeremy,
and Bailey. And
90.
Jeremy, I raced him just once at local Paris, that Supercross that Goat had out there.
Well, he did some 92 Supercrosses.
Oh, did he? I didn't even know.
He rode a 250 on the East.
Oh, I didn't remember that.
Events.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I got to race him.
That's what I'm saying. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. And then Bradshaw and Chicken and
oh my gosh,
Bale, and there's like so many guys that that was the hardest part. Is like you had to keep step. I mean, they do now. I mean, like when James came in, that intensity came up and stuff. But our development of the tracks, the bikes, the riders, it was just like leaps and bounds. Then it got to the 90s where it kind of slowed down a little bit, but we were just like from bottom to here. Yeah, with everything.
Yeah, you're right. That's another interesting point. You went from like when you started, literally people are making motocross bikes,
right?
To, I mean, peak 2-strokes were probably late 90s,
right?
But even in 92, they were pretty dang good.
They weren't much different than 97.
No, in fact, a 92, 93
might have been a better bike. It was a better bike.
It's pretty good bike.
Correct.
So that is interesting. You saw a lot of progression.
Yeah, there was a lot. I mean,
probably were a guinea pig for a lot of.
Well, I had a lot of triple clamp snap off testing. Yeah,
well, we got
500 downhill stuff at Carlsbad, and Saddleback, not fun.
Okay, so 79. Let's look at your overall here. You were 7th in your rookie year. 79, you were 6th in the 125 championship. Pretty good. 24th in 250 Supercross, but you only did handful. What about 1980? So tell me what happened going into that season.
Yeah,
did you have a multi-year deal with Cowie, or was it just 1 year?
Yeah, truthfully, I couldn't even tell you how many years. The only years I remember signing a 3-year deal was when I won.
It's only 44 years ago, Wardy. Come on, let's try.
In 84, and then my contract was up, and then I signed a 3-year, 85, 86, and 87, which were good years. But before that, I can't even remember going in to sign a contract.
Yeah, probably just a handshake.
I don't even. And so I don't know when my contracts were up. I just, I never talked to anybody else until after 84. Nobody even contacted me that I can remember. But 80, I'm trying to remember what number I was in 80. So 79, I was number 7. I think I was number 12.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's a picture you sent me, or maybe you posted on Instagram, of you on a 500 at Carlsbad, and you look tiny. And you're just like laid in.
Yeah.
What?
I was number 42.
What was that from? I'm like.
That was the USGP. That was my first year. That was my first time riding a 500.
What year would that have been?
83?
Okay.
No. I did the Nations in 83. Been 81 or 82.
Okay. I was going to say, it seems like it would have been early 80s.
Yeah, early 80s for sure. But I'd never ridden a 500 before, and we decided to do the USGP at Carlsbad.
Let's get there. When we get to like 82, we'll bring that back up because I want to talk about it. But 80, take me through this season. What you remember of it? Anything?
Nah, nothing.
Kansas City. Some of these races are hilarious where we had races before.
Yeah, like
Philadelphia.
Number 12. I mean, that was my number. I didn't have a good year. That was the year they had the big giant number plates. They're like the size of a
square.
They have a freeway billboard.
You got a podium in 250 Supercross. Third in Seattle.
Wow.
You had some fourths, fifths.
In Supercross.
Not
bad.
And 125. You had a fourth at Washougal.
Our 125, I can tell you from like 81 to 81, 82 were terrible.
They weren't good.
No. Yeah. We were just developing the unitrack. I came in, I don't know if it was in a 79 or whatever, but it was just having problems. And I don't even know if we had the kips there yet. The power valve was there yet. And nothing really worked good on a bike that I can remember.
Really?
I mean, no, it didn't
struggle.
It didn't turn. It didn't handle. The only thing Kawasaki always had was pretty good power.
Okay.
That was about the saving grace of the bike, was just they had some power. And
fast.
I was lighter than light, so it was a whole shot machine, and it would go straight, but it didn't like big bumps.
Were you in these first couple of years? Did you do much like jersey reading? I mean, like I said, you got Hannah, Smith, Tripes, like guys you've looked up to, and now you're lining up with them. Was that hard for you? How was that transition?
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was a huge jump of competition from what you were before, when you were just racing mini bike guys and guys you've been racing since you were kids. And these are idols, and all of a sudden you're at the Supercross line with Hannah and the guys that have been racing this 6 years, whatever. And
literally, like you said, first year in pro, you jump in and you're racing 250 Supercross with these guys.
Yeah,
that doesn't happen.
No, it'd be like today, going from Loretta's, all these guys, Hymus, and them just lining right up with Eli next to him, going racing.
That's what I'm saying.
It's hard.
It's
so
different.
I mean, the mentality of what and their brain of how they're racing compared to how you're racing it is not even on the same page. I'm just there to okay, I hope I finish and do well. There's
die.
Yeah, there's no way I'm going to the line going, I'm winning this thing, man.
Yeah.
This is going to be great. Now you're just happy to be there, I think, is what, and to learn. And I felt like I could still be competitive. I remember still thinking, I didn't go in there letting them beat me, but just my talent at that time and strength wasn't good enough for them.
Yeah.
They were going to eventually get by, but I did have some good results.
Yeah. So 1980, wherever this Sunshine Speedway is, you got a second in the 125 Nationals.
Yeah.
Third at Broome.
Yeah. That's in Florida.
You were already podium guy.
Yeah. I mean, I should have been, cause I'm factory Cowie. So, but then again, I'm the only Cowie on the track. Yeah. Nobody rode a production bike cause they were horrible.
And who was winning those, in 80? Who was winning the championship? Was it Barnett?
Barnett, yeah.
And he was like a machine.
Yeah, the 1 year, I don't know which year it was, 81, 82, he would have had the first perfect season because he went.
Oh, and his bike broke.
Yeah. No, he broke his collarbone the week before Carlsbad.
Yeah.
Yeah, he won 20 motos or whatever it was, and then he broke his collarbone that week before Carlsbad. Osho won that day. I think I got second.
That's right.
But he would have won that too. It was
he was like head
the bike.
And shoulders on.
I mean, his bike, the weight limit in the 125 back then was 175 pounds.
Okay.
His bike weighed 176. My bike weighed 215. They wouldn't even tell me the weight of the bike. Yeah. They couldn't.
You're above
tell me.
the limit, Jeff. That's all you need.
Yeah,
to know.
you're just almost there. But how much you weigh, it equals out. But I said I don't think it does because I have to move that heavy bike around during the race. Where Barnett's throwing this this little pencil bike around, and he's an animal to begin with. So he's, it's not a fair fight here.
Yeah, that's tough. But Cowie was making a good effort to develop it. It was just taking some time.
Yeah, they were just. I mean, looking at today, how they seem to always be behind. They were behind on the water cool. They're behind on the disc brake. They're always the last factory to kind of jump on the bandwagon of the next big thing. Water cooling and disc brakes and whatever else, single shock. And so 83 was the first year that they built a bike that I think was competitive to every bike out there, the Suzukis and everything. So
let's into 81.
We still had a drum brake though in 83 and 84. We still had drum brakes in the rear.
And the other guys were on discs?
Discs, yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. We still had
That's a pretty big disadvantage.
Yeah, they had you had to have the big arm thing going to it so it doesn't spin around like the bicycle where So that was always on there, and till 85 I think is when we had the discs. But so they were always like behind a little bit. I mean, I don't think it was a big deal. The brakes worked fine, but fade factor, I'm sure it wasn't as good as having that disc brake because
maybe it helped develop your riding. I don't know.
The 83 the bike was a good bike that year.
It was.
Yeah. But so was Honda's.
All right. So 81, you were third overall in the 125 championship. And then you were getting on the podium pretty regularly against guys. And this is where I wrote like Hanna, Howerton, Bell, a bunch of seconds and thirds in the nationals to Mark Barnett, who was just dominating everything. And I have that, except for the last round where he broke his collarbone. Johnny O won his first race. What did you pick up from the Bomber? Or anybody for that matter, kind of in those first few years, was there people that you were watching going, okay, I'm getting tired. I got to be more like Mark Barnett. Like I need to figure that out. Fitness.
I mean, because you had Hanna that was winning a lot of races back then and trained, you only could hear things of how he's training. I rode a lot, but didn't lift weights or really run too much. You just did light stuff, and it was just kind of this what I'm going to do today, I guess.
Yeah.
So there's no structure. It was just mainly riding and technique and trying to ride more motos. And
was anybody, did you have like a riding coach or someone that was helping you with that? How were you learning?
I had nothing back. This basically
figuring out on
your own. Yeah. No, I mean, Cowie hired a football coach. I don't know what year it was. Maybe it was in 83 or 82, like for weights and stuff, but it was just the wrong type of lifting. I came out of there, couldn't lift my tailgate on my truck to go ride. My arms were so down. It was like, and then I'd pump up because we're doing all this weightlifting to fatigue, total collapse fatigue. And that just doesn't create the right stuff you need.
It's funny how long it took our sport to evolve in that. Like I even when I started riding for Mitch, 95, I was not in great shape. And so I was going, hey, I need someone to help me. I don't know what to do. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. I would ask Rhino. He's like, well, I don't know. I'm just riding. How Rhino was. He didn't want to help you. So I went to Jeff Spencer.
Yeah.
And I thought, oh, he's worked with Wardy. Like you were my guy when I was a little kid. I was a short little dude on a Cowie. So you were my guy. And I remember thinking, oh, he's worked with Wardy and like these top guys. Like, it's going to be awesome. This is going to be like some secret stuff. And it was like deadlifts, bench press, lat pull downs. I'm like, really? Yeah. I mean, this is
clean and
class.
jerk.
Yeah.
Just powerlifting is basically that's all I ever did was powerlifting.
Which is great, but like it's gotten so much more evolved now. You know,
well, I did the cycling side because Jeff was an Olympic cyclist. So he was in the Olympics, a sprinter. So my cardio was done off of cycling through the sprints and doing all that stuff. And even my running was all sprint work too. So not the fact that I was just doing the weights for strength, which is what got me strong, was doing the powerlifting, because I wasn't going to get strong doing the bodybuilding type stuff where you just go to fatigue and then put a lighter weight and go fatigue. And you're just breaking down muscle to put protein in to build a muscle. I don't need muscle. I need strength. So all the powerlifting was all low lifts, low weight. I mean, high weight, but low lifts.
Explosive.
You just start off a warm-up. You'd go like to 6, 4, 2, and then your heaviest weight, and you're done. You either make your clean or your jerk, and if you don't, then you go wait till next week. But it just kept building little plateaus and full squats and lunges and just all this strength lifting and basically a lot of range of motion stuff that you really need to do, because doing a half squat does nothing for you. You need to go all the way to the bottom. So when your leg goes back, it's got strength beyond the 45, right? So we do full squats, because when you do the clean, you get under, you drop to your butt, and then you have to lift up. So it gives all that strength in there. And I built a ton of strength doing that. And I mean, I credit that to getting better on the motocross bike, was just that strength when you needed it. You don't need it all the time. You just need it when there's that one. Yeah. You know, it's my dad said it's all physics. Mm-hmm. You know, it's like Mike Bell rides the same heavy bike that you ride, and if he's this much stronger than you when he swaps and saves it, and you're not as strong as him, you're going down. You know, so you have to get as strong as your competitor. So I went up and beyond that to get to be the strongest. Yeah. You know, and Spencer was like, I hired him in '84. It was the first year I hired him, and that's when he was with Honda, and then he came with me for '84 to '92. He didn't go.
The whole time.
The whole time.
Yeah.
So the structure.
I was just surprised. I was expecting something that like some secret thing, and it was just
still nowadays. It's not rocket science.
It was very fundamental.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, nowadays I think there's so much more on the rest. They want the heart rate and everything about, you know, being rested, and which is true. I mean, you don't want to go into any race being tired. You're better off taking rest than you are doing an extra workout. Yeah. If you're tired. Yeah. You know, if not, then go, because it's just going to keep building you. But you have to do pull back when your body's telling you. And back then we never used heart rate monitors. You just went off of like how you felt. Yeah. And that was the same way with the weights. You do your weights, but you could tell, you know, on your next rep when you went to the 2 that I'm not making the next one because I don't have the power. But you'd still try. Mm-hmm. You'd still go do the clean, and you'd almost get it, and you'd throw it away. But you still did that max power that you were good for that day, and then you were done. Mm-hmm. So it was nothing ever that you left. I never left the gym feeling tired. Oh my God, that was a hard workout. It's just because you didn't. That wasn't the type of.
That wasn't what you were.
That's what you were after. You just build strength.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Okay, so back to this here. 81. Anything particular that stands out from 81?
No,
I know I'm asking. You were third in the championship outdoors.
Yeah, I was a contender to win races. I didn't win any, but I was a contender. Okay. You know, that was I needed breaks to go my way to win them, and I wasn't going to get them with Osho and Barnett and a couple of guys in there. Just wasn't going to get that. You know, then 80.
And how about Supercross? Was that harder for you to learn? I mean, like I said, you jumped in and had podiums pretty early on. So you came pretty naturally to you as well?
Is what? The
Supercross versus motocross?
Yeah, I wasn't as good a Supercross rider, I don't think. Just because the bike was a little bigger. I felt more of an outdoor guy, a bit more comfortable on it. But I mean, I'm going back on, I think 82 or Otago. I won 2 nationals in 82.
Yeah, well, we were getting to 82.
81, okay. Yeah, we're 81. 81, I was just close, but 82, yeah.
I was kind of just wondering, like, racing against guys like Balmer, these guys who were at the time at just peak of the class, like what you learned from them, what you took away from them, and did they help kind of shape you into the guy you became? Yeah,
well, if you wanted to beat him, you had to figure out how to train harder and not get tired, because he didn't get tired.
He was an animal, huh?
He was just, he was psychologically he knew it too, and he was like a man compared. I mean, mustache, just burly, and I didn't have any hair on my chest. I had nothing, you know. So, and then you stood next to him, and he was just a man. Yeah. You know, and you just knew you were a kid. Yeah. You felt like a kid, and he just felt like your dad. Yeah. You know, but he was only like a year older. So you were just like, oh shit. And then you go up to like a race where it's 100 degrees, and you got the umbrella and the ice around your neck and a drink, and you're like hiding, and he's padding down his starting thing with his helmet on and his Jofa on, you know, with no umbrella, just kicking down his spot, and you're just like looking at him going, oh God, we're done. I'm already hot. Yeah. I'm tired. I'm already hot. And he's like working. I'm not working my thing. That's too much energy. I got my mechanic building my starting thing, and he's overdoing his own. And so you kind of looked at it like, man, if you want to beat that guy, then man, you better suck it up and start getting a little tougher, or just figuring out something that, you know. Yeah. And we would run with. I mean, we'd pressure them. Definitely, we had the speed, but in hot days.
When you say weed, you,
Johnny,
Osho. Yeah, who else was in that kind of?
Lachine was just coming in, wasn't he, in 82, I think. But 81 was his best. You know, Barnett 82, 81, 82 was his prime years, I think. The next year when I think Lachine came in 83, he was kind of wasn't done, but I think he had a knee injury, so we kind of figured it. I think we figured it out. We'd gotten stronger, so now he wasn't dominating, and maybe that affected him a little bit. That now he's got somebody to race.
Yeah, these kids with no hair on their chest are beating.
Yeah, and so, but yeah, you learned a lot just by. Then you hear the stories, and he had a trainer, which I didn't. He had a guy named. He used to sell that drink called Gookanade. It was before Gatorade. They called it Gookanade. Leon. His name was Leon, and he used to work with a college in Florida. And he came out with this. So he had this. It's called ERG, and he was always drinking this drink, and had the trainer, and you were just like skipping, the line, and you were by yourself, and just to go racing. And this guy was just that focused, and you just like, okay,
he's another level. He's
total
the
other
whole
level.
deal.
Yeah, and I don't know if that was because he got winning earlier than I did. I struggled a little more, and he just jumped right in and was solid on the 250 with Hannah and those guys. He was already right there, and it was just taking me longer, and even some of the other guys longer, maybe even Osho a little longer too. Mm-hmm. And maybe that was just because of he just grew earlier than we did, and was just more. Yeah.
Did you you said he was only a year older than you, so did you see him at amateur nationals or amateur races?
I didn't know. I'd never even seen him before.
There wasn't like big national amateur races.
He never. I don't even know.
Because he was like Georgia?
Alabama is where I think where he had lived. He lived in his grandma's house, like 20 miles down a dirt road and had a track there and never left. Just would ride every day and run hills and then go to the race. And so
the stories were legendary of him.
Yeah. So
ride until he ran out of gas, running home,
push it back, and you would, if you saw his legs, you'd believe it because they were like freaking tree trunks.
Really?
Oh God!
Did you know him? Like, did you guys have a relationship?
Yeah, he was super cool.
Okay,
that's one thing about Barnett.
I was gonna say, what's he like? Because I didn't meet him until he was working for.
He reminds me of like a Mike Tyson, like because he was that intimidating, like because he looked like he could kick your ass. Because he was just stronger than. He took off his shirt. He looked like Mike Tyson. Just muscles, not like thin like we were, and
muscles on top of
endurance-looking kids, and he was just super strong, and but then like he was just super fun to be around. He wasn't like he pushed you off because you were his competition. If you saw him in the box fan, you would talk to him. He wouldn't be like I'm that focused that I'm not But when you got to the racetrack, race day. Yeah, he was just foaming at the mouth. Yeah, there was no, but yeah, he was, and then even after he rode for Cowie the one year. So yeah, he was a teammate, and he was just a super cool guy.
I just the little bit that I know him was when he was working for Dirtworks when I started racing pro, and he was just very quiet. If you talk to him, he'd chat with you, but he wasn't overly talkative. Mm-hmm. I was kind of like, he's a little intimidating. He doesn't offer too much.
Right. So, that's kind of where he was, but you could go up to him and, hang out because, the mechanic would be there or something. I remember talking to him a lot, but, he was an intimidating guy for sure.
Huh. Okay, so let's talk about 82 because you did get your first win that year, and you started off with a second at Anaheim. Yeah, season opener. You got a second in 250 Supercross.
Yeah, I was number 11 that year. Yeah. We had a good bike.
Maybe Donnie Hansen won?
Hansen won, I believe. Yeah.
Donnie that was his year. Yeah, he was a legend.
He was good that year. And our bike was pretty good that year. Like our 250 was better than our 125. And then, like I said, when we go to 83, everything even got better. But the bike was pretty decent.
Who was your teammates in 82? Do you remember?
I think Goat Brecker.
Oh, Goat.
Yeah, and maybe...
was Steve Wise in there at that time?
No, I was never on teammates with Steve Wise. Might have been Larry Wosick.
Ah, okay.
But I think he was 82. 81. Goat was definitely that era because I remember that bike. We had a 4-speed transmission in the 250.
Okay.
Because we never used fifth gear. So why would we need it? So it was like they lightened it up and made it a 4-speed.
Okay.
Which was kind of bad because we had to use first gear.
Oh,
so we had to shift through the neutral.
All the time.
But and here's the one thing that really sucked was we got the bike down to our bike was always heavy, and I think the 250 weight was like 205, and we got the bike down to like 205 or 6.
Okay.
And then they changed the weight to like 220
Oh,
that year. So we had to put a big like 12-pound lead thing to the bottom of the frame.
Kidding me.
Which the center of gravity was nice. It was low, but we just got our bike like light enough to everybody else's. But at least we were even now. But there was a 4-speed, and it worked really good. It was a good bike. So I had some good results.
Did you ever hit neutral?
I don't know, probably, but I never got hurt because of it. So
there's guys even still that will gear their bike so that they run first and second a lot. And
Yeah.
I'm just like,
that's a big throw.
I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I don't want to be anywhere near neutral.
No.
You know?
No. So it worked. It was a good bike that year. So yeah, I did some pretty good results in the.
Little up and down in Supercross, but you were
Yeah.
third again in Houston, and then 125 again, 4-4-1 at Lake Whitney. That was your first win.
Yeah.
Did that was that win a big moment for you? Like, was it like a big milestone that you kind of finally, okay, I can do it?
Yeah, I rode really good. I mean, I was riding really good up to that point.
I feel like you did really well there because I feel like I saw a lot of wins at Whitney for you.
Yeah, it was a good track for me. It wasn't quite sandy, but it was kind of ruddy, and it was a good.
That dirt was incredible. Huh?
Yeah, it had a lot of ruts. Like you had over things where it'd get a V where you'd have to like lift your legs to go through it because it would wear out so much. So it was
Yeah.
kind of like riding back a saddleback where you had to like get these little tiny ruts to get up stuff, and it was a good track. But that day, I think I won the first moto. I'm not sure if it was a third the first moto and then won the second moto, but Barnett won one of the moto. The second moto, I think it was because I think I won that moto to get the overall, but he had to get like second, I think, or third, and he crashed in the first turn. It's that one picture where his bar's bent down.
Oh.
And he's got no goggles on, and he was coming like a freight train with his bars bent like this.
Mustache flapping in the
no,
wind.
Yeah, no goggles on, just the Jofa hanging, just 2 fingers on the clutch with his hand like this, going through these ruts, and he was coming for me, and he didn't get to third. He got like fourth.
Oh, gosh.
So
yeah, I still got top 5, I think.
yeah, I got pictures. Everybody's like, I always put it up when somebody's like pulls in the pits because they got to bend their bars like back to ride, and then I show them Barnett's or even Magoo's, that one where he's got it on top of the crossbar.
Yeah.
like it's so bent he can't even put it here. He's got it like this, and he's on the 500, still finishing the moto. You know, Barnett finished the moto and got the fourth on it, and it's like nowadays they bend their bars this way, they come in, and so yeah, that was my first win there, and it gave me confidence for sure. And it was really hot that day. It was 100 degrees. It was just miserable Lake Whitney weather. So I was training enough to be able to do those long motos, and that started building confidence.
Huh. Okay, so you know, I was it was interesting looking back through your results because you were good right away, where you were hitting podiums here and there, but maybe just a little inconsistent. You know, you'd have a win and then a 12th, right?
Yeah.
But your progression is pretty steady up to that mid 80s where you really, or 84, I guess, is where it really turned on for you. Okay, so let's go to 83. And I know you got your first podium in 250 Supercross, I think, if I'm right on this. Let me find it. Sorry.
I don't know.
But there was a picture of you that it was like my favorite photo of you. I think it was Foxborough, where you're jumping and you got your foot.
Oh yeah.
Was that year?
No, that's in 87.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's the coolest photo. Like still,
it's right here.
You got the actual photo on there? Oh yeah, there you go. That's
on my phone.
I love that picture, man.
Yeah, I know. It's
Okay, so I'm way off on my year there. Okay, so take me through 83.
Yeah, that's 87. I only won one national that year. I think it's St. Louis. Yeah. I don't know why. I think I was second in the championship to Johnny, but Lachine was there that year, so he was winning some nationals. Barnett was still riding good, winning a couple nationals. Johnny was winning a couple nationals, so
it was a good title fight.
There was a lot of I won one, but then I think John only won two, and Barnett won two, Lachine won two. You know, there's like a lot of guys that nobody dominated, so it was a really close championship battle. But it basically came down to Johnny and I, at the last race with. I had a bad race the week before at Millville. I cartwheeled on the first lap and the sands, the hoops there. And got up, last, and I don't know what I got, 9th maybe, or 8th, 7th. I don't even know what the moto finish was, but it put me into like a 4th or 5th overall that day. And I lost like 9 points to Johnny or something like that. So I went into Colorado, you know.
Yeah, you're fourth at Spring Creek that year.
Yeah, so I lost too many points, and I, you know, because we were that time nobody was really, you know, pulling big points, you know, because if he'd win, I'd get second, maybe, and if I'd win, he'd get second. You know, then if Barnett and Lachine got first and second, we'd get second and third.
Right.
So
you were
we
always
never
in position. Or
yeah, it was never
yeah.
like I got first and he got fifth or fourth, and then he got fifth. That day it did. He won, and I think, and
that was a good point swing for him.
Yeah. So we went to the last race, and you know, it was he pretty much had it, but he broke his toe on the first moto. It was at the old Lakewood track across the street. It was a different, wasn't where it's at now.
Castle Rock?
Castle Rock was further down where they had the 250-500, the 85 or maybe it was or something. But I don't even know when they had that, but it was the 500s. So it was just a little funky track, and he I don't know how he should have crashed because he was ahead of me, and I thought that was it. My championship was gonna, and he saved it because he planted his foot down, like, you know, and it broke his big toe, and saved it, and then. It was, he finished. I think Lachine won that day with that rotary Yamaha motor or whatever they used in it. And so he won the championship, but, you know, it was 8 points, 7 points behind. So that was a good year that either one of us could have won the championship. And we had Barnett beat, which was good because he was the guy up to that point. So we finally got, you know, he got burned out of doing what he was doing.
Yeah, finally passed the torch a little bit. What about Supercross? How was that coming for you? You know, if we look
pretty good. I think I got second in my first race at Anaheim. I think I was second.
Yeah, like I said, your standings progressed pretty steadily. You were fifth in the championship in Supercross that year. Second obviously outdoors. So it's like every year you kind of were ticking up.
Yeah, it was tough because there was still 84. There was still good guys in there with guys that were winning championships outdoors. And, you know, and even Hansen and Bailey and on the 500s was winning races. So these guys were good in Supercross, and I just wasn't catching on as, you know, or maybe my starts weren't as good because I think that's pretty much how it is every, you know, Supercross nowadays. You know, if I got a top 5 start or third, second hole shot, I would finish on the podium or, you know, fourth. But then if I got 10th, I wasn't moving up to third. There's just too many good guys and the tracks just didn't allow it, you know, to pass that many guys.
Who did you like or dislike racing against kind of through that window? Because like I said, the list of guys you're racing against, Bomber, Bailey, Dogger, Johnny O, you know, I mean, it's like, at least for me, and maybe it's just because that was the era I started really watching and getting involved with, but like to me, that was the 80s and 90s were special, man. Yeah.
I mean, I loved racing like Osho in the 125 because we got everything we could get out of those bikes. Yeah. I mean, I don't think we shut the throttle off till the checkered flag. I mean, it was just wide open, fan in the clutch, just everything you could out of that thing, and that was fun racing because Johnny and I were pretty clean. You know, we were clean racers, and we didn't have to worry about anything, you know, getting taken out on purpose or anything. So, and he was probably one. And then, you know, as it mused on, even the next year in '85, with Johnny finished second in the championship, and he won the Supercross in '84 that year. So he was on his prime, and I was on my prime. I think those years, '84, '85, '86, were probably some of my best years. So Johnny was at that point, but then RJ came a little bit later after that. So, like you said, there's so many guys. It just keeps going. It's like, okay, Johnny kind of, I don't know if because, you know, he was switching teams, and when you switch teams and things, I was still on the same thing. So I still had a pretty good, but, you know, I never had to redo anything, just tried to keep getting better.
Yeah.
So, but then there'd be somebody else that came up, you know, then Ricky was the guy. Because I raced Ricky, you know, '84, '83 at Supercross. I mean, we were the Nations together, and he was tough then too. And, but then he came into his prime a little bit, you know, when he got on Honda. Now he's elevated his game because Honda was elevation from where he was. So then I'm still on the same bike. So now I got to figure, okay, now how do I get to this level? And so it was a fight every year. There was always a fight with somebody that, you know, had to step up. So, and it was never fresh too. I'm getting older. You know, it's like Barnett. He had it, and then I think when he realized, shit, there's 3 guys here, Lachine, Ward, and, you know, I've been doing this. I've won 3 in a row. These guys are hungry, and I'm kind of like, I'm over this.
Hard to keep the motivation.
It's hard to keep the motivation up. You know, I mean, he wants to fight and win it, but it's like he's won so much. It's like, it takes a lot to have that determination and drive during the week. And he's getting older and got a girlfriend, wife, maybe, things change. He never had a kid, I don't think. So we're getting to where he was. So now it's like, it's a struggle. So, I had to do that all the time, every time somebody came in, and he did that for a few years. And then there's a time when you just kind of go, okay, that's enough.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
okay. Well, let's go into 84. And this year, at least just from looking at results, it seems like it was sort of a pivotal year for you. You win your first title. The wins are starting to come more. It seemed like you sort of, I don't know whether it was just confidence-wise or a culmination of everything, but you kind of came into your own.
Yeah, that was the year I signed Jeff Spencer as my trainer. So,
do you think that was a big component for you?
For sure, because I took all the guessing out of my brain of am I running enough or am I training enough? What am I going to do today? I didn't make that list. He did.
Yeah.
He said, here's what we're doing Monday. I drove up to Pasadena on Tuesday to work out, and did my workout at home at Kawasaki at the gym, and then Thursday I'd drive back up there. So I'd ride my practice in Carlsbad, come home, shower, drive up to Pasadena, do the weight workout, come back home, do my stuff the next day, race, and then do my riding Thursday, and then drive back up to Pasadena, because that's where the gym was, where we worked out at the college up there. And it's a lot of driving.
Yeah.
So going Carlsbad from my house was 60, an hour, and then drive back to my house, and then shower, and then drive back to Pasadena, which was over an hour, and then in traffic on the way home. It was like, it was a lot. So,
and I feel like that's kind of what Alden has done for a lot of guys.
Mm-hmm.
When you're trying to, when you don't know from a scientific standpoint or metrics standpoint, am I doing enough? Am I doing too much? I feel like you guys maybe overtrained for a while.
Probably.
Because and Bailey and Johnny O, you guys were doing triathlons.
Yeah.
And, he ran for an hour. I'm going to run for a 2.
Yeah.
Like just.
Basically, yeah.
There was a little bit of that mentality. And I think maybe what Jeff did for you, and I know what Alden does for these guys a lot, is go, hey, this program will work.
Right.
Just trust it. All you have to do is ride the motorcycle and do what I tell you to do off of it.
So it was a program. I mean, anybody can write the program, but you have to do it. I mean, that's the whole thing. All these guys today have programs, but then they're like, I don't feel like working out today. I'll do it tomorrow. It's like, well, no, because we have this plan for tomorrow. Yeah. So if you skip this workout, which I had a lot of problems with some guys, because they're tired. I go, well, if you skip today and we can't do it tomorrow, and we go to then we've missed the workout. And then you do it again next week. Now by the month's over, you've missed 6 things that we should have done that month. So you got to do it. Whether you do it half-assed, that's fine. At least do it.
Yeah.
Because in your brain, it shows that you didn't quit.
Yeah.
You can only give what you got. So let's just go through the motions. And so I had that with Jeff. I knew how much to run. I do my sprints, how long they were, what it took, the mileage. I wasn't too worried about heart rate so much. And then my motos, and then my weightlifting and cycling. I did my cycling. So I'd run, cycle, and sometimes I do 4 things in one day.
Well, there was something I read about confidence, because that's the thing, right? Like, especially now, everybody's training, everyone's bikes are pretty good at that highest level. So it just comes down to between the ears, right?
Yeah.
And I read this quote that said confidence is, or how do you build confidence? And it was keeping the promises that you make to yourself.
Mm-hmm.
So just like what you're saying, okay, here's what I'm going to do this week. And if you go, I'm kind of tired today, I'm not going to do that. Well, like, that's letting yourself down.
Yeah.
Right. And so if you hit every single mark by Sunday or Saturday or whatever, you go, I did everything I said I was going to do. Like, you start to just believe in what you're saying.
Well, because then when you get beat by somebody, there's no excuse there. It's like, we just got beat. It's not like you didn't do something and then in the back of your head, you weren't ready. Yeah. So you get not depressed, but you get a little bit, I don't know what the feeling is, but it's not a good feeling of knowing you didn't put in what you could have put in, and
you let yourself down.
Exactly. Yeah. So as long as you do it and you get beat by somebody, then you just got beat by someone that was better than you that day.
Yeah.
You can work maybe a little harder. Maybe there's something in there, but it's mentally the focus. You have to go in knowing that you're going to win this race, and then you just have to go off circumstances that come at you at the time,
and that's racing,
and not let it bother you.
Yeah.
And that's racing, but it takes a while to get to that.
Who was your teammates in '84? I'm trying to think back.
Howerton, I think, was there. Let me think, man. 84.
And Norm Bigelow was your mechanic, right? Was he your?
Norm was No, Mike McAndrews was my mechanic.
Mike McAndrews. What was Norm doing at the
Norm
time?
ran like the parts and the shop at Kawasaki the whole time I was from day one.
Is that
he
right?
took care of me. Yeah, I'd bring my bike in after the day, because they moved the factory Kawasaki from Santa Ana to Lake Forest, which was like on my way to Saddleback. So after or whatever track, I dropped my bike off there, and then he'd change the tires, air filter, do all that, and I'd come pick it up on the way to the track the next day. So my bike was just perfect. He took care of my bike my whole career. Without him, I wouldn't be here without Storm and Norman.
Well, and I rode at Central. One day, your tire's done, filter's plugged,
Yeah. Sometimes I go back. Sometimes I'd go back out the next day with it and ruin the bike, but because back there that was like that baby powder dust. It was horrible. And the bike. I've been out there. I mean, I got a front flat out there one time, like my second lap, and I just rode 2 motos with a front flat. I didn't have a spare wheel or tube, so I rode 2 motos with a front flat. Just leaned back down the hills, just like, dude. I guess if I got a flat in the race, I'd be able to keep going. But there's no jumps, so it's not like you're hitting a jump with the tires going to fold.
There's sand, there's rocky downhills.
Yeah, it just made you move around a lot more. It was just flopping side to side, but it was just kind of like trials riding. And I mean, of course, you backed it down, but you could still, once you went up the hills, you could like wheelie as far as you could, wide open.
Yeah. And, see, this is the difference between you and a guy like me. I'd have went home.
Yeah, no,
I'd be like, damn it. I got a flat.
I drove all the way out there. It took an hour to get there. And stupid me didn't bring a wheel, and then we finally started to get smart. And we're like, okay, let's bring wheels now. Give me wheels, guys. Yeah. So I don't have to ride in a flat tire.
But it's like if it starts pouring rain, I would have gone home.
Yeah.
You'd have still done your motos in the mud, in the rain.
Yeah,
and that's like, that goes back to what I just said, was like keeping those promises. I said I'm doing 240s today. Damn it, I don't care if I have a flat tire or not. I'm doing them. Yeah. I'll have to go slower, but I'm going to do them.
I remember
that's something that I think is, and like I said, I'll claim it myself. I was way too soft. I should have. Yeah. And I wish I'd had somebody like you, and I didn't know you when I first turned pro. I wish I did, and I could have said, "Hey, Wardy, will you just help me? Will you give me a little, just hold me accountable. Tell me what to do," because I didn't know what to do.
Yeah.
And I feel like guys have more options for that. Millsaps is doing it, and
and there's so many programs out there now with camps and amateur camps even that are doing the same as the pro. The basics are all there. I mean, I went to Tomac's house way back, and he's had the same program since he was on 65s. They do corner things, they do stand-ups, they do chasing where he times the lap times, and whoever's slower, he goes first, and then Eli waits, and in 5 laps he's going to be on him on the last lap. And it's like, I was on my 450 one year, and he was on his 80, and I was like 8 seconds a lap faster than he was on his track. So I had to have, we're going to do a 10 lap. So I had to be like 3 minutes ahead, whatever the track was, which pretty much was almost a lap. Like I was sitting there, like Eli took off, and he got, he was coming, and then I took off. So we did, and the end of 10 laps, I was on him on the last lap, and we went at it it was like, I almost fell off the back of the bike trying to beat him at the finish line. But it was that good of a, and he brought people there to do that. Even though they weren't the same speed, it was a cat-mouse type thing. Yeah. Whether Eli was the fastest or he was the slowest that day. Yeah. Wasn't the slowest. Actually, my son Brandon was there, which was ahead of him.
Okay.
So they gave him a lead. So we almost all came together. We got Brandon a little bit early before the last lap, but then it was like perfectly on him on the last lap. So everybody figures out what to do. But it's all accountability. It's all in your what effort you put in while you're doing it. You can do your motos, but if you're just out there, lollygagging around, unless it's super hot and then you're tired, and there's just certain things too to manage also. But it's just accountability, and it's a desire just to want to win at all costs. I think you either have that or you don't. I mean, I don't know. But getting a program definitely helped me out with Spencer of just not having to worry about it. But I mean, I talked to him on the phone every day, every night. If I coughed, I had to tell him. It was just like,
did he have? Because I know he did some stuff. This is a rabbit hole here, but he, at least later on, got a little weird with crystals and microwaves. And,
he'd wear like masks out at the track because he didn't want to get any particles in them and stuff. And he was. When I was with him, he ate like super clean. I mean, if it was a salad, there was no dressing.
Just dry salad.
There was nothing going on.
Pour a little water on it.
I don't know how he got it down, but just, a lot of that rubbed off on me, but not 100%. I wasn't going to dive down that thing because he was. And then he was a chiropractor too, which was great because I got adjusted every time I went with him. And he was great with injuries and taping. And so it was like I had,
I'm a do-it-all
guy. I had a doctor that was a trainer that was an Olympic athlete.
Yeah.
And in my weightlifting, he had at the Pasadena gym, the guy that ran the gym was a ex-gold medalist, a Russian weightlifter. Barely spoke English. His leg was locked out from dropping the bar on one of his legs, so it went backwards, so he couldn't bend it. So he just hobbled it along, and he helped me with all the Olympic lifts, which is the clean and jerk and squat and all that. So
were you guys doing weight overhead too, like overhead squat?
Yeah,
really,
overhead, everything, jerk,
snatch, and all that.
The snatch, straight from the bottom to the top with the split. So there's a lot of flexibility, a lot of everybody nowadays does all the balance stuff and everything, but throwing weight from the ground above your head, you'll get every muscle in your body to stop that thing. It's your core, and it's all just about power. And this guy was a gold medalist from Russia. And he was really cool. He said because they used to go to a camp, they were like put in as a child, they were gone. And he said they worked for 2 to 3 years with just the bar, no weight, just for technique, because the clean is such a technique lift to get it to where you pop it and get under it and how it comes off. And so I was really good at doing the clean. Like for my weight, like the weight I would clean, I'd clean 200 pounds over my head.
Wow.
Which I only weighed 145.
Like a clean and jerk?
Clean and jerk, yeah. So that was a lot of weight for my size and power, and I could squat like 450 pounds from all the weighting. So everything was full squats, and so this guy, like with Spencer, because that's what he did for his training. So that's what got me the strength, and I think helped to my injuries for my career. I think that really tightened me up with where it needed to be tightened up, because everything is so out of position. Motocross, you're never up here. But when you crash, you are. Yeah. You're doing something that's not in the right position.
Yeah, soles over elbows and all.
Yeah. So if you're working those range of motions to get them strong, I think it prevents a lot of injuries.
Yeah. There's for sure. So take me through that 84 season. Who were you fighting with? Was it Johnny? Dogger?
125, it was just Johnny.
Okay.
It was just, we went 1-2 the whole season.
Okay.
I won 8 out of the 10 nationals.
Yeah, and if I remember right, you were getting a lot. He'd win the first moto, you won the second.
There was only like 3 races where I got 1-1.
Okay.
That's what gave the points. That's what gave me a 20-point lead. It was 18 points is what it was going into the last race.
So what was it about you in the second motos? Was it fitness? That had to piss John.
Yeah, I think
he was
fitness,
very proud of.
Yeah.
He worked hard too, right?
Yeah, he was. I think fitness. I think it was so intense. And then the first one, I don't know if I was always off a little bit, or maybe I was just too not relaxed enough, and I didn't pump up, but I was a little tight. And then the second moto, it just seemed like my butt, and I did good warm-ups before my motos too. I mean, I had a 20-minute warm-up that Jeff had for me where I was pouring sweat. It wasn't like I was just doing some stretching. I was running on a trampoline with weights and squats, and I get my heart rate up, and it's a hot day out and dripping more sweat to go up for the first moto, just because I knew I'd rather be, loose and then be tight. And I'd rather be a little tired or hot than I rather would be not be able to ride properly, because I can suffer. I'm not worried about suffering. I'm worried about being tight. So I was just, I don't know. He was just super fast. It was just hard to, he would hole shot, and then I would just chase. And it was just.
But it had to just infuriate him that you were getting the second motos.
Yeah, because a lot of the second motos were on the last lap or a lap to go. It wasn't like I hole shotted and said, see ya. Yeah. It was like he hole shotted again, and I just dogged him, and I'd get him with, half a track to go, with 1 lap to go, and pull off the victory. And yeah, it's frustrating because we'd be equal, but then I'd win the national and kept the points close, because you could still say I'm still in it, Yeah. But I got the overalls, which
you were making a lot more money. Probably pissed him off.
Which paid. That was the bonus, the win. The motos, you got moto wins, but overall was the big bonus. So.
And how was that bike? And speaking of that bike, we actually, funny enough, we just rode it last year. We did this. And the jersey that's behind you.
That's what we made for it.
Is what Troy made for you for this. We found. And a collector up north brought this bike down. It was you had 2 84 125 race bikes. Maybe there was 3.
probably somebody built one in the shop. There's still
But
two
they
floating
were
around.
actual works parts, had
Yeah.
the aluminum tank, all the stuff, and he got it running and said, if you get Wardy to ride it, I'll let you ride it. And we had some jetting issues.
A little jetting issue, but it was fast.
Well, you listen to it, and
it pulled.
It pulled.
It was amazing how it went up the hill there. It was loamy, and it was like, this thing's fun. It was like a couch. I mean, the way it felt, the softness wise, but.
And dude, I'm getting chills just thinking about it, because I was watching you ride this thing and hearing it, and your like style, your body positioning, dude, it was like you went right back to 84. Like kind of the way you had to lean back into it.
Yeah,
and
get the traction.
I was dying because you looked like it was 1984 again. It was so
Yeah.
If you guys missed it, you can find it on YouTube. Go to Whiskey Throttle Media, Jeff Ward. It'll probably pop up.
It was cool.
What a fun deal.
Yeah, but that bike was awesome. That was it was, I could say it was equivalent to the Honda.
I was going to
bike.
say, everybody always talks about how good
Yeah.
those 80s Hondas were, and they were.
Yeah.
But you guys had that bike running.
That bike, yeah. Like I said, we always had a good motor, which was even really good that year. Had so much bottom for a 125, and the power band and the top end. The handling was good. Bike positioning was good.
You were right, though. It does have a drum, at least a rear.
Yeah, it has a rear. It has a front disc because
Okay.
it has the big plastic Kirby, or like Turby's type thing on it. But like the year before, 83, I think the Honda was still a little better. And then this year, everything came. The motor was even better than last year. I think that was the only thing maybe hurting us a little bit the year before, was the Honda was a little bit faster.
A little bit of power.
Yeah. So, 84 was, and our 250 was the same. It got better from 83 to 84. So both of them were. I won my first Supercross that year. I won 4 that year.
Yeah, so Seattle was your first win. How big of a moment was that for you in Supercross? Was that a big box to tick?
Yeah, just because I got a lot of seconds. I mean, we went back to how many seconds I got in thirds and seconds, and I always seemed to be there, and something would happen, I'd fall, or so it just seemed like it was getting further away sometimes, like because there's still tons of competition. But then that year our bike was so good. Like I said, I had Spencer. My program was good. I just had a lot more confidence. And when I was leading the race, that I should be here. Before, when I was there, I was like, oh, I got to win this. I can win this. I got to win this.
Yeah.
But then now that year when I was leading, I wasn't even thinking of winning it. It was just, this is what I'm going to, it's just, you were going to do it. It just came natural.
Yeah. I was going to ask you, like, when you're riding or racing, do you have like an inner monologue, or is your brain just kind of quiet and you're just doing kind of what's coming naturally, or are you talking to yourself?
No, never talk. I mean, it's tough to get that out of your head. I mean, I basically just tried to race the track, like just tried to make every corner the best I could make. Like I'd always think is like I was an entertainer, and I'm entertaining the crowd. Like I'm going to show them how bitchin' I can take this corner. Yeah. So every time it was all like about style, just like how in that way I didn't think about like everybody else, what if they were catching me, or but at some point you're going to see that because their pit board's going to come up, or you got them on the track. You can tell when you're hauling ass, and all of a sudden they're 3 bike lengths ahead of you, and you're like, oh fuck. The gain, I nailed that lap, and he's gaining on. So you try to go harder, and then you make mistakes. Next thing you know, he gains more, and then it's just snowballs. But then you can kind of, once they get to you, you kind of regroup because you forget about them catching you. Now they've caught you. So now it's like, I better get my ass going again, and then you figure it out.
Well, I was just wondering what your mental process was, because you're such a freaking good racer.
Yeah.
Like, whether it was SuperMoto, Moto, all these different years, Motocross of Nations, you found a way to win. And so, like, I'm just curious about what your mental.
I think that's a big part of it. It's hard to you can't teach it.
No.
And it's my brain, how it works in everything I've done from car. We'll talk about later in cars, and even my triathlons and stuff. When I went into triathlon or biathlons, my mentality when they're taking off the line is I'm going to win this thing. It's like, that's how I'm going to get the best out of my potential, is going in thinking I'm going to do this because I'm getting everything out of I can. And then reality sets in when you halfway in the run, when you realize my body can't quite keep up with my brain of winning this thing, and like, what the hell am I doing? But then you're that much further ahead than you would have been. And then it's just the way like my brain works. It's like, so you just attack it that way. You take off the gate, like knowing you're going to win, and that's all you think about.
Do you think there was something in your upbringing that shaped your brain, shaped you to think that way, or was it that's just how you were? You think that was?
My dad was pushed me. I mean, he was a tough dad.
Was he?
Scottish. I mean, just rough, tough. So I was brought up tough.
Okay.
So
yeah, you were dropped off at the
yeah,
track
they didn't care.
and
Yeah,
left all day.
no, I mean, just everything was, yeah. It was just, it's funny thinking back about it that I was fearless, for some reason. And, I mean, I didn't like getting it but it never crossed my brain. So I think my dad had a lot to do with just, if I had a bad race, he'd let me know. He pushed me. Yeah. It was like,
don't be a pussy. Like, that
yeah,
kind of stuff.
yeah. Like you ride like my grandma and just, yeah, he was on me. So when I went to the line, it was like, I'm not coming back to the truck and getting yelled at today. I'm winning this thing. So not know if it was the best upbringing, but yeah, he was tough. He was a athlete. I mean, he just brought me up as an athlete. There was no whining, and there was no, I mean, when you're on that line, you were there to win. You weren't there for second place, and that's why it was frustrating at the beginning of my career, because I went that's why I would go to the line thinking I can win, because that's what my mentality was as mini bikes, and it happened. And then when I went to the big bikes, I still had that same mentality, and then I started getting beat. And then that's when it was hard trying to keep that confidence to I can get, but that's what kept me going every day I got up was to get better.
You were determined to get
I had
back
that.
to that.
Yeah. If I didn't, I would have been washed up and thrown out the back, because I mean, I wasn't that great of talent. I mean, I was a talent, but I would think I was still being thought as of this great mini bike racer that could, if he was as good as he was in mini bikes, he's going to be winning races. But those first 4 or 5 years, I didn't show that potential. And
but this is, that's the breaking point, right? Looking back in your era, Mouse McCoy,
right.
Help me here. There's a million, but all of these really amazing, Lowell Thompson, Butch Smith. I don't know if you remember those names.
Yeah, yeah.
Mini bike legends. Like these
Right.
guys were unreal, and then just fizzled when they made.
Well,
made the move
even
to
guys
pro
like
racing.
Kehoe. I mean, he was there for a while. I mean, he did win a championship, but then he dropped off. I don't know why. Why that happened, because he was a talented guy, but then he just struggled for something. And he was gone.
Yeah.
And I could have been gone, but I contributed that to Kawasaki as well, because their bike wasn't that good. So if I was on a Honda and was doing that, I'd have been done. I'd have been sitting out the back, but maybe I wouldn't have, because maybe the bike was that good. But which I proved on the Yamaha. So, but Cowie knew that their bike wasn't that good, so they were giving me this little leeway of it's kind of 50-50 here. The bike's not as good. If it was better, he'd be doing better. And then as it got better, then you can see, once I started winning, then it just kept going. So
yeah, I'm just curious. Even today, there's still mini bike kids that can't miss, right? The Nico Izzy, the Austin Stroops, then poof,
gone.
Being great on a mini bike is no guarantee.
No.
And so those years, those first years where you were struggling, that shows what you're made of, right? You either go, I'm going to figure this out, or you go, man.
Yeah, what's next?
Yeah, I guess I'm done.
That never crossed my mind.
Yeah.
For sure.
Okay, so
84.
How was you win the championship? You got your first 250 win. I don't know how many you won that year.
4.
4.
Yeah.
Okay. It started this was a big year for you.
Yeah,
just results wise, you start going through, and it's a lot of 1, 2. I mean, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 4, 1.
Yeah.
It was a good year.
Yeah. The 84 was the
Is this
start
when you bought
of
the Porsche.
No, man. I had a Porsche in 78.
Oh, okay.
I had a high school. I had a Porsche.
Really? The
Yeah,
red
yeah.
one, or was it different?
No, I had a gold one in high school,
Okay.
911 SC. I bought it in 1980. It was in 1980.
Okay.
So, yeah, I was the king of high school.
You posted one the other day. It was the red one.
Yeah, the red one. That was in 89.
You had that for 20 years and put 5,000 miles on
Yeah,
it?
yeah. I never drove it. I drove it to Anaheim press day, and then I'd never drive it, and I'd go down to go breakfast in it, and then just parked there, and then I finally got rid of it. But yeah, it just sat there, and I mean, I had a good life. I mean, I had a big house, built a big house in 89. I had a boat and dualies and then Porsche and street bikes, and
It's good to be king.
So yeah, it was fun, but I never used them. That's one thing. That's the whole thing. I couldn't, because I was racing, so it was nice to have them. I used my boat once. To have it. I went to the river one time and then parked it, sat there. I drove my car a couple times, sat there. I had street bikes. I don't think I rode them at all. I had jet skis, so I just couldn't take the days off to go do it. My competitiveness wouldn't let me know that somebody else is training and
If
I'm
you're
at
out
the river.
driving around in the Porsche and someone
Yeah.
else is training, you just couldn't have
Now,
it.
if I could get them to all go to the river with me, then it would be fine.
That's what Jeremy did. Yeah.
did. Smart guy. So yeah, no, those guys, Osho and Bailey, and they weren't going to the river.
No.
Nobody was. Brock was maybe the only one that went now and again, but he didn't go that much either. It was just all show too. So.
Yeah. Okay, so anything that, like, what stands out with you for you, like your first title? How big was that for you? What'd you guys do? Any kind of celebration or anything? Or
We just had a big celebration at the Red Lion in Seattle at Washougal.
Okay.
All the Japanese were there. It got pretty wild. With furniture thrown out the window.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, we raided the main Japanese room. We knocked on it, and
Oh, no.
he unfortunately opened the door. We had like whipped cream and spray, and we just doused him and got his hair all just, yeah.
Were they good sports about it? I see.
They were shocked.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Japanese, how they are.
They
And
don't
this
do
is
that.
back in the 80s. I mean, low 84. So culture, Western culture was barely getting over to Japan around
Yeah.
that time. And they thought we were just crazy to begin with. So
Yeah.
we messed them up. And
who in '84? Who was your teammates? Did I ask you that?
yeah, I'm still trying to remember who they were.
Dogger wasn't there yet.
No. Dogger wasn't there.
Was Chicken there? No, he was later too.
No, Tom Benolkin, I think, was
Oh.
in 80. No, he was before that. God dang, he was in 80. He was 82 because I remember him doing really well at Whitney the year I won the
Grossi?
the
Did you say
class.
Grossi? No, he would have been gone by then too.
Goat was for sure.
Okay. Goat was probably leading on.
Goat.
a lot
Well,
of
yeah,
this
he
stuff.
was one. Yeah, he was the one trying to get in the room.
Goat was wild.
Oh, we had fun in Japan when we were over there. Yeah, we should be in jail.
With Goat?
Yeah.
What happened?
Oh, just with the Japanese just love to drink, and we don't drink. No, I never
Yeah.
drank. So they would get drunk, and we were in this room. They have all like this rice paper, the sliders and
Yeah,
all
yeah,
that.
yeah.
And Goat was really good at juggling, and then all of a sudden we started throwing the balls through the
Through the
paper, and the and then the were. I can't remember what Goat was doing to the Japanese, but then once we get outside, I remember we got some scooters or something, and they took their scooters and riding around town, and cops and ditch. It was just
It's a very subdued, respectful culture.
Oh,
and so
when they see that happen, they're just freaked out.
they lose their minds. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you'd leave tips on tables, and you'd leave, and they'd chase you down to give you the tip back because you don't leave tips.
Yeah,
and just so polite, and then here we are just revving everything up, so we had a good party. Yeah, it was fun. It was fun. They celebrated because they had won a championship. I don't know if they'd ever won one. I mean, I think Weinert maybe won one way before that. I have no idea.
Yeah.
So it was a big deal, especially. And then we went to Japan the end of that year. And, that was really cool up at the factory because I used to go over and test over there in Nishikashi for like a month, and so we got to know like a lot of the people there, and it's kind of funny because one of the kids that built my bike or helped build it back in like 84 and 83, he became the top guy at Kawasaki like the last 5 or 6 years ago or whatever it was. So
Okay.
I was down at Kawasaki, and he introduced me to him, and he showed me a picture of him when 30 years ago, 40
You didn't
years
put
ago.
together it was the same
No,
guy?
you didn't know it was.
Yeah.
He was like a teenager back then working at the factory and doing parts or whatever, and now he's head of Kawasaki and helped build my bikes back when I raced. So it was pretty cool.
That's funny.
So yeah, we had a good time, and that was a good year. And I think that led up to even a better year in 85.
Yeah. It was one other thing on that Japanese culture. We went over for Christmas last year. My daughter turned 16, so my whole family went over with my sister and her family. And the trains,
Yeah.
like, they are so structured. We got split up. Half of our party jumped on the train.
And the doors closed.
And the doors closed.
Yep.
And so we're like
We've
pulling
done
the
that.
thing, trying to get them to stop to let them in because they were right there. And they lost their minds. They're like,
Yeah.
no,
Yeah.
the doors do not open once
Right.
we close them. They'll have to get on another train.
Yeah.
We were going from Hiroshima back to Tokyo.
Yeah.
And the whole way, every time we would stop at, Kyoto,
Yeah,
or where we
yeah,
stopped, they would say something in Japanese, and then it would come out in English. The train is delayed by 2 minutes due to bad behavior of the passengers.
way.
Yeah. Like they shamed us all the way
Oh
to
my God.
Tokyo. And they
Yeah.
said something like, over the 365 days, a calendar year, they'll only run like 4 minutes behind.
Wow.
And
You were half of it.
half of it.
We've done that before where somebody's got on and they take off, and we're like get off at the next stop. So then we'd get on, and then they'd be there to come back on, you know, like, because they didn't know where they were going, like part of our party. And we've had it where I was with Candace, my wife, and her mom, and we asked for directions how to get somewhere on the train station. The guy told us to go down, get on that train, and go that way. So we go down, and we get on the train, and it takes off, and this guy, all of a sudden, he's coming through the thing after us, and he's told us that we got on the wrong train. So he got on the wrong train
just to
go with us to get us off and put us back on the right train to go the other way. So he ran us down to tell us that. I love Japan.
No, it's a sweet culture.
Yeah, that's my favorite place in the world to travel, was
really?
Japan. Oh, I loved it. Yeah.
Well, they're very obviously very respectful. Like, there's this somewhere in Tokyo. It's the busiest intersection in the world. I forget how many streets come in the city.
I know where it is.
And I have a video of it. I'm standing there. You can hear a pin drop. Like, no one will speak in public.
No.
They think it's rude because it's like, this is a shared space. You know, I don't want to be rude and speak while you're here.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, you know, we're typical Americans. We're laughing and obnoxious. And,
yeah, we had so much fun over there. We had fun.
Yeah.
It wasn't as bad as we make it sound out that we did. It was just little things that they freaked out on when we do them. They're just not used to it.
Yeah. Cool. Okay, so 85. Let's go into that season. And you really, unless I haven't hit it here, but no injuries really along the way to this point? I mean, nothing major?
I blew my knee out in 84 during the Nationals. I at Red Bud. Going down this fast little straight of rut. I put it in, it just ripped it back. First moto, I won the second moto. It was just swollen, so I came home. It was just like huge. I went to Mike Bell's doctor, and they drained it, and he said he wanted to do surgery on it. And I said, I got a race next weekend, so I can't do surgery. So we got it drained, and then I got it taped up, and then I went and raced the rest of the year. But I got a knee brace from Jim Castile. He made the first knee brace and gave me a knee brace that held it on, and I never got surgery on it.
Ever?
Nope.
It's still torn.
I don't know. So I won the championship. That was 84. I didn't only, I won the race the next week with it. So, and I got drained again. I got drained like 3 times. So it was still swelling up.
Was it hurting?
Yeah, a little bit. But it was more of a hyperextension deal.
Okay.
So that brace he made had the lockout, so it wouldn't go all the way to hyperextension. So when I leaned, I went to go back, it didn't go back the other way. So it stopped it, and I really didn't get much pain from that. So it was kind of awkward because I had to stop at not even close to being really straight. So it was kind of like when I went to go straight, this leg was like,
off the peg.
The peg.
Or on your toe.
So yeah, it was kind of weird. So I changed my style a little bit for a while, and then it just kind of got better, and I never got it fixed. Jeez. And then I just started strengthening it because I was still doing squats and everything with Spencer to keep it strong. And I was still working it when it was sore. So we worked through it.
People tell me about that, like, oh yeah, just strengthen it. Like LaRocco raced his whole career with no ACL.
Right.
When I blew mine out, man, I couldn't. I'd stick my leg out and my foot would just be flopping around. Right. I'm like, I can't. I just couldn't. Yeah,
I don't know what I hurt in it because I never even got an MRI of it.
Oh, you didn't?
No.
Okay.
Never even got it checked. Just drained it and kept going. I'm like, it's pretty good. Let's just keep going. So really didn't want to know.
Okay.
And so it could have just been MCL. Who knows what it was, but
it could be partial tear. It could be lots of. Did you hear it pop when it did it?
I don't remember.
Yeah. All right, so going into 85, good off season. Was the bike better that year? They finally did go to disc brakes, I think, all the way around.
Yeah, the bike was good the year before in 84. I won, and it was a little even better in 85. They changed quite a bit of stuff for that even.
And this was a really big year for you. You won everything. Yeah,
I won that was my first year in the 250 outdoor. I won 6 out of the 10, and then the Supercross I only won 1, but I won the championship.
Yeah, and Talk about that season.
That was a 2-moto format that year in 85. We had 2
Supercross?
motos. Yeah, 2 motos. So, there was no main event. It was just first moto and second moto. You had the heat race and semi, and then you went to the main events. And you had 2 of them. There were 12 laps each.
And it was scored just like moto,
just like moto.
Wise? 25,
either they did the 25, 23, or they did the Olympic 2-1. Yeah.
Interesting. Was that just a 1-year deal?
1-year deal, yeah. So I won a lot of 1 motos, but then I'd get a 4th.
Yeah.
And then somebody else would go 2-2 and win. So it was like it was that, but I won the championship.
What was the year where you crashed and rode backwards on the track, or there was
that was 85.
Drama? That was 85.
That was the last race of the season at Rose Bowl.
And Glover wanted to say, that
protest. Yeah. So he got protested at Carlsbad. He crashed up in like the second turn up on the hill, and then he rode down the hill. Magoo got disqualified at Saddleback because that kamikaze, that one road jump, he crashed halfway up, and you couldn't go up, so he had to ride down. But he was riding down while people were coming up, and it was only like 5 feet wide.
Right.
And he was probably wide open. So he got disqualified, and then Glover got disqualified at the GP, I think it was, which I don't even think it was a national. Maybe it was a national, but he bump started his bike going the wrong way while guys were coming. I was in my heat race, and I swapped and went down, and my bike was on a jump facing the wrong way. And I picked it up. It was facing the wrong way. My clutch was broken off. So I put it in neutral, and then I rolled down the jump and started it. And so I was moving. I had to kick it in gear. So when I kicked it in gear, it went forward, and then I had to turn with no clutch. So I'm like, try not to stall it. So I went about, but I was the last place guy. There was nobody there.
Nobody
So I just turned around, and then I went going, and they protested that I rode on the track backwards, which I did probably.
Did you qualify out of that heat still?
No, I had to go to the semi. So really, all they could do was fine me because I'm going I have to go to the semi anyway. So you can't disqualify me from the event. I haven't even got to the main event yet, right? So
you went to the semi anyway. So.
I had to go to the semi, which I got last pick on the gate, and then I qualified, and then I won the night. I didn't do anything in the main events to be disqualified, so I beat Brock. And then at the end of the night, they said we're gonna protest the race that you ran backwards and should be disqualified. And I'm like, how can I get disqualified from motos I didn't do anything in? You can't disqualify me for the event. If I punched somebody and got in a fight,
If you had done it, if you had done that, came back and qualified out of the heat, didn't ride a semi, then I could see they have a case, maybe.
Yeah,
but you had to ride the semi anyway.
Yeah, they fined me and made me ride the semi. I mean, I had to ride the semi anyway, or whatever it was, last chance or whatever it was, because it was a 2-moto format. So I don't even know if you just went to last chance or whatever it was.
Right.
So I had to go still get into the main event, right? Yeah. It wasn't like I got in and I shouldn't have got in. I wasn't sure
all the details on that, so I wanted to ask.
Yeah, and I mean their thing is, they got disqualified, but they didn't get disqualified from the second moto. They got to race the second moto, so disqualify me from the heat race, which she did.
Right.
So, but I still get to go to the semi.
Right.
I'm pretty sure is how it worked. So it was just a big,
Well.
Anyway,
doing whatever they can do, I guess.
Yeah, I mean they felt like it, that was wrong, but I could see if it was in the main event and I did it and rode down and still got points and won the championship, then I probably wouldn't have won the championship. But
how many? That was the last round of the year.
Yeah. So we went to the last race of the Supercross. I was only a point ahead of Brock and only 2 points ahead of Lachine. So it was basically anybody that won that night.
Was it Pasadena then?
Yeah. The Rose Bowl. Anybody that won that night won the championship. So it was, I think they were using the 3-point format, the 23. Yeah, so if you won, you had 25, 23, even though whatever it was. So if you won, you still got the same points as they do the Triple Crown. Right. So, if Dogger would have won, he beat me by more than 3 points. So it was,
God, that's
it was whoever won. It was, it was like, so it was, and I think even Brock beat me the first moto, so I had to beat him the second moto to beat him overall. I didn't win the race. Omara won the overall.
Okay.
But I beat Brock, so I won the championship.
Jeez.
So it was really tight. It was so it was a nail burner, definitely for sure. In the second moto, I mean, Osho was leading and he was kind of holding me up a little bit, and Brock was on me. So this is, I
have to go back and watch this moto.
Yeah, Brock was on me, so it was like he's going to take me out, and I got to get by Osho to get out of here, but he wants to win the overall, so he was fighting and kind of broke away from Brock a little bit because of that. I kind of had to make a decision, like I got to get by Johnny to have at least a safe space, because I don't think he's going to take me out, because I think he still gets the overall, even if he got second, because I think our first moto was like third and fourth, so and he won, so I know he knew he could get second, get the overall. So it was like, it was like a nail biter.
So you ended up getting by and winning the second one?
I got second behind Osho and ahead of Brock. Brock got third. He was like 5 bike lengths behind the finish. So it was it was a nail biter, but I didn't know I won the championship because it went to arbitration.
Really? Because
so it took 6 months till I knew I won the championship. So,
you're kidding.
Yeah, they couldn't give me the championship, so it was kind of a phone call. Like, we won. It's like, so it was like,
sucks.
Yeah. So then I had to race the nationals, the whole year, waiting to see if I got that or not. So
Okay, so take me through the nationals that year. First year in 250s. Man, you're firing. You won Gatorback. You won Hangtown.
Won one at the first
Houston.
race and won the second one, won one. So I was on fire on the 250, yeah.
And I mean...
Hannah was racing 250 that year. Bob was on...
Honda?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he was on Honda that year.
And who else? I mean, that was RJ. RJ was on Honda again, right?
No, he was on Yamaha that
86
year.
he came on.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
right.
So he was there.
So who were you battling with for this title?
Johnny.
Oh, Johnny.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Johnny, yeah. And Hannah. But I think Hannah got hurt, maybe missed a race or two. But he may have won a national that year, maybe at Millville or something. I'm not sure.
Yeah, what was super weird back then, even when I started racing, is you guys did it worse. It would be like a couple of nationals, 2 supercrosses, some more nationals, a supercross, some more nationals. Like it was all intermixed. It wasn't like let's get one
we used to
series
do
done.
Gainesville, and the next week was Daytona, and then Miami Supercross, and then we go race Hangtown, and then we go So it was you had to be ready. You were just changing.
The thing is, and when I started, it was the same thing where Gainesville was in the middle of the Supercross season, but then that was just one,
right?
And then the second round was after Supercross was over,
right.
And I always was like, what are we doing? I gotta, your training has to completely change.
Yeah,
it goes from
hard.
really sprint work to more endurance stuff.
Yeah.
And how can you be ready for 2 things?
Yeah, it was hard.
It was hard.
I mean,
and you guys did it a lot. Like it would just
we did. Yeah, for
bounce
years until I don't know when they changed that, but it was a long time till they maybe around 86, 85. I know we.
Yeah, I don't know when it got better, but Gainesville stayed in there till at least 98.
Yeah, because I
think 98.
Yeah, Gatorback, and then we went the next week to Daytona. Yeah. So,
but about 86, they got rid of all of the mix-ups.
Yeah, then
except for Gainesville.
Yeah, and then the Nationals. I don't know when it was started. 88, 89, when they did the 6 races of 250s and then 6 races of 500.
Yeah, that was also a little strange.
Yeah, that was a little weird too. So, I'm not sure what year that started. So it was like short. You couldn't have one. You have one DNF, and you're pretty much your season's done. Your nationals are over.
Yeah,
because you only have 5 races to go. It's like,
and it was an interesting dynamic too, because the Suzuki guys didn't make a 500.
Right.
So you'd have those 250 Supercross guys dropping down into the 125.
Yeah.
To help
whoever
Cooper,
their team,
whoever their guy was. Right. It was always
Honda did that at the last national at Washougal on 85 for the 250. They took Bailey out of the 500 and whoever else, Magoo or somebody, and put him in the 250 class to get points away from me for Johnny.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I had to bullet on my target on my back from Bailey and Magoo or whoever else was on the Honda that year.
Did it work? How does?
David said David
got second.
Yeah. So I could have probably won the overall maybe, and David just said I can't run with these guys. Like basically just like I'm not going to be able to do anything.
Yeah. Who won that day?
I don't know. I don't know if Johnny won or not.
Okay.
I can't remember.
But it was.
I got second that day. Yeah, I had 18 points or 20-point lead on Johnny, so I didn't really have to win that day. But I definitely needed Johnny to win and me to get 4th or 5th each moto.
Yeah.
So.
And we just had Marvin Muscan on a few weeks back, and we were talking about. You remember when he let Dungey by back in New York?
Right.
Well, he had that race won. And the team tactics, and the next weekend, Tomac had Josh Grant. He slowed everybody down, and Grant was catching up. And we were talking about team tactics and how that plays in. It's like it's been going on forever.
Yeah,
I don't think Bailey's going to clean you out, but they just want him to get up there and take points.
Well, they want him to whole shot or win, be in the lead, and if Johnny's second, to let him go by to win and get it between me. He's not going to come from 5th and clean me out for 4th. And
so is it? Do you just go, it's part of racing, or does it piss you off? I mean. What's your mentality on the line?
At the time, it was just kind of like, oh, shit, I don't have anybody to help me out. I don't have anybody in the 250 class that's going to be able to, fight for those guys to let me by. Lachine was not there yet. So, I don't even know who my teammate was at that time. We only had one 250 rider, I believe, so it was me. And, it was kind of intimidating a little bit because it definitely made more pressure than just having to beat Johnny.
Yeah.
By a little bit, and there was really nobody else out there. I mean, RJ was there too. So if I did go down on the first turn, that's 2 more guys or 3 more guys that are going to get between me and Johnny, or at least having to pass them to slow it down. So it was smart of them to do, but it didn't work.
All right. So both titles that year, great season. What about going into 86?
Production rule.
This was production rule kicks in. RJ goes to Honda. Now they've got Ricky, David, and Johnny.
Right.
I think Johnny had some injuries that year. He kind of was not a big factor in 86, if I remember right.
Yeah.
He was hurt in there. I can't remember what it was, but did that affect you guys bike-wise?
Yeah, because I had a great bike that year before.
85, yeah.
And Honda, our production bike wasn't that great because really nobody raced them, right? I mean, 84, 85, there was not Kawasaki's on the line. There were Hondas or Suzuki's or Yamaha. Kawasaki's production bike still wasn't up to the other production bikes. I think they might have not even had disc brakes yet, even when I had them, because I had factory bikes. So they were just so behind on everything. And, we got our race bikes, which, were factory bikes that, they made out of production bikes, which, put all the good stuff on it and lighten up everything and do what they can to. It wasn't bad. It was just another.
Probably spurred them on to improve their production bike.
Well, they had to. Yeah. I mean, it came decent. I mean, because it wasn't too bad. I mean, I won some races that year on it. So, yeah.
86, let's see, you went 3-4-3 in the championships, fourth in both 250 classes and then third in the 500. But you still won races, and you won.
It just wasn't.
Won Seattle, won Houston. Shoot, you won Lakewood, you won Washougal. So you're still competitive on it. But
yeah, I can win on it. It just. Well, I don't think. I think the Honda had a little bit better bike. That was production wise. Maybe I don't know what the difference was, but
talk about a little bit your battles you had with RJ. Like, so for me, this is like core memories for me as a kid. 85, 86, that window until Ricky broke his wrist. Like your battles.
Yeah.
And I used to hate RJ because I was a Wardy guy, and I would he's so arrogant, and
right.
I don't, I would just as a 10-year-old kid get all bummed out. And I love Ricky now. He's a sweetheart and he's funny. I appreciate his personality. But as a kid, I was a Wardy guy.
Yeah.
And you guys battled. But I always wondered if you, what your relationship was like. Did you guys really not like each other? Were you good, but you just battled hard on the track? Like, how was it?
We never talked at all.
Really?
I mean, yeah, we were not. He had such a strong personality. I mean, just. He needed attention. He needs the attention, and he wants to be I didn't want the attention. I just wanted to race, So him and I just really didn't look for the same things on that day, where he was always going towards the cameras and I was going the opposite way just to get away from the cameras. Yeah. But we raced the Nations together in 83 and maybe 84, I think both, or 84, and then again in 87. But we got along great in the Nations, better than I think even like Johnny and I did, because Johnny and I at the time were competitors in the 125, so where RJ, he was in the 250 and we were 125, so we weren't really
sure it was no
button heads at that time. In 87 we were, of course, but we're great team. In 88 too, we were teammates. So he was great at that, and we got along fine, and but we just never really talked at all or said anything to each other between anything that.
It was all business at the races.
Yeah.
You guys had some run-ins though on the track.
Yeah,
he was pretty aggressive.
He's always aggressive. Yeah. I mean, it wasn't dirty. He would lean. He'd hit you. Yeah. And he'd lean on you. He didn't have to because he was going by anyway. But he just wanted to let you know he was there.
Yeah.
And so I was aggressive with him. There was you'd dive in there and never clean him out, but because he knew he was going to get you back. But he was probably the toughest guy to have behind you, just because you could get he beat me in a lot of races. If you see a lot of I have a pretty decent lead sometimes, and he just wears you down. I mean, I don't know if it wears you down, but he's just kind of a bulldog, and
he was relentless.
He could find time where I couldn't find the time because I'd be too precise. I'd jump in and just be perfect. I could do it every lap, but then he'd just come in like I don't give a crap, and he'd make up 3 bike lengths. Or if I did that, I'd probably go down in 5 out of.
He had a little bit of kind of Carmichael before there was Carmichael.
Yeah, his feet would come off the pegs, but he was big, so he would make time doing that, and then he'd take the triple and be straight up because his feet were off, and he'd land, and it wouldn't bother him. And if I did that, my race would be over.
Yeah.
I'd be like pumped up and like this is not me. But that's him, so he could get away with a lot more, and that would catch me a lot, where he'd go off the beaten path and was able to maybe manhandle it more than I could. I had to stay on my line and be smooth, but then there were times I could do that so good that he couldn't catch me.
Right.
You know, he'd lose time and he'd be pissed. I mean, both of us, like I said, I mean, we both say I hated losing more than I liked winning, especially when it was him winning. You know, that was
a little salt in the wound.
The only reason why you wanted to win the next week is just because you didn't want to see him up there doing what he does, you know, when he wins. And he was the same way. So, but that just elevated our game, you know. It's just
man, I know there was a lot of other great racers, but for that window, it was really you two. That was the fight.
Yeah, there was really nobody else in the chance, because if you look at it, I mean, I won in 87, you know, I won in 85, 80, he won in 88, you know, then 89, I don't think he won again, but I was second, you know, so it was like I got second to him like 2 or 3 times, and same with the outdoors, and the same with him. If I won the outdoors, he won the Supercross, and if I won the Supercross, he won the outdoor. So it was just like back and forth each year. Yeah. One would win, one would get second, one would win, one would get just swapped. For, you know, even on the 500s, it did the same thing in the 500s. So a lot of years of kind of like what Osho and I did for 2 years, we did for like 5. Yeah. That was kind of, so RJ would be probably my biggest rival.
Yeah. Well, I think that's why it was such a prolific rivalry, because it went on for a long time. Yeah. And you guys were both so stubborn and driven. You know what I mean? Like, you wanted to win so bad. Yeah. And when two guys that want to, you know what I mean? It was really fun to watch. Like, to me, maybe one of the coolest little windows of the sport. Yeah. In terms of eras. It was cool. And we got to ride Supercross 250 and 500. So there was just a lot of different bikes that got. Well, I'm going to ask you about 500s here in a minute. But as far as that production bike, though, you guys felt like, do you think you were a tick-off Honda in 86? I think so. 87, I don't think we were. I think 87 we made, you know, pretty good progress, and I think just getting used to the bike and learning what didn't work the year before and fixing that. And what were the biggest things, like swing arm? Because were you using the same frames? Like, what was the biggest difference between the Works bikes and then that production year? Well, compared to production, I mean, they beef up things, you know, that you could beef up so it didn't flex, and you know, the head stay would have, you know, extra welds on them, and because they knew that, I don't know if they have a stress test or whatever, which I don't know why they didn't build the production bikes that way, for safety anyway. But you were allowed to do that, I think, on the production rule, is strengthen up stuff, because you can't have it breaking. So just stuff like that, and maybe the swing arm, you know, inside the swing arm is probably different, just to make it stronger so it doesn't flex, and just other things like that. With and then of course everything's light with tie, and you can triple clamps and all that. You can have factory stuff, so all that was it was fine. Really just frame, swing arm, and motor. Well, the motor was really not much different than our factory motor anyway. Yeah. The frame and swing arm would have been the biggest thing, but I know you guys had like handmade. Yeah, all works. Yeah, they're all. Yeah, everything was handmade back then, and the frame was handmade and built properly, and which was cost effective. You know, you couldn't do it for a production bike because it's all hand done. And but it surprises me they couldn't take. Okay, here's the specs of our Works swing arm. Let's figure out a way to manufacture this to where it's close. Pretty close. Yeah. It just never seemed the same for some reason. I don't know why. Yeah. It was just a totally different bike. The gas tank was different. You know, the way the seat was. Like our factory bike was nice and just perfectly, you know, laid out. And then that big old tank was different. Yeah. It did have a big old. It did have. Just, I mean, one of the pictures we have, it's just like a big old up ramp to it. And the 500 was even worse because it was bigger. Yeah. It was like, you know, So just a bike change in general. But they were pretty good. I think everybody was going through that too. Yeah, the 85 Works Hondas were. Oh yeah, unreal. There's no way you could say that the production bike was good as that Works Honda. There's no way. No. That thing was a classic piece of art. Do you think that was good for the sport, that move, or does it matter? No, I don't think. I think kind of like the. I think maybe letting everybody do what they want to do. Yeah. I mean, It's a factory bike. I mean, I can see maybe the 125 class. Keep long, that it's like long as it fits in with the length, the height, the motor, you know, build what you want to build. Aluminum tank, I don't know, put the tank like Yamaha under the seat. I mean, they changed it all. Don't make it to where you have to sell 2,000 of them to be able to do that. I think let the factories do what they want to do. I mean, I don't know how much further you'd be along right now if they did. I mean, I don't know what you can do a bike now to make it any better. And the whole point of it was to keep privateers competitive, but like
No,
privateers
they're
are not
still
going to be
they're still
competitive.
going to finish the same place they are now.
Absolutely.
You know, and if the bike would still be that much better if they let them go, it's going to be good enough. I mean, now they're detuning everything pretty much. I mean,
Yeah.
the 450's got too much power.
Yeah.
You know, it's like a 500. It has too much power.
Yeah.
So,
Okay. Interesting stuff. We're going to get into 87 here with Wardy, the 500s, Motocross of Nations. We got a lot of stuff to cover here. We're going to take a quick break. This is your Troy Lee Designs timeout. Stick around. We're going to be right back. There's a new product on the market that's going to help you with your riding and racing, and it's Elevate Action Sports. If you've not yet gone and checked it out at elevateactionsports.com, it's a collective of riding coaches, the likes of which has never been put together. Grant Langston, Ryan Hughes, Jeff Emick, Johnny Campbell, and myself, David Pingree, bringing all of our years of experience in professional racing to one place with professionally produced videos and all kinds of supporting staff to help you with your mental side of racing, your physical side, your bike setup, your bike maintenance. We cover it all. Get to Elevate Action Sports right now and join the community.
Dunlop. There is a reason every AMA championship in the past decade was won on Dunlop tires. They are the best. Choose the best performing tire and a brand that has never wavered in their support of our sport. Choose Dunlop. Pro Circuit. Pro Circuit products are designed with one goal in mind: winning. Through passion and hard work, Pro Circuit has operated the most successful 250 team in the history of the sport. They use that same formula when developing exhaust, engine, and suspension parts for every brand. When only the highest level of performance is acceptable, trust Pro Circuit.
Since 2009, Seat Concepts has been dedicated to making the best aftermarket seats. More comfort, more grip, more riding. For 10 years, we've continued to raise the bar. Innovation and American craftsmanship make Seat Concepts the world-leading manufacturer of power sports seats.
Something from nothing. That's what Nihilo Concepts is about. It starts with a spark, an idea, a concept, which leads to a design, and finishes with engineered excellence with the highest quality products created with durability in mind. All our products are made in the USA at our state-of-the-art facility in Stuart, Florida. Whether you are a weekend warrior, ride for fun, or at the highest level of competition, Nihilo Concepts offers innovative titanium, aluminum, and carbon fiber parts for your dirt bike. We offer a wide variety of products that you can customize to your liking. Browse our site for foot pegs, brake tips, engine components, specialty tools, frame grip tape, lever grips, carbon fiber components, motor stands, our secondary on-switch, plus much more. Head to NihiloConcepts.com and see for yourself why factory teams like Red Bull KTM, Rockstar Husqvarna, Troy Lee Designs Gas, Orange Brigade, Club MX, KLM Gas, and some of the fastest riders in the world choose Nihilo Concepts.
Specialized Bicycles. Specialized leads the way in the world of bicycling. Whether it's cross-country racing, downhill, e-bikes, enduro, road, gravel, dual slalom, dirt jumping, or all mountain bikes that do it all, Specialized has the perfect ride for you. The brand is synonymous with engineering excellence and innovation that steers the industry. Visit your local Specialized dealer for a test ride and see just how good Specialized products are.
Try to keep on keeping on.
With a rich history in motocross, ProX has been dedicated to supplying quality components since 1975. Whether you're rebuilding an engine or just need a new chain, ProX Racing Parts aims to bridge the gap between OE quality and affordability. ProX has over 9,000 part numbers and over 60 different product types that are manufactured by highly reputable or even OEM suppliers and are offered at affordable prices to help keep riders on the bike instead of in the garage. Visit ProX.com to search parts for your bike or check them out at your favorite online or local dealer.
A lot of us have been talking about the Stasic generation of riders, and you forget how quickly things can change in a sport that is as young as motocross. That's 6-7 years that these bikes have been around training riders. So we have a Stasic generation out on the racetrack. A lot of those riders surely were raised on Stasics, and the skills they show are next level. All the things that coaches have been teaching riders on larger motorcycles for decades, they're doing it younger than ever, and it's hard to believe the Stasic generation is already here.
All right, welcome back, everybody. That was your Troy Lee Designs Time Out. If you are in the market for some new gear, get over to TroyLeeDesigns.com. They've got all their new lines out for spring. Mountain bike gear, if you're into mountain biking, if you want to get your paint job done on your helmet, Troy's doing some great stuff over there. Check those guys out. And I want to do a quick mention of our newest partner, Ketone IQ. If you haven't seen this stuff, get ready. You're going to probably see it around a lot. It's being used by a lot of endurance athletes right now. Increases your blood ketones, and it improves focus and energy levels for longer periods of time, especially when you're fasted. If you work out in the mornings and don't want to eat a big breakfast or a bunch of food, it does provide an energy source for your body. And I've just noticed it for me, whether I'm riding or I'm working, helps with mental focus. I really can stay locked in on whatever it is I'm doing. It's a preferred energy source for your body, so it's just very usable energy. And anyway, great stuff. If you guys are looking for an advantage, whether you're at the track, you're going to the gym to work out, whatever you're doing, it's just a little shot. Doesn't taste great, I'm not going to lie to you, but it works. It works, period. I've been doing a lot of research on this, talked to a lot of guys who really believe in it. And so as we kind of suss out and do our due diligence with partners, I'm very suspicious of products like this, but I have found good results with it. I've used it with my daughters. Anyway, I love it. So if you want to give it a try, go to hvmn.com/WTM, Whiskey Throttle Media abbreviation there, and you'll get 30% off your first order. So if you want to try it, you can get a good break on it and see if you like it. So check it out, hvmn.com/WTM. We're stoked to have those guys on board. I love it. So let's get back to our story here with Jeff. We were just covering 86. Not a bad year, but definitely kind of another curveball thrown at you guys with production bikes. You had wins inside out. I want to talk a little bit about the 500. Another cool era that you got to be involved in that no one else is going to get to do, and those things were crazy to ride, let alone race. And I try to picture racing at Unadilla or going up the hill at Washougal. Or you guys didn't ride 500s at Unadilla, did you? That was usually 250 round.
Yeah, we did. We had the 500 Nationals there. It was the last one of 89.
I can't even imagine the roost. Were you, and I know Damon and some of these guys would be like, no, I'm not wearing a chest protector because the roost makes me mad, makes me want to pass them. And I'm just thinking, you have mental problems. You got to go get checked out. Talk a little bit about racing the 500, how you approached that, what was different about it from the 250.
Yeah, I mean, that got thrown into the curveball because prior to that, everybody had their own class. When I was a 125 rider, Ricky rode 250, Bailey was on 500 with Goat, and then it kind of came all together in 86 where they said we're doing 6 nationals on 250 and 6 on 500s, I think, that year. And so we had to start learning to ride a 500. I previously rode one at the USGP. I think that was in 82.
Okay. And that was the picture you were telling me about.
Yeah, but then we also had Motocross of Nations in 83. We rode 500s. So okay. I rode the 500 one time before I did the Nations. And so, yeah, I didn't have much time on a 500.
But it seemed like you rode it well. You adapted to it. You won multiple titles on it. So you were comfortable on it right away. Yeah,
I love the power because it's about getting power to the ground and picking your line. And the Kawasaki was probably the best bike, so that really helped. I feel it was the best bike. just power wise, what we did to the motor to mellow it out, and just the handling of the bike. Just wanted to go straight really well. It was just
That was important with that.
It was
much
important
power.
so that was.
Yeah.
It didn't want to swap side to side. It just seemed to track real good, and I just adapted to it like kind of right away. Just kind of like a 250, but just short shifted, and I guess I was just pretty good at doing that. So the GP was my first time on it, and I qualified first for the GP, which nobody even knew. I mean, ever seen me ride a 500 before, which I hadn't. Really didn't get much time on it. So back then, when the Euros, they all came over and they were running some kind of like sand tire at Carlsbad, and we had the M22 Bridgestone, I think it was, which was a hard pack tire. And
I remember that tire.
Oh yeah, so we ran it everywhere, and we just killed them. And then all of a sudden, they were panicking to get tires, and so I led the whole first moto almost to the end, and they overwatered the track there. It's just like a mud bog when it's 90 degrees out, and coming down the downhill, I missed my brake at the bottom and went over the berm into the chain link fence and got the post in my stomach, and I was lucky it didn't go through me. Like it was one that had a cap on the top. It wasn't a sharp one. Otherwise, it would have stabbed me. So I was done for that moto and the day. So it was short lived, but I was fast on it. And then the next time I rode it was at in Finland. At the Nations that year.
I thought you rode a 125 in Finland, but
no, I didn't. I rode 125 in 88 in France.
Okay,
the 125.
So how did you do on the 500 at that Nations that year?
I led the whole first moto there. I got knocked out on Saturday. I crashed and got knocked out, so I was thrown up and I was dizzy. I had to stay in RJ's room, and he had to keep waking me up. So I was pretty messed up. I was thrown up the day of the race.
That's bad, dude. If you have nausea and vomiting, that's
I wasn't good at all.
Brain injury.
I don't even remember the whole day. So, but there was nobody else to ride, so I went anyway. So I whole shotted the first moto, or Johnny did, past him, and I led till a couple of laps to go, and Andre Malherbe got by me. He was 500 world champion that day. It was a sand track. I didn't like sand, so he got me at the end, and then the second moto, I was done. I was thrown up between the moto. I got second. I told the guys, I said, dude, I don't even know if I can race, but I'm going to be the throwaway moto the next one. I mean, I can't hold down water. And so I go to the starting line. We take off. I go down in the first turn, and I get up, and I'm like, I didn't really care because I'm throwing this moto away, and I look over, and Bailey's down.
Oh no!
And then I look over the other side, and RJ's down. Johnny hole shotted. All three of us are down. So I get up in a panic and just start going wide open. And Bailey was behind me. RJ was behind me. Bailey came up. I let him go by, and I stayed with them. I can't remember, but RJ's bike seized. So now I can't even rely on RJ.
Yeah.
So I had to keep going because they kept telling me I have to keep going. I got to pass. And I passed a couple guys, and we weren't in a position to win. The team that was going to win on the last lap, the guy's bike broke and gave us the win.
Oh my gosh.
So otherwise, we wouldn't. We got lucky. Sometimes it's lucky.
You got lucky. If you'd have hit your head again,
I could have I was bad.
It would have been really bad.
Yeah, you talked to RJ about it. Everything I put down me came right up. I had no food that whole night. I couldn't eat anything, and I was just head hurt, dizzy, and still raced. So.
Man, you guys are a different breed, man.
Yeah, it was a big crash too.
Was a big one? Did the bike hit you? I mean, that's the
I don't
problem with
remember
the 500s.
anything.
They're so heavy. There
was this big tabletop they had that nobody jumped it ever, and we did in practice. And then we were doing it easy. It was just out of this corner wide open on the 500, and it was an angled one. So you had to get the angle, otherwise you went off the track.
So it was easy, just wide open on a 500, leaned over to the side.
Got it, leaned, and we made it. But then when you came down, it was a sand track, and it came into these hoops.
Oh.
And I kind of overjumped it, I guess is what they said, and I landed down in the first hoop.
And just swapped.
So I overjumped it, and as soon as it hit, they said that was done. And I don't even remember getting up on the bike. I don't even remember coming to track. I don't remember barely sleeping in RJ's room. I remember the next day, but I don't remember that whole day. So the 500. So then I was still good on them. I ran up front. I was fast, and I just enjoyed the power of having to put the bike where it needed to be, and that was my style. It was not just let it take you anywhere. It was a bike that let me put where I wanted, and it had power. So
yeah. Do you think it was good that it went away? I mean, is it too much bike?
No, not compared to like the 450s now. I mean, I still think the 500 is faster than a 450. I mean, I raced it in Mammoth on a 500 service bike Honda against the 4-strokes when they were there. I whole shot about like 10 bike lengths. Yeah, they're just faster than crap. Their power's terrible compared to the 450. It feels like it has more of the 450 because the torque. Yeah, but the overall violence of the 500 is way more because the 450 you're running at 7,000 RPM short shifting. That thing's like 13,000 RPM, like a 125 over revving, and it just bounces off shit because it's just spinning. But I don't know. It would have been a good class to keep, but then it would have they would have went to 4 strokes, and then it would have went away anyway. And but it was a unique bike to ride.
Well, and what about the roost? What did you do? Did you do anything special? I mean,
there was times I raced the open face for quite a bit with it, just a mouth guard.
And did you ever take rocks to the face and just like have that thing push into your face?
It hurt all the time. And then I didn't wear a chest protector a lot, depending. And then some tracks I'd wear a chest protector, but most of the time, like at Millville, I wouldn't wear a chest protector. But like Washougal, yeah, for sure, because you just couldn't get away from it, and it just stung way too much. But it was a brutal bike to get behind. Yeah, just like the 450s. Yeah,
450s are no different.
They're no different. I mean, if you don't wear a chest protector, it hurts.
Yeah,
but I just never liked them. So,
well, you guys didn't. Chest protectors weren't like now we have the under ones that are just foam. Yeah, if you want, or even the ones like that Troy makes, the plastic one.
That's enough.
You don't even know it's there.
It's enough to take the sting away.
Yeah,
but ours were all big, heavy plastic, and the ones had the back. I had a pretty good one for a couple of years. It just, you could take it apart. It just had just a little tiny one that hung up. It was plastic, and you really didn't know you had it on too much, but your arms still got peppered. That was probably what hurt the most anyway. I could hide behind the crossbar. I'm so small I could get down a little bit and block it a little bit, but the arms here was what got it the most.
Oh, yeah, shoulders and arms,
you just pitted with stuff,
Gnarly. But, well, those were, again, when I keep going back and talking about the 80s and 90s, like that was a window of time in our sport that will just never happen again. The title that you have being that only guy to win 125, 215, 500, no one will ever break it.
No, that's a good record. I mean, it was there for a long time and nobody could do it. It was hard to, it took me a long time. I mean, 89 was my first 500 national, so I ran at 86, 87, 88 and didn't get it. So finally came into it. I felt like I should have won a couple more titles on the 500, but I broke my tailbone in 87 and a couple of injuries that hurt. So
you won it twice though, right? 89 and 90.
Yeah.
Oh, crazy. And what about, just while I'm on the subject, the Yamaha? Was that thing a pile? I just always laughed at Damon and Brock.
Yeah, poor Brock. I mean, if you look at that factory Yamaha production bike that he rode against Bailey's Works, you look at Bailey's Works bike right now and you would think it's a bike from today.
Yeah.
There's, I mean,
it's beautiful.
It's beautiful. It's a work of art. It's amazing. And then you look at Brock's bike and you don't even want to ride it in the desert for a trail bike. You're just like, and then poor Brock not poor Brock, but frickin' Brock would win on that thing.
I know.
Which was amazing.
It was amazing.
Yeah, so
it would have been interesting to see Brock ride a factory, like a Works Honda.
Yeah, it almost seems like his style wouldn't work for it. It seemed like him and the Yamaha worked together perfect. It seemed like he was the type, I don't know, the way he rode the bike, I don't know if it would have worked on putting Bailey on the Yamaha, his style. I don't think he'd ride that Yamaha with that type of precision and perfect timing. It just that the bike didn't look like it would ride that way.
Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting though. It was the bikes. I feel like now race bikes at the factory level, they're all pretty good. Even that Suzuki.
Even the Kenny's bike is.
It's good.
It's nice.
I rode it. It's good.
Yeah.
Like he's not missing
but
anything.
what can you change to make it any better? There's nothing. Everybody's trying to find their comfort because the rider is so different. They're just trying to find their comfort with that bike. It doesn't matter what bike they're on. They're just trying to find that comfort with it.
But in your day, there was big discrepancies between some years, their motor is great, or this one handles great, or like even your 500s. I remember you telling me the Cowie was better maybe on hard pack, but the Honda was better in sand.
Yeah, I couldn't.
Because of the rake of the fork or something like that.
Yeah, well, the Kawai's meant for going straight. I mean, that's why it was such a good desert bike. So if you got to a tighter track, then it wasn't. The Honda was good because it was quicker. Like it was a quicker bike for
maybe
sure.
I have it backwards.
You could see the Honda where RJ and them were making. My bike just looked like I was just on like a tractor the whole time. And then you watch Lachine ride it, and it's even smoother looking. So it was the bike. Definitely the Kawi was I think the best bike out there. Which that's why it was so competitive even in Europe.
Yeah,
I mean Thorpe and Nickel, all those guys on Kawi's were always winning. The Honda was always there. Yeah, but it was just a good bike.
Yeah. All right, so let's go into '87. Second, you got the Supercross title. Second outdoors, sixth in the 500. What happened in the 500 class?
I broke my tailbone at Redbud.
Oh,
the old Larocco's Leap practice, like the first lap early, you could jump it because it was all muddy. Right on takeoff, the crank snapped. So I jumped through the bars. I already had a broken a bad ankle from dislocating it at the Supercross that year. Because we remember now we're doing Supercross and stuff. So I dislocated my ankle a week or two before in New York somewhere when the race was there. And so I had to jump through the bars, and I'm like trying not to. I cleared the jump, and I'm trying not to land on my feet too hard. So I let the feet go and then hit the butt. And then I bounced and went through the fence into the spectators. Oh, my God. And then when I got up, it felt like somebody rammed a rod right up my back because it broke. So I just took off walking back to the pits like I was. You knew? Oh, I was trying to get away from the pain. It was like I was trying to race away from it. And then my ribs hurt real bad, and I just got back to the pit. And I'm like, oh, my God, I don't know. I don't think I can ride. I'm just grunting in pain. So they found a big ice block. So I sat on the ice block for like 2 hours, just sitting on it to numb the whole thing. And then I went out and I hell shotted the first moto, and I led till like 3/4 of the way through. And then RJ came, but I wasn't sitting down. I was standing up I would try to stand up the whole time and then just sit down for a second in the corner
and it hurts
and then get back up. So I stood up the whole race, and I got second. So I got ready for the second moto, and I went through the first turn. The Redbud was that fast sweeper, and then I went to that right. Yeah. And in the right, Dubach went down, and I hit him. And when I hit him, I went forward real hard like this, and I must have ripped all the cartilage off my chest because I thought I punctured a lung. So when I came back, I just sat there trying to take a breath. I'm just going, and I'm just sitting there on the bike. The bike's running. Dubach gets up and takes off, and I'm just sitting there like, I can't move. And then they came over, and I'm like, I don't know. I think something punctured my lung or something. And so they carried me off, and I sat there. And then that was the only time I ever left an ambulance because they thought I punctured my lung when I hit the crossbar. So I went to the hospital, and they x-rayed my butt, and I had a big crack in my tailbone. And then they just said I tore the cartilage off the chest, the ribs. So I had to fly home that night. So Bigelow was with me, so we went and caught the plane, and we made a donut out of the blanket, so I could sit without touching my tailbone. Yeah. So we get on the plane, right, and this is taking forever. Like we're trying to get it. I'm in the middle seat or something, and I just get it. I'm just sitting there. I just get it done. I'm like, okay. We're just sitting there, and then all of a sudden they come on and go, we have something wrong with the plane. Everybody needs to deplane the plane. So I had to get off the plane. There was like a 2-hour delay through Chicago. And we finally got to LA like 2 a.m. And then he had to drive me home because I couldn't drive my car. And I had to leave it there. And then I went and got therapy all week. And then I came out the next week to race at Axton, Virginia. And got a good start. It was my chest that was the worst thing. I could deal with the tailbone, but it was my chest that I couldn't pull back. So we did therapy all week with Spencer and whatever else we did. And so I was doing really good the first mile. I was running second the whole time. And then I fell over in this corner, and I just fell over. And then I couldn't pick up the bike. Oh. I could ride, but I couldn't. I didn't have no strength, but I could just ride just enough to make it work. But then I didn't have enough power to do it.
Fans are all watching you go, Wardy can't even pick this bike up.
I just walked away, and that was it. Yeah. So I missed like 2 races. So that's why that year was sucked. But
you didn't have a lot of injuries. Like you really went. I mean, well, you're talking like little bangs and bruises, but like you didn't miss a lot of races due to injuries.
No. In '87, I didn't dislocate my ankle. In '87, I broke my ankle at San Diego Supercross. I cased a triple during the main,
Okay.
and broke the outer bone in half.
Okay.
And so I finished the race. I finished third. So then I went and got an X-ray, and it broke right through. And we had to do surgery. They said we need to do surgery, but I had to race Miami next week, and then we raced Miami, then Daytona. So I went to Miami with the broken ankle and finished third there. Then went to Daytona, and it was the mud race the year Ricky Ryan won in '87. It was mudder. I was running up like third or fourth, and my chain broke. So I DNF'd. Okay, so yeah, that was in '87, and I was leading the points, and the chain broke. So then I had a week off before Hangtown, I believe, and then I had surgery on my ankle the Monday after Daytona, and they went to put the screw in there. When they drilled it, the bone shattered, so they couldn't attach the bone to the ankle, so they had to take all the bone out and cut the ligaments to get all the bone out of it. So now I have no lateral support. So we taped it up, and then I raced the next week at Hangtown for the national. I finished second behind RJ, and then we had some more nationals and rested for the Supercross, and I still won the Supercross championship that year because RJ broke his wrist or his finger. So it was kind of it was kind of weird because the outdoors, I should have won or let me think, he should have won the Supercross. And then he got hurt worse than I did. Then I should have won the outdoors because I got hurt worse than he did. So it was like we flipped. It was like,
here, I'll get hurt and you win this one. And
so
I'll
then when
take
the 500s came at the end of the year there, because they had I had my ankle was still kind of jacked up, and I just when I jumped through the bars, I might not got hurt as bad as if I would have went more forward and took it in a tumble.
Yeah, I
just couldn't get in the right. I'm just rolling up the windows, you know, in the air, and I didn't even make the landing. I cleared the landing, and just landed like a slap instead of a tumble, which I don't know, maybe I would have broken something else, but that killed that year. But I still had I still won the championship, the Supercross, because it was over. Yeah,
you know, people like somebody breaks their collarbone and races the next weekend now, and it's like, oh, this guy's crazy.
Yeah.
You guys did that. I mean, you raced
I raced
with a cracked bone.
I raced with bro, yeah, 'cause it was just hanging there. Just the ligament pulled it right off
Broken
the bone.
tailbone. Like, whatever. Tape it up. Give me an ice block to sit on. I'll be ready.
Yeah, the therapy was horrible because I'd stay up at Spencer's, a place up, a guy invented called Diatherm and ultrasound. Well, he has the ultrasound, but the Diatherm was it was a machine that put electricity through you. So I'd be on that for an hour, and then I'd put my foot in an ice bucket and then do the ultrasound with the vibration, to get the swelling out. So I'd go up there. I went up there on Monday, and then I'd stay there until Thursday night, and Spencer would tape up my ankle, and then I'd fly out Friday. So I slept there in the doctor's office on the machine all night long for 5 days. Brought my ice chest with food and whatever else I wanted, and I didn't go home. I stayed at that little office and that little machine, and it was horrible because when you try to sleep at night, that machine, it was electricity. So when you touched yourself, you'd get shocked. So when your legs came together, because it needed to be separate because of the electricity, when your feet would touch together, you'd get shocked.
So you'd fall asleep and zap yourself?
You zap yourself, and you're like, fuck. And for the whole week, and I've done that a couple times. I'd stay up there with my shoulder for a whole week. And
was that the machine? I'm trying to think of who told me about this. They said he had this machine that you could have a joint that was swollen like a basketball, and with a certain amount of couple of treatments with this thing, you go running. Take off running.
This doctor up in Pasadena, he invented the gravity boots. So he was really big on hanging upside down for the spine because he had people that were paralyzed, and he swore that if you hung them up and got rid of all that pressure, and so he'd get you on there, and I was hanging upside down with my broken ankle on it, like separating everything, and then he'd grab your arms and like kind of whip you to do your spine, and got my ankle hanging there, and it's like, and then I'd do all that, and then 2 days later I'd be out walking at lunch, just walking on it, getting full range of motion, just trying to get over it. You know how you're walking, you just can't get over that pivot, but you just keep doing it, and I got to where I could get over the pivot, with the broken ankle, and then Spencer would tape it up before I'd leave like a cast where it wouldn't move, but then the swelling's out, so the pain's not that bad.
Yeah, swelling is what causes your weakness, your pain, and your lack of mobility.
So
if you can get the swelling out, it's crazy.
So that's all we'd do the whole week, and then I'd just go straight from there and I did it the next year when I dislocated my other ankle because I was going to case a jump, and I took my right foot off, so I didn't brewing it, and then I dislocated my left one because it went down. So then I
Okay, so never mind about not having injuries.
Yeah,
We just
so
didn't know
87
that.
was a tough year on the 500, and then we went to 88. That was
Okay, so you still got a championship in
Yeah.
87, even with all that drama. So take us
Mhm.
into 88.
Yeah, 88 was a good year. I mean, I won the outdoor 250. Supercross, I don't even know. I think I was number 2 that year, too. I'm not sure. Wasn't the best year in Supercross. I don't even know if I won any races that year.
You won the opener in Houston.
Oh, did I? Okay. I won Houston like 5 years in a row. So
Did you really?
I went from like 86 to 90. I won every.
You were second a lot. Look at these results here, and this is Supercross and Motocross. But you went 1, 3, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Was that RJ winning them in 88?
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
1, 1, 4, 2, 1. I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
It's still a good.
No,
results.
it's like, I mean, that's pretty much my whole career from about 83 on. It was like 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 1, 3,
It's
5.
incredible.
You
No,
know,
it's-
then a bad race would be, you know, a DNF or an injury, or
Yeah.
there was a couple years that one year at opening, it might have been 90 or whatever. Well, we'll get to 90 when we get there.
What was your best year? If you had to pick a year and say, "Oh, that was like
85 for sure.
Yeah?
I feel like I could win every race. Even though the Supercross I didn't win as many, but I won a lot of the motos. But I feel like I could win at any race I was racing in.
that
with
was just
bike.
your best in your headspace and everything. You just felt
Yeah,
the best.
yeah. And I mean, I had some other good years. I think.
That seemed early on. That's crazy.
Yeah. But 88 was a good year too. I mean, like 87 was pretty good. 88, I was pretty consistent. I think through those from 85 to like 91, 90, I was winning races. You know, pretty much. I was on the podium a lot. You know, probably almost every weekend.
What about this was when I believe 88 would have been. That's when Dogger came over.
Dogger came to our team in 86.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Oh, 86, 87.
Yeah.
Okay. So Dogger and Chicken. I think Chicken was 88.
Chicken was 88. He was on 125s in 87, 86, 87, 87.
So tell me some good Dogger and Chicken stories, because it's funny to me knowing you, and you're not you're not like a wingnut. You're you're a conservative guy. You do your work and go about your business. And those are two of the most.
Yeah.
It was almost like Kawasaki went, all right, we have this really solid guy here.
Yeah.
Who can we get to add some color and really mix
Yeah.
it up?
Yeah, give some spice to our team.
So I just think it's funny that you wound up with those two as teammates,
Yeah.
kind of in the same window.
Yeah.
You got some good stories with those guys?
Yeah, Dogger was great, but I spent more time with Chicken because I had to pick him up to go ride, and he came riding with me all the time, and then I let Spencer work with him, because he wasn't a threat.
Yeah.
And I figured it would help him out, and it was good for me and fun, and so we spent more time together, like riding. And Dogger, we just would be on the weekend, going to the track or coming home from the track, going to the airport to get to make our flight, because Dogger was the best at making the first flight out of the race. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'd just be coming to my truck, and Dogger's already in his dolphin shorts heading to the rental car. I haven't got to the box van yet, and he's already leaving, and I'm going with him. So he's the best one, I think, was probably Pontiac. I don't know what year it was. He won both nights, and the first night he won, and we came back, and he was just partying, just drinking. And then it's like 3 a.m, and I'm asleep, and my door's just pounding. I'm like, what the? I get up, it's Dogger, and he's like, dude, my mini bar's empty. Because when they had mini bars, like they open up and all the drinks.
Yeah.
So he came in and just took all the liquor out of my little mini refrigerator, and then left. And I'm like, God damn it. So I go back to bed. And so we have to be the second day. We have to be out kind of early because practice starts earlier because it's a day race, I think, not our night, because it's Sunday. So they don't want to do a nighttime. So it's a day race.
Yeah.
So I get up, and Turner's calling me to get Ronnie up, and I'm pounding on the door and can't get him to come out. And finally he opens the door up. It's just pitch black in there. And it's like, dude, we got to get going. So he just grabs his shit and gets in, and
Does he reek like booze? He's got to.
He's just, I don't even know. It's just that we get there and practice, and you're looking at him like nothing's happened. And then he went out and won again that night, and it's like, it just blows your mind. You're just like, man, I can't even I can't even put my head around.
It's almost got to be like a little frustrating.
Well, yeah,
knowing how
because
hard
it works
you
so
were
hard. I'm
working
trying to
and-
get sleep. I'm
Yeah.
drinking Gatorade, and water, and had my bananas, and he's not even sleeping. I
got
don't even know if
Jack
he went to
Daniels.
sleep. Yeah, he's just still in the mini bar, just having a blast. I think he's got his girlfriend with him. I don't even know if she's, or somebody maybe is with him.
Someone's girlfriend.
Someone's with him. It's not by himself drinking. I know that. He doesn't drink alone. So, but that was fun, and and just everything else, leaving the tracks and screwing around with rental cars, like leaving Washougal. I let him drive like one time, I think, and that was the last time, because he was just going across people's yards, like at Washougal, to get to the road, because the line was, he'd be like, he had no patience, and it's like, fuck. And people are sitting in their houses watching, because they like watching the traffic. Like there's back there on their front porch, just why these tons of cars coming by from the motocross race. And Dogger just pulls in a driveway and just starts going across grass.
Oh my gosh.
And then just breaks through bushes and then cross another way, and like, oh my God. So then I started taking over the
I think
time.
I'm going to drive, Ronnie.
But I did that one time, and he was with me when we were at 85, I think it was Germany. The line getting out of there was so bad. So they had all the cornfields on the left, like miles of cornfields. And I just dove it into the cornfields.
No,
and
you
just
didn't.
Straight down the cornfields. Just couldn't even see where the fuck we were going.
Pinned
For
it.
a mile. Just corn fly. Yeah, and then we just came out and then just got on the road.
You didn't get stuck? I
No.
always see that in a movie. I think that's BS. You
No,
get stuck.
it just floored it. That was all. Yeah, it was just full of front, and it started overheating after a while. But yeah, I did it like the one time. Dogger tempted me to do it, I think, so I did it. But the Dogger was fun. He was amazing. He could do what he did and still get away and ride like he rode.
Yeah, there had to have been times when you'd go out with him and you just go like, he would do something and just like a Bale or like probably Jet now, where you watch him do something, you go, man.
Yeah,
how did he
RJ
do
and
that?
I used to just freak out all the time when he'd win. He won at Troy one year, and it was 100 degrees and hotter than crap. And he won both motos. And like we got pictures. I'm on the victory thing. I got my shirt off. I'm boiling. He's still
Roasted.
got his jersey on. His hair's dry. We were under like the podium thing after the moto we won. He's doing a parade lap, and RJ and I are under this thing, pouring water on her head and dying. And I'm like, watch this dude. He's gonna come in and his hair won't even be wet. And he comes back and he's just like, nothing happened. His hair's not wet. He jumps up on there. He's all happy. Not even. And I'm like, how does that happen? How can somebody?
It doesn't even seem possible.
No, you couldn't
It
even
doesn't
ride.
seem
There's no rider today could do the 30-minute moto at that heat that day that was, and not be sweating, like pouring sweat and be overheating. And he was neither of those.
Those are ones where and I've raced at Troy in those conditions. You're pouring sweat sitting on the line.
Oh yeah, because the trees don't. They take
No
off
wind.
the oxygen. There's no wind. You go into these pockets. It's like somebody just opened 2 oven doors.
Yeah.
And it was like that day because RJ and I were battling, but we didn't even see him. He was just gone, just railing and having fun.
Well, what was the story about? He flew into Southwick one time. He wanted to take his girlfriend to prom.
Yeah, the problem. Yeah, and he flew in overnight. I think he missed the practice or something, and then he went out and I think he won. Or maybe he would have won. I think I won that day because his silencer blew out or something, and I got the overall with like a 3-2 or something stupid like you do. Everything happens at.
But he flew in hammered, no practice. And
Yeah, he's done that at like at Bercy or over there. Yeah, he just misses practice altogether and just shows up for like the heat race and then goes.
He
and
just
wins.
goes out and looks.
Yeah.
All right, whoops are over there.
Well, he
Got it.
raced the first night, and then he just doesn't show up for practice, and because he was out all night and misses everything, and then just shows up and dominates the top guy. So, but betting the nicest guy in the world. That's what was so cool about it. You couldn't get mad at him. You just couldn't get mad at him. Even Turner. I mean, Turner, he ripped him a lot because he's the team manager, and he would just miss test days, and he'd get fined like $5,000 every time he'd do this. I don't know how he made money.
Really?
Because everything he missed his drug tests. He'd get fined. He missed everything. So he was just getting money taken away every week. And then he finally, I think, waked up after a while because then he got pretty serious at the end and did really well. But those first few years, I don't know how he was making money. He just not show up for testing, and the bike's there, everything's there, and you just have an excuse that he couldn't make it. So,
that's crazy.
One of a kind for sure.
One of a kind.
Chicken was not that bad, but just he was just more wild energy than Lachine.
Yeah.
Chicken was just he was just everything had to be over just crazy. no matter what it was.
Well, he's got some funny stories too. Gosh, what year did they have the USGP at Glen Helen? That would have been 90.
Like 90 or 91.
Were you there? Did you?
I raced the 1 year. I got second behind Bale. I won the first moto, then Bale beat me the second moto.
Okay, this would have been. It was the first time Chicken ever rode a 500. He was at Cowie.
Yeah, I think he raced the next year. I didn't race it that year.
He was out all night before.
Yeah,
and it was the first time he'd ever raced a 500. He was out all night partying, like legit partying. Rolled to practice. Just and got second to Bill.
Yeah, no, that's just I guess if you
else.
train that way and get used to it, I guess it's not that bad.
Part of their training
it's part
program.
of their training program. They're confident in their program.
That's hilarious.
Like they checked off. Yep, drank last night. I got that covered.
What about like Stanton and Bailey? How about racing with those guys, or what would you say about those guys? Like I said, you just had so many cool guys.
Yeah, Bailey. I raced before he got hurt, but that was before Stanton even came on the scene. But Bailey was super cool. I only raced him in Supercross because he was the 500 outdoor national. I was 125, 250, and then we only started racing in '86 on the 500 and 250 because we did both. So it was really only 1 year besides the Supercross, because every week is Supercross all the time, but more of the outdoor stuff. But he was just super fun to be around and cool and energetic and just super stylish. You just had to watch what he was doing on the track because he was just super amazing on his technique. And
he seems like a guy that would do some things, just be creative. And
he would wheelie something, wheel tap, this, and then, just stuff that you're like, oh, well, how do you do that? Well, never thought of that before. So he was always kind of the innovator guy that, because I think he'd like play road a lot more than I did. I just did motos, and I think he went out and like had fun doing stuff at his, like, let me try this jump sideways, and I can whip it and tap my rear brake to get, and he was like the first one to kind of do that, to where all our jumps always had steep, and we were always like front end landing, because if you landed this way and came up short, you were done. So you always made sure you over jumped a little bit, and he was like one of the first ones to go up and tap the brake to get the front to come down, because we always had to do it kind of with the the power. Yeah. And then they figured that out, and so he was kind of the first one to do that. And he was just super good on the 500 and the Supercross too.
When you had guys like him or like Magoo that got hurt, or Donnie, did that ever affect you?
Bailey's did. I was there that day at Huron, I think it was, or the Huron. Mm-hmm. And I wasn't at the track. Turner and I were and McAndrews were at Denny's, because it was his first race at the Golden State. We raced the week before, so we were in the top 10. Didn't have to do a heat race or whatever it was. We just had a late practice. Okay. Like at 10:30. Okay. So he went there early to do the first practice because he had to do a heat race or whatever, however they did it. So we weren't at the track, and then we got a call while we were at the track. Somebody called and said what happened, and then so that whole day was like, I think Johnny didn't even race because they were almost living together, and so it was just kind of like, we didn't believe it, at first. Like they said he couldn't, you didn't get the full what was going on back then, because there was just no communication. Right. There was no cell phones or anything, back then. So that I remember, there might have been, but it just took a while. I don't think we really heard the whole thing till like the next day that it actually is true. That he's still not feeling his legs, and then so that kind of was in our back of our heads all year.
It's just when a guy like him, so smooth, so precise, so calculated, when that happens to him, it's like, okay, well, if that can happen to him, it can sure as heck happen to me.
Because it was a stupid little thing that happened, for what I heard, that he could have done 1,000 times and never missed. Yeah. And it was cold out too, and really cold. So it's like the first or second lap, so his body was probably brittle, and that could have been part of it. But yeah, he could have done the thing 1,000 times and never missed it. And so that was kind of freaky. And Anaheim the first year, and then Ricky crashed on the main event in '87 and was knocked out on that corner. So it was, everybody was like thinking, oh my God, not again. Yeah. Because he was just laying there. And so it was kind of freaky. For sure, it definitely.
Does that creep into your mind though at all, or
that year it did? Yeah, I remember it being like, because we were such close friends, everybody was like such a tight knit racing you know, and one of our main good buddy guys that just is done. And you're just like, oh man, like that shouldn't be him, you know? So yeah, for the race, it really messed up Johnny. I think that ruined Johnny's, you know, I mean, he was not on his downside because he was just coming to Kawasaki the next year, I think or 89 maybe he came rode for us. But I think when that happened,
Took something out of
I think, it just definitely, and he admits it. So, but yeah, Bailey's he was great to hang out with and hang around. And, you know, Magoo, you would have expected him to got hurt about 1,000 times before that. You were amazed he was still alive.
Yeah.
Like when that happened, it's like that's a blessing. He was still here to get paralyzed.
Yeah, right.
You know, but yeah, and his was even a stupid little thing with the, you know, he did that pancake and grabbed whiskey, throttled it, and
Oh, I didn't even hear what happened.
yeah, it was the finish line at the
Where?
checkered flag in Paris, Bercy, and he went over the finish line and did his
little thing.
You know,
Yeah.
he leans back, and then when he didn't get his hand back on, and then he whiskey throttled like right at the hay bale, and it just threw him over the hay bale. I think he clipped a cameraman like right there, and that's all it was. It was just something stupid, you know. I mean, it wasn't stupid, but it was after all his crashes, you know, it should have happened, you know, shouldn't have happened then.
Yeah. That's the part of this sport I just hate.
Yeah, no, it's not it's a blessed to be.
Like we know what we signed up for.
Yeah.
We're none of us, you know, we know, but you just push it away and go, well, I either don't want to think about it or.
Yeah, that's why some people race and some people don't. I think, you know, I mean, it's like anybody that does any sport that's dangerous, there's no way anything in their mind is. I didn't experience that until Indycars. Once I raced them, you know, I had no fear. And then there kind of came to a point where, you know, I have 4 kids. And then it's like I was out. I was 2002, it was my last year, and I kind of got not pushed out, but there was no more room. And then I went back to Indy like 3 years later to do a one-off race, and I wasn't the same because I already pulled out. I'm already like, I'm done. And then that creeps in your mind of like, if something goes wrong, because my career's kind of over. I'm not going to be like, oh, if I can do good in this race, I'm going to get 10 more years. So I'm going to. It's like, no, I'm just doing a one-off here. I'm just like, they asked me to come in to help, and I'm like, yeah. So I'm not really going to gain anything by.
Lots to lose.
Put my life on the line.
Yeah.
But before, when I was racing the car, I had to make it, so I was willing to. I didn't think about it. I was just a racer. I'm going to race them out. You know, I'm going to be the last one to shut off, that type of deal. And then it comes in your head when you kind of pull back and say, I'm done. And then when you go back, you really feel the significance of, you know, if something goes wrong, then you can't race. You're done.
And you know, I think everybody hits that point, or most people do, where the risk outweighs the reward, and you kind of go, yeah, I'm good. Like, I'm calling it. That happened for me for sure in moto.
Yeah. That's when
but it seems like for you,
I kept going a long time.
You kept going a long time, buddy.
I'm still almost the mountain biking. Some of the downhills last few years back, I start looking at it. I'm like, why did I can't even believe I did that. Yeah. Like, you know, to get a KOM on this downhill like 40 some miles an hour on a dirt trail, that if you have a blood.
Well, Strava pays huge money though.
Yeah, so, don't they? Yeah. Feels like it.
That was sarcasm. Okay.
No, I know.
Okay, so 89. Let's move ahead into that one. Tell me about the 89 season.
89, I did pretty decent in the Supercross, and I think I was number 5 that year. My bike number, so I always remember years. I have to go by the bike number.
Well, you were 5th overall in Supercross, second in outdoors, and you won the 500 championship.
Yeah, so I had a good year. You know, I think Ricky won the outdoor. I think that year probably, and maybe.
Look at these finishes: 3-2, 3-1, 1, 3-1, 2-2, and then you had a 21st at East Rutherford.
That's when what year is it? 88?
89.
I think that's how I blew. I think that's when I did my ankle, my dislocation.
Oh, really?
In New York, right? Yeah.
It's crazy though, because 3 weeks later, that was May 6th. On the 21st, you got second at South Lake.
Yep, I had it taped up there. I remember it being taped up.
And you went 2-4-1, 2-2, 2-1-1, 4-1 to finish out the season.
Yeah, so that was a good year too, 89.
Oh, 1-3. Sorry, there was 2 more. Buds and Unadilla.
Yeah, Unadilla is where I won the championship on the 500. I didn't have to win it, so I won. I think maybe one moto, or I went 2-3 or whatever it was for.
And the rocks at Unadilla on a 500. I mean,
yeah,
I feel like they'd knock you out if you got hit with the wrong one.
They're big. It hurts. It hurt more at the Nations when we raced there in '87 because it was a mud race.
Oh.
So you couldn't get out of the roost. You had to, because you
Stay
still
in line.
Yeah. And I lost my goggles on the start. So it was like 10th. So I took the lead. I went up and took the lead, and then I fell, and then I got hit with a rock or mud into my eye. So I couldn't open my eye. I had to ride the rest of the race with one eye.
Doing
for
the
like,
pirate for the last half of the
for like
race.
for like 8-10 laps. And the rocks definitely hurt at Unadilla on any bike.
I'm going to come back to the MXdN. We're going to get to that here. Let's see. What about Unadilla? You know, like back when you guys, this era, early 80s even, was it good? Like I remember watching when you guys would go out and it was grass. It seemed like it was deeper soil. There were still rocks. But it was like heavier, deeper soil.
It was like riding across a groomed cornfield. Like the dirt was like super soft and just natural. Nothing was like, they didn't even grade it because they just left the grass. So it kind of made its own, like, if you drove a truck through the thing, it would leave its tire marks and it would stay there. It's kind of, that's how it kind of was. It was like when you went through the grass, it started pushing it down, and then it just made like almost like a round little, and then somebody else would go somewhere else. And some of the pictures you see us coming out of the back, going back up to the top, there's 3 lanes. Like there's the lane,
grass,
then a lane, and then grass. So it's like there was 3 lanes. You didn't go anywhere else. So was
it sketchy to go into the grass where nobody had gone?
Well, you didn't know if there was a hole there.
Rocks,
It could be a rock bump. So you could cross over. I mean, you did, but it was kind of like you picked your lane on some of that stuff. And even the back section, the off camber, and then it went up the hill. It had the rollers. And then they made jumps. But ours were all rollers. So you could only go where the grass was because you couldn't even tell. The grass was so tall.
What's the jump?
There's a big roller, and you couldn't tell how deep it was. You had to know it was, because if you went in there thinking the grass is the height, it's just like you were on a face. So.
But you've seen it in recent years. I don't know when the last time it was used there, but it's like it's got a hard base now.
Yeah,
with rocks in it. It's just a different surface.
No, they built it all up. It's more of a ours. You could you went across like a road where they used to drive their tractors. It was like kind of like built up.
Yeah.
Like there was the gates open. The tractor, and then the track went across it, but nobody rode it until the race day. So you'd come down grass, and then there'd be like a gravel hard spot because that's where they drive their trucks, and you'd go across that, and it was just more of a natural European track, basically.
It looked cool
because they only rode it
then.
once a year. That was it. They never raced on it.
And now they do GNCC. I think they have quad racing out there. They do
and they have a race in
stuff.
the back, but if they just left it, tilled it and left it all grass, and then just left it and then raced it, but you have to kind of grade, I think, some of the corners because the ruts. You can't let them dry out with grass on them. You come back the next year, it's like concrete pillars. So they do some work, but it was a cool track.
It looked cool back then. All right, so good year for you at 89.
Yeah.
Did you ever consider, did you ever get offers from other manufacturers and consider leaving?
The only time was in 84 after I won the 125 nationals, and then won like 4 of the supercrosses. Honda wanted to talk to me. Roger called or wanted to meet me, so I went into Honda by myself, no representative. Went in there to a boardroom, and there was like 10 Japanese there, and Roger, and then just me. I'm like, I thought I was just going into
chat with Roger.
Like, what do you got? So that was my mentality. Is like, I had all this HRC high execs in here and Roger, and I just pulled up my truck by myself, and so they just started talking and about how I did, and they're impressed with my riding, and they feel like I'd fit it, and you were a Honda guy back when you were a kid, and it'd be cool. And Roger did his thing, and we'd really like to ride for it. And I'm kind of like, this is because I know how good Honda is, right? So it's kind of cool. I mean,
in that era too, they were
Hannah, just Bailey, Johnny, just the whole thing was just Honda has been it, really. We were all trying to beat Honda, right? Most of the time. Right. So, I thought it was cool, but I mean, I loved being at Kawasaki, and my mechanic was like family, and so I just went there on courtesy. I'm not going to go, no, I'm good, because I don't know what down the road, 2 years down the road, then I may be going there again. Who knows? So you can't just close the door. So I'm like, yeah. And I didn't want to do it over the phone. They wanted me to come in. I don't know if it was going to be a pressure deal maybe, or whatever. But then Roger was like, we're talking, and he goes, because he had a piece of paper, I think I remember, and he wrote down, kind of what they wanted to offer, and kind of slid it over, and I was kind of, I'm looking at it, and it was almost like half of what I was making.
Oh,
it was way below, and I'm like, I was just kind of stunned. Like, I just won a championship. I was competitive. I almost won Supercross. I was in the hunt.
Yeah.
And, they gave this to me. The bonuses, I think the bonuses were good, which I think Cowie's were pretty close. They were bigger probably than Cowie's, so they're probably going off of performance, and maybe thought the huge number for the Supercross and Nationals was going to be like, wow, okay, I could win and make more money. But it wasn't a big difference, and I was just like, that's less than I get now. And I just want to
say that?
Yeah. I go, I just want a championship, and I'm going to get paid less. And they're like, well, they basically said, we don't think you could win on any other bike than ours, is what they said. The old Japanese,
Yeah, I just did.
I know. But they're thinking like Supercross and 250 after I move out of the 125. Like, we don't think you can win on, this is, and I was just like, well, okay. And I kind of just took it and never awkwardly getting out of there, and was kind of depressed. I was kind of like, cause I kind of went in there thinking, I just want a championship. I've been fighting how long to get this championship.
So if it was a good offer, what if it was the same as Cowie? Would you have taken it?
Yeah, I don't know. That could have been
that'd have been a tough one.
Would have been a tough one. I mean, I think I probably would have, tell you the truth.
He probably been a fool not to.
Yeah. I mean, what's the worst case? I could have gone back to Kawasaki, it's kind of, but it was just a slap in the face, kind of made me, at first I was depressed, and then it made me mad. And then I'm like, then I went to Cowie, my contract was up, and I didn't even tell Cowie. I even went and talked with them. And then they offered me a 3-year deal that was really good. And every year I won a championship, I got like $100,000 onto my salary for the next year. And if I won another one, I got 200. So at the end of the year, it was over $1 million contract for 3 years if I just won a couple championships. With the bonuses, and then adding those bonuses onto my salary, because they were rewarding me for winning a championship, to where Honda was taking took money away from me.
Yeah, right.
So that was a great contract for 3 years. So I signed.
And
that.
You took advantage because you were winning titles.
And I went out and won both championships that year over Honda. So
that had to feel
that was a big motivating factor too.
Did RD ever say anything to you?
No, but I mean, we're racers. I mean, he knew, like, that was a big slap in the face that he remembers. Basically, he didn't come out and say you can't win on any other bike.
But that was the implication.
There was, basically, you're not good. You're going to make more money riding on a bike because you're going to be winning with these bonuses, basically. Well,
that's their sales pitch.
Yeah,
which
was probably right for them.
Yeah, look, let's face it, they had the best bikes in that window.
Yeah,
from 82
and we didn't know
to 85.
We didn't know the production row was coming.
Right.
At that time, so yeah, I mean, that bike's going to run from now till, we didn't know there was going to be a production roll. So that was if that number was almost there, then it would have been even. But then if Cowie would have showed me their contract, then it wouldn't even have been close. I just needed to win a championship or two to even blow that off with me winning there a lot.
Yeah.
I would have to dominate. But if I did do what I did on 85 with their program, I probably might have made more money. But then the next year I made more because I won the 2 championships, which I wouldn't have done because doubling. My salary was not going to be raised at Honda's. It was the same, just bigger bonuses.
Yeah.
So it was,
But they probably got a lot of good riders that way who just went, dude, I just want to be on that bike. I'll take less money. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's probably had worked for them. That's why they floated it out.
And I mean, that wasn't like a slap in the. It felt like it a little bit, but I mean, I see Honda's point. They had 2 top riders.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to be I'm not the top guy coming in. I'm just another guy that might replace them. So I'm just getting into my prime where they've been winning. So I could see their point again. Hey, let's get the guy that hasn't won that's going to win, because our guys are winning. They're going to stop soon, maybe, is what they're thinking. And he won't ask it. And they didn't know what I was getting from Cowie. So it was smart. It was a smart decision for them. But then I've been with Cowie, like, how many years was that already? That was 6 years already. So like to leave because of, I don't know, I wouldn't have done it probably just because of that's the type of guy I am. Like, they put so much effort in me, and Roy Turner and Mick, they were like family basically.
You're a loyal hoe.
So
But I do hear from guys who get kind of like, even RV, Dungy both said, man, I kind of wish I would have changed teams at the end of my career just for like a fresh start. Because sometimes you get kind of stale with the people you're with or whatever. But did you ever feel that way?
No.
Yeah.
Never. Because, I mean, I think everybody's putting as much effort in as they can. I don't see, unless you don't like somebody and they don't like you, then if it's a hostile environment, then that's not going to be. I'd want to go somewhere else where
you were getting along with everyone, results were coming.
Yeah.
Why leave? Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't have any issues whatsoever. So, yeah.
So let's go into 90. You won the 500 championship that year. You were second outdoors, fifth in Supercross. This is when Bale really started to kind of flex.
Yeah.
What was your thoughts on him coming in? Did you ever have any? How was your relationship with him? I know he and Stanton hated each other.
Yeah, because they were on the same team.
Yeah.
I liked Bale. We got along great. I mean, I talked to him a lot. Played basketball sometimes with him.
Really?
Yeah. He didn't really know what basketball was. Osho was always there. He was a big basketball guy. So we'd have like 1-on-1, like 2-on-2s just day before playing around. And so we got along. I mean, I liked it. He was a nice guy. He was quiet, just super talented, and you didn't really know how talented he was the first year because he had some issues. And then when he hit it, there was another guy that stepped up the game.
Yeah.
Stepped the level.
I think, there's argument over who started skimming whoops.
Right.
But Bale definitely perfected it.
Yeah.
I saw there's a race in Tampa. Maybe it's 90, maybe it's 91. I can't remember, but he was sitting in fifth like the whole race. And with 2 laps to go, it was like he just went, okay. And, dude, he zapped a guy in the whoops, turned, got a guy in the next set of whoops, went inside, passed somebody, and won.
Right.
And, like, pulled away. In 2 laps, passed 4 guys, and pulled a gap and won. Like, I had never seen anything like it. He figured
that out. I remember Bercy. I remember Mickey Diamond did that. This one section, they had these long hoops, and he skated them. And
what year would that have been?
This is like, he was number 6, maybe. So, I don't know, or like 89, around there, 88, 89. Yeah. So, just right when Bale was probably still a kid. But I'd seen Mickey did it once, and then we all tried it, and I couldn't do it. Bike was too soft. So, I don't know if he just was going into harder. And then we were kind of RJ could do it pretty decent in a lot of places. Like Houston had some, stuff where I'd still jump in and, because like I said, that's how he'd catch it, because he would just go and skate it. And he could tell the bike wasn't letting it do it because it was just absorbing everything. Yeah. But he was able to buck it through.
He was big and strong enough.
I couldn't do that. I didn't have the leg to get back, but he would make time on it because he was pretty much skating him as much as the bike would let him. If he had stiff suspension, he would have went right across him. Yeah. But we didn't.
Didn't know.
We didn't know. We were trying to absorb these big giant holes in the track that Supercross had.
Well, and they weren't made like they are now.
No,
they're all perfect.
We had holes and ruts and brake bumps in the first turn, and
it was like a group of guys were making them with shovels and a little backhoe.
Yeah, it was super outdoorish with some jumps with ruts in them that he flat landed every time, pretty much. So but then Bale started figuring out by shifting up another gear and picking up the front wheel and just burying it in there where we'd always like wheel tap it or something, and then we had to start doing that. And so he was on another level when he first came over, and then even outdoors, and then on the 500 he won every class that one year. Yeah, which nobody ever done. Yeah, he won the 250 outdoor, the Supercross, and the 500,
and then just and
left.
I'm gonna leave.
He left the same year I did, 92.
So was it 91 he won everything?
Yeah, either 90 or 91.
Okay. Yeah, I couldn't remember which year. Well, it had to be 91.
91 because I won the.
You won the 500s.
Yeah, so 91 he won everything, and then the next year, I don't even know what we did. I didn't do anything my last year. I won a national. I had shoulder surgery that year, and so.
Was there ever anything specifically with Bale that you saw him do that stood out to you?
He could just pivot like super inside and then still make the next jump.
Yes.
That was what we always had, like, I don't know if it was a lower gearing or his suspension, but he could just pivot without hitting the bowl corner and then just still seat bounce the next thing and make it.
That race in Tampa I'm talking about.
Yeah.
He passed a guy in the whoops, turned, passed a guy in the whoops, went inside.
Yeah.
Passed a guy and still did this jump right out of the turn from the flat.
Yeah.
And he went around the flat turn like
And it's like he could jump. It's
it.
like now how they jump off the tabletops over it. He could do that back then with that soft suspension somehow. Like every time we go do the bike, we'd absorb down and then he'd case it. And it seemed like he could just get up there. And I don't know if it was just the way he did it or maybe the way they had the bike set up. But he could always go up in there where we just go off. And he could always bunny hop, and he was always like wheeling something that, you didn't really see. I was pretty good at that too. A lot of times finding little stuff like that to wheelie over first to get out of rhythm or something. And but he was just super good at pivoting, and then his balance standing up was really.
I could probably look into the results right here. Oh, it was Atlanta 1990. This was like maybe the best race ever. This was your when you did the triple pump.
Yeah.
Right? Tell me about that race, because I still say it's maybe the best Supercross that ever happened.
There was a lot of action going on. I wasn't in it until the last couple laps.
you were way back, but
well, if you look at the start, I got off about third. I had a good start through the hoops. I'm about third place, and then from there I got bumped, and then it's like they follow the leaders, and then you can see me, and I'm in 15th on the first lap. I don't know.
Oh, you're that far back?
Yeah, I went from 3rd to 15th. You're watching the video, and you're counting, where the hell did I go?
You didn't crash. You
No.
just got shuffled back.
I just got shuffled back, and then I probably got up to 11th by the end of that. I had to pass a couple guys back, but probably by the second lap, I was probably 11th because you can count the guys coming by, and I'm way back there. And then I just start slowly passing a guy a lap. You
actually figured the whoops out.
Yeah, I wheelied the first. There was a big hole where everybody'd hit it and get squirrely, and then at the end where there was a groove,
You were
I went
jumping
off the
in,
groove and went across
Yeah.
where nobody went, and then I T-bone. That's where I made my passes. So I figured that out halfway through the race. So I was jumping in the hoops, and I'd wheelie 5 and then set it down, slow it down, and then get out. Where everybody else was trying to ride that long thing. The back end gets out in the front. So I had that down. So I was probably getting a guy a lap or two there, and then Kardowski had a problem. He got some banners in his wheel when he took out Bradshaw, and then went over the berm, and I got by him, and then I got by Chicken.
Well, Cooper
stalled
leading, and then
he stalled it, and then RJ got him, and then Cooper got him back, and then I was slowly catching them, and I had to get by. I don't know. I don't think there's anybody else between. Just Chicken was the next guy to get to RJ and Cooper, and then there was 2 laps to go. I got RJ in the hoop section, and then got the white flag, and then 2 turns I went down that. Then I got Cooper, and then that was the last lap.
Yeah, poor guy Cooper. That was his one chance.
That was his birthday too that night.
It was?
Yeah.
Oh no.
I felt bad because he never won a Supercross. He should have had that one.
Well, he had one in LA. He should have won.
He should have won that one. Ricky caught him.
Yeah.
He was gone, and Ricky went down the first turn and still got him. There was a few of them he should have got.
Yeah.
But that was because I was just not there. You could see me slowly creeping in. If you were watching me, if you're watching the show, you wouldn't even see me because you're watching.
You
RJ.
came out of nowhere, yeah.
But if you keep looking at me, because I do, I'm like, where am I? And then you could just see my helmet. They're going through the hoops, and you're watching them. But then you can see my wheel come around.
Yeah.
And then the next lap, you can see me a little further. Then the next lap, you can see me wheeling in, and then all of a sudden, my name came up. Ward he's in third. He's right there. And then got the race. So that was a cool one. It was freezing that night too, though.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, it was 34 degrees or something.
All I know is if you just look at the talent, it's maybe at the start of this year was similar, but I think we haven't had that kind of depth.
Yeah.
Because any of you guys in the top 10 could have won.
Well, yeah, there was Kudrowski, Larocco, Bradshaw, Stanton, Ricky,
Chicken,
me.
Cooper.
I don't know who else was up there that was fast, but
it was nuts.
Yeah, Kudrowski, Larocco.
If you've never watched the 1990 Atlanta Supercross, go to YouTube and watch it. It's my all-time favorite race to watch.
Yeah, I was pumped to win that one. I didn't expect I was going to get up to those guys, and
yeah, that was a great one.
That was a fun one.
Okay, so what's next? Let's go into 91. Anything from that season that stands out to you? From 90, I mean, the 500 title obviously was good. Anything from that season
in
that
90?
was interesting? Yeah.
Not really. The 500 was good. That was just a mediocre year. But when the 500 again back to back was cool. Stanton was tough, and Bale was tough, and Bradshaw I think was that year too. So
there was a lot of
good guys.
Obviously, from that
O'Shea
season.
was still racing. I think still on the 500 with
Suzuki.
No, he was in Cowie.
Oh, he was in Cowie.
Yeah, because he was in Cowie then, so he was on the 500 too. By 2 years, I won the championship, and he was fast.
And you're still winning. Like you won Sugar Tree, you won Redbud, you won Troy, you know, Hangtown. You won a lot of races still that year.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, there's definitely, I mean, a lot of my years from 84 on to like 91 was like the same thing. Seconds, first, third, second. It's like, it was never dominating, you know, like, but if there was like 2 guys gone during that year, it would have been dominating. If like Osho wasn't there, the first one would have been dominating. If Ricky wasn't there, I would have dominated like 4 years. I'd have had 5 more championships. So, but yeah, there was just a lot of good guys, and I was just pretty consistent my whole career through those times.
Those were heavy seasons in terms of competition. What about 91? I mean, this was Bale's big year, you know. So again, I see a lot of seconds and thirds in here.
Yeah.
Anything stand out from you? Were you frustrated? Like, man, how do we get this guy?
91. I don't know.
You did win Oklahoma, so you did win a race.
The Supercross, yeah. Because that, I think I'd won a Supercross up to that year every year since '84.
Is that right?
Yeah. So that was
kept it going.
Kept the streak going.
You won Washougal, won Steel City.
Yeah, on the 500s, I was still a threat to win the championship.
Yeah, and Unadilla.
Yeah, so I almost won the championship against Bale that year.
You did.
Just one race. I think I had one bad race. I don't know what it was, Millville or somewhere. I just got a 4th or I don't even know what it was. But
Spring Creek would have been your worst with a 4th. Yeah, you went.
Yeah.
Outside of that, you went 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, 1. So that 4th.
So it was a super close championship, which I could have got. You know, could have got. Just one really bad race. I don't think Bale ever had a bad race. So. Yeah, 91 wasn't a bad year. 250s wasn't great. I don't think I had a good year in the 250. I don't know why.
Did Bale work hard? Like I always was wondering if he was really doing work off the bike or on the bike, that he kept quiet, because he played it up like Stanton used to get mad. He'd show up eating the Kit Kat.
Yeah, I think he did on purpose. You know, he's a Sneaky Frenchie. Yeah. But he didn't win world championships over there in 125 and what he's done without training hard enough to, you know, I mean, because Dogger could do it, but Dogger wasn't consistent because he'd have a good day, a bad week. That's lack of training, because you'd just be like this, a roller coaster. When you want to win championships, you can only dip percentages. He would dip
massive.
You know, when he was on, he was one of the best riders in the world. Yeah. And Bale was one of the best riders in the world, but he didn't have any dips. He was there every week, so he trained. There was no way you can do that without riding and training. And you know, I don't know if he ran a lot. I mean, he'd probably tell you now, because he wouldn't hide anything, and he'd probably say, "Yeah, I used to run this much a day, and I used to go cycle, and I just didn't tell anybody. Or I just didn't."
I think kind of what I've seen out of like Villemin, out of Tortelli, a lot of the French guys that have come over that have done well. They ride a lot. Yeah, you probably rode more, played in the hills more, technique more, and that is valuable in a race. When if he's out there riding and you get tired and you learn to ride tired, then you can do that in the race too. And you kind of have to learn that. And that creativity that showed in his riding. Yeah, you know, saved energy. You know, and he just kind of was smart. He was a smart rider, super smart rider, but. I'm sure he did other stuff, you know. Yeah. He rock climbed. I remember reading something. Yeah, it's arm strength, and heck, you know, maybe jet skied. You know, I mean, you're doing muscle, you're working, right? You're pulling it up. If you're doing that a lot, or if you're surfing, you're still working out. That was Dogger's hard work, jet skiing. Huh? Yeah. And lifting. Yeah, jet skiing. 12. That was his weight workout. Probably lifted more weight than anybody. Adding those 12 ounces. All right, so 92 was your last year. By 91, were you kind of feeling like, I'm getting towards the end, or what were you thinking? You had been going for a while. Yeah, because I called 92 my farewell tour. Yeah. So I made the commitment in 91 that this is my last year, and I had shoulder problems even at that time, and it was just getting hard. I was 30, years old, so it was not easy. And then you're racing against Bradshaw, and then there's somebody else coming. I'm still young, a little bit younger, 5 years maybe, and Ricky's even 4 years younger than I am, actually. So, I was just like kind of over it. I mean, I went to Indianapolis with Paul Tracy like the year before, or that year maybe, and it was just amazing. I mean, it's just an unbelievable race to go to, and
you're overwhelmed. It's like, oh my God, this is. And then he's like, you should race here. You should come race this. And I'm like, nah, give me a break. How am I going to do that? I've never even raced a car before in my life. Because you could do this. You could race cars. And I'm like, really? He's like, yeah, let's look into it. So I started looking into like Indy Light, what I need to do to kind of get there. And the Indy Lights is a step below, which is kind of like 5 steps further than I should be going. I should be starting in go-karts.
Go-karts, yeah.
And then Formula Fords, and then, then getting Indy Lights. It's like going to 250 Supercross from 65s.
Yeah.
So I just jumped into the deep end and caught on real quick, and Paul helped me with a team that won the championship the year before, which would be a good car. Yeah. So I bought my own car. And
well, that takes a lot of money. We're going to get to the car stuff because I want to ask you all about it, but
so I guess that's what got me into wanting to retire, because I wanted to use my name while I still had a name. If I went 3 more years and just faded down to 5th places and 4th places, there's going to be somebody else's name up there, right? My name still was up there for winning races, and I'm still a top guy. So it was going to help with sponsorship and then recognition from the series, and just give me, gotcha. Instead of being a guy that was 3 years, oh yeah, we remember you in '92 when you were, this is 95 now. But then I haven't done anything. It's going to be harder to get in because somebody else is already winning, right? So
had you put a pretty good amount of money away in the bank, like you were financially good?
Yeah, I mean, I built a big house in San Juan Capistrano, and that's only going to go up. It was ocean view, 6,000 square feet, 5-car garage, pool, spa, everything, and I lived there till 2003, and then I moved down to Newport Beach, but. So I put money into the house, of course, a lot of cash to pay most of it off and do all that. And then had a couple rentals. So, I had a lot of money away. But the money, I bought my Indy Lights car. They just were going to a new chassis that year. And I signed a contract with Kawasaki to go to the races for them. So what I did is I said, you know what, if I can use your marketing department, if you will use that, I'll paint the car Kawasaki colors. So it was green, white with Kawasaki on the side, big K, and painted my helmet. And I'll use this. I'll buy the car if you can just help me with for my sponsors that come in. And so Kawasaki kind of did that. They were my marketing company to help promote me doing the racing. So I used that money to buy the car, which it wasn't my. I mean, it is my money, but I'm still going to the races and helping the Rocco, and which was fine. They paid for everything, and so I still kind of made some money on that side of it.
Okay.
And that's what got me into it. So, but that's, 91, I had surgery on my shoulder. 92, halfway through the Supercross. Supercross was almost over. And
I was going to say when, because you won, in 92, you still won a race in Supercross and outdoors.
No, I don't think I won a Supercross in 92.
You didn't?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, just Steel City?
Yeah, just the 500, I think, the race. So my shoulder kept popping out, or I had so much.
Well, you got second in Orlando at the opener.
Yeah. I almost won that one. Rocco, I think, won that. Okay. And so I was still pretty much in the hunt, though. I mean, I did okay. Like I was third, Yeah. But my shoulder I had so much calcium when it would go. Like if I would land and go like this, the bone would pop underneath the other bone, and it wouldn't come back.
Oh boy.
So it would stick. So like I'd have to force it. It would sound like a gunshot going off, and it would hurt. So they had to go in and cut it and cut the bone off, like cut the bone down so it had more clearance because there was so much calcium buildup in there, and clean it all up. And this was like the last middle of the 250 Nationals or the end of the Supercross. So I missed like 3 or 4 Nationals. I don't know. You'd have to see on the 250 side how many I was.
Okay.
I was probably not even going to show a result because I didn't even race it. Because I stayed.
Well, you must have missed right here because you didn't race at all in May. So from March to in April. You didn't race again until the end of May.
Yeah, so that's when I probably had that done. Then I came into the 250 Nationals after the Supercross, and I just wasn't going good at all. The shoulder just wasn't feeling good. I wasn't motivated as much.
Well, and you get to you're at that point. You knew.
I went through the whole Supercross deal with the all the fan stuff, and I did okay. And
Troy painted you a really cool helmet.
Yeah, the helmet was all my numbers on it, and 7 number 1s were on there, and then my first number, and then every number I had from Kawasaki was on there, and so that was super cool. We'd give some of those away, and I was just kind of over it. And then when the 500s came, I can just ride that bike so good that I'm like, okay, I got to just go out with at least a bang. So I put a lot of work into getting ready for the 500 class.
Well, and you're your results on that 500 series: 3rd at Washougal, 6th at Millville, 4th at Broome. You won Steel City, and then 3rd at Bud's.
Yeah.
Last race of the year.
So I was in the hunt because they weren't dominant. Stanton wasn't dominating, and Bale would win one. So I was still hanging in there because it was going. Yeah. They were flipping, and I was in the middle of them. So it wasn't a big. I think I'm only 12 points out of the championship, or 9 points at the end. So I was in the hunt. I did win Steel City, and I almost should have won the last race of the year. I can't remember what happened there, but it was a mud race or something. But so that was, I almost won my last 2 races. It's pretty good. So I didn't go out, just with my tail between my legs, and so I was pumped on that.
All right, so let's go back and talk about the Motocross of Nations and Trophy of Nations. Talk about how that you guys you came in at a time where the U.S. was just starting to kick ass, and and you were on 7 different winning teams. You mentioned the one where we kind of got. I didn't know that. Sounds like we kind of got lucky with that one guy's bike blowing up. But what were some of the other ones that stand out to you?
I think his forks broke off. Even more.
Really?
Devastated. Yeah, I think his forks. So it wasn't even like a motor, which like you could say, but something that would probably never happen in a lifetime. The forks break off. And we had a sniper out there.
So what were some of the other ones that stand out to you? Those wins. And what was that? How do you compare that? Because I've never been to the ones in Europe.
Yeah, they're wild.
Man, the view, the pictures, and you can just get a sense of the vibe, and it's like pretty heavy.
It's, you look at it almost like as Formula One. Now, the spectator-wise, like GPs over there were like Formula One. It was like the thing to go to, almost like the MotoGP racing, and it still is. It's just packed with people, beer tents, just
they're loud.
Horns, just unbelievable. It's just your mind blown, So it's like there's so much pressure. For Johnny and them, the 2 years before when they first went in, there wasn't as much pressure because they hadn't won. But then when they won, then the next year. And then Hansen got hurt, and then they still won. And so then, now we're in there. And they went, before it was just all Honda. And this was the first year that they took, there was 4 different manufacturers because it was me, Barnett, Bailey, and Brock. So there were 4 riders. And I can't even remember how they scored them back then. I don't know if they threw two.
That was Trophy to Nations still, right?
No, they were, Trophy and Motocross.
Okay.
They had the same thing over
that's right.
The first 2. We have the first weekend is on 500s, which they call the Motocross of Nations, I think. And then the next week was the 250, which they called the Trophy of Nations. Okay. So we raced in '83. We raced twice. First at Belgium, Belgium, and then Czechoslovakia. Okay. Yeah, Belgium and Czechoslovakia the first year, and then the second year was Sweden and Finland and Sweden. Finland was on the 500. That's the one I got knocked out in. And then the next week was Sweden on the 250, which was the best race I've ever raced in my career.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I won. You talk to Roger, anybody that was there. Bailey watched because he was hurt. He got hurt the week before when we went down that crash. He hurt his wrist, so he couldn't race. And Brock was racing a Supercross over there, so Brock came over and borrowed a bike, a Yamaha, and raced the Nations for us.
Oh my gosh!
So Bailey got to watch, and in practice I was just having fun, just flowing around, and I'm in the pits, and Roger comes over, and he's all serious, and he's like, he's asking me, what are you doing out there? And I'm like, kind of thinking like I'm feeling pretty good, I'm thinking I'm like 10 seconds off the pace because I wasn't really trying. I was just having fun, just like berming stuff, and he's like, are you cutting the track? And I'm like, no, why am I? He goes, you're like 4 seconds faster than the second place guy. And I'm like, no, I'm just feeling good. And he's just like, are you sure you're not cutting the track? Because the track, they have the big stakes and the banners or something. And I'm like, no, I'm not cutting the track. So that was kind of weird. And then the races came, and I just dominated. I was gone.
Oh, this is on the 250s.
Yeah, I lapped Malherbe. He's world champion. I lapped. Brock's like the only guy I think that stayed. Close.
Was it a sandy track?
No, it was clay. It was like super clay and slippery and ruddy, and I just stood up like everywhere. And Bailey, I passed like Malherbe on the outside of this corner before the finish line. He was in the main line, and I went in the mud. I was like standing up, and I went around the outside of him in the mud, standing up, like tucking the front, and then like passed him over the finish line like and Bailey is just like freaking out, like, how did you do that? I'm like, I don't know. I'm just, so yeah,
Just
it was like,
feeling it. You were just locked in that day.
yeah, I don't know. I think it was like, cause I got knocked out the week before. It must've like cleaned my head out and then it got foggy the next years.
Yeah.
But that was like the best race I ever had. It was just so unbelievably easy. And I was just so unbelievably fast.
God.
And it never felt that way again. Like for some reason.
Huh.
Yeah. It was just weird.
And Finland, were you in Sinisalo gear at the time?
Yeah. We were in
Weren't they
Sinisalo.
Finnish?
Yeah.
So were they there? They had to be
Yeah,
there.
they were all there. Yeah, it was awesome. Yeah, we won, but we got a little lucky, but we won. And then that was Sweden. I was on the 250. And so it was, and RJ was in Sinisalo that year too.
Oh, really? I don't remember RJ wearing Sinisalo.
Yeah, he wore Sinisalo.
On a
Yamaha.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So, yeah, the Motocross of Nations was stressful. Very stressful.
Yeah, I can't imagine.
Like, they didn't like us at all, the Europeans.
Did you ever have them throw anything at you?
Oh, yeah.
Hit?
Belgium, the first year we were there, apples were just getting chucked. And the way the track went up the hill, they had the banner, like it was this all natural, right?
And they could get close, right?
Well, they were standing, you'd hit them if you swapped. And all they had was like wooden stakes about this big with ribbon on them.
Yeah.
And that always got turned down. And you couldn't even, this hill that you went up was so rough, just chuck holes, like with 500s. And you come out this corner, and we'd come out, and the crowd was just like on the track. And we couldn't go anywhere. And then when they'd come, they'd back up, and then there'd be a smooth line off the track.
No way.
Yeah. So then they'd move back in. And it was like they just keep moving, taking the main, because you get as far as you could, and it'd be all smooth. And then, when we come, they'd stand out far enough where we couldn't go there. And then when their guy would come, they'd just back up and they'd just go right up the side.
Wow.
And then apples were getting thrown and beer bottles. And
David sent me a photo of him and RJ at Majora in '86, where he goes, yeah, you see how my style here, it's kind of weird. And he was saying that the crowd was so close, they were reaching out and trying to grab him. So he had to move over to this line that was weird and whatever. And he told me the whole story behind this photo. I'm like, gosh, that's crazy.
Yeah, they were.
And then there was guys that, this was in the World Championship, but when Lackey won,
right,
there was guys that were swinging sticks and
trying to take him down. Yeah, get in his front fork. Yeah, they were serious. They didn't like us at all. And because we already won 2 years before that, so that was even made it even worse. And then the next race was in Czechoslovakia, which was fine because it was behind the Iron Curtain. We had to go through the whole guns and dogs. Was that sketchy? Yeah, it was really sketchy because they came on and we had like cameras and all our parts and stuff had newspaper all packed in it. And we were there for like 3 or 4 hours. They took all the newspaper out so it wouldn't get into the country because it has stuff on it. And then they took all our film out of our cameras, and then we got in trouble when we got in because we were throwing stickers out the window to all the kids because they were lined up for stickers. So we'd throw stickers out, and then we got in trouble for that. So yeah, it was like the gates they had there. You went through the gates, and then the gates closed, and you stopped, and then there was like a mile of just fields, and all they were landmines. So like if you tried to walk through, so they're all, and then there's dogs, and then machine guns, and.
Jeez.
So it was kind of gnarly. And then we got in there, but we stayed at this on this mountain. The track was at a ski resort, so it was in the valley of it. So we went up these hills. I don't know if you ever see picture of Brock come around a corner, and he's going to drop down. It's like 3 levels going down, and all pine trees, and it's in a ski resort.
Huh.
Super, super cool track. And we stayed at this hotel up there, and they had chefs for us. It was like being on the best vacation you could ever have. So in the pits, there's armed guards everywhere, and these guys would sneak in, and like 3 of my trophies I have, one's from 2 are from Germany, and then one's from there. It's all crystal. It's like Bohemian crystal, big giant crystal, and they make that there. And these people would come in with like bags and sneak into our pits, and then they'd open them up. No, they'd open them up, and there'd be all these crystal glasses and everything, and all they'd want was like a jersey. So you'd give them a jersey, and you'd get like 3 sets of these crystal vase glasses.
Really?
Let's say, like Czechoslovakia scripted on there and everything, and then we'd put them in the bag, and then somebody else would come, and I got like dishes for like peanuts and all crystal, and then just a bunch of cool crystal stuff because it's made there.
Yeah.
So all we'd have to do is just give them jerseys, some gloves, and then we packed them in our bags, right? They're all in the bag and everything, and then we go to leave. Well, first we have this party. And the main guy from Czechoslovakia, I don't know if they call him the prime minister, premier, whatever. He's the main guy. He's like the president.
Okay.
So he's there, and their team was, because they had CZs, and like they still had drum brakes and the bikes were falling apart and big old beards and I was amazed how fast they could ride these CZs. I mean, they had CZs they're riding, like what Roger used to race in the 70s.
Yeah, well, they're good back then by this point.
But they're still racing them, So we were just kind of amazed, and he was talking to us about the bikes, and we're just agreeing with them, and when he was all drunk, and Barnett's drinking, and we're just having this great time, and we were talking to him, and he said he'd call the border patrol, so when we got there, we'd just be able to slide right out, we'd be good to go. So we're thinking when we get there, we're just going to, because the way in it was a pain in the ass.
Right.
So Barnett is down below. This bus we had a bed like a thing down below, and he's down there sleeping, and we go in, and we're tired, man, because it's late at night after the party, after the race.
Yeah.
So we're just kind of there, and all of a sudden, the doors open, and then, it's all of a sudden these lights come on with flashlight, big lights on, all the guys with machine guns, dogs. And I'm like, oh, shit. And then Barnett's down there sleeping. The guy's down there poking him, like to wake him up in some, Russian whatever words, poking on him. And he's scared, like looking up. And it's like, he's got a gun. And took all our passports. And I go, oh, shit, they're going to find the crystal. They're going to open up a bag.
And then they think you're stealing it.
Think we're stealing it.
Oh, no.
So we're just like scared to death. And and we sat there, I think it was 4 or 5 hours.
Really?
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Mr. President.
Yeah, it was like the worst. I thought we were going to jail or something, and other buses were going by, and we're just sitting there. I think, oh, this guy he just duped us, man. He's pissed at us because Barnett must have said the wrong thing to him.
Shit.
So
but you got out okay.
We got out, and they didn't take anything. But then we had to get all that stuff home, and I still have it to the day in my cabinets, all that crystal and
That's
the bases.
awesome. Yeah, send me a picture of it.
Yeah, I'll show the glasses. There was a bunch of these cool glasses.
I heard stories of guys that were racing GPs at the time, and it was like that you had to pay the guards off, or hey, I got some t-shirt, here's some hats. Like they wanted to be. This is all dirty. Like
we gave those guys tons of stuff. The guards that were there that were guarding our stuff because they were scary looking, and like. But even the people would come in, you could see them seeing kids that shouldn't be there because they snuck in, and I mean you could see them going after them. And the kids just were it was like hiding everywhere, and then they'd pop up into our area to get stickers, And
can you imagine you hear a landmine go off in that field and be like, oh, some little kid just got grenaded.
Yeah, it was super strange, but cool. I mean,
what an experience.
Yeah, just something. And we were young back then. I mean, That was 83. I was 22 years old, 23. So you're still young and never traveled much. I mean, you've been to Japan and Europe once or twice before, but to go through that was pretty strange. But
what year was it where you guys did the Unadilla USGP? It was you and RJ and maybe
87.
Bob?
87, yeah.
And you guys won, and then you got to go meet Reagan.
Yeah, that was cool.
So tell me about that one, which was cool being at home, and it was muddy, right?
Oh yeah, it was horrible.
Yeah.
The day before was perfect.
Was that right? You, RJ, and Bob?
Yeah, Bob rode the 125.
That's right. Suzuki.
He hated us, Bob, because he wanted to ride the Donations for one, and he wanted to be on 250 because he felt he could win, right? And Bob wasn't his prime. That was probably last year on Suzuki, but he was still riding really well, and it's like I wasn't going to ride the 125.
Wait, was that a Donations or was that USGP?
That was a Donations.
Oh, it was. Okay.
Yeah, that was the Trophy Donations. Yeah, it was the first time we had it in the United States.
Okay.
So I said I'm not riding the 125. Ricky wasn't going to ride the 125.
Yeah.
And at the time, I don't think our 125 was that good really to begin with. So, Bob wanted to ride the 250. Ricky, I don't know how it was, but I wasn't riding the 125, so Bob said he would ride the 125. So he was all
Suzuki's pretty good at the time.
Yeah, because
Kehoe maybe.
No,
I'm trying to think who was
Cooper. I think Cooper was winning.
What year was it? Was it 90?
87.
Yeah, I thought it was 87.
Yeah, so I think Cooper had a good, and I think Bob even raced 125.
Cooper was still on Hondas at the time.
Was he on Honda 87? Mm-hmm. There might be it was George Holland or
George Holland, Whiting maybe.
Yeah, they had a good bike.
Anyway, okay.
Suzuki's always a good 125. So he ended up riding that, and I was just like, I'm not racing if I gave up the 125 in '86. They asked me to ride the 125 at Majora, and I said our 125 was a joke. I didn't even know if we were racing the 125 then. That was the production year, right? And our 125 the year before, there was nobody that it was on the line on a 125 Cowie. So like I cannot go on a 125 Kawasaki. It's not even
it's
feasible.
a bad idea. Yeah.
Yeah, and Ricky's not riding it, and Bailey should be on the 500 for sure. So I said, no, I don't want to ride the 125 unless I ride the 500 or 250, then I don't need to go. You can find Mickey Diamond. He's the national champion. And then they took Johnny instead. So Mickey was because Mickey had just won the championship. I think it's the second time, maybe. So he was pretty bummed out about that. And I thought that's who they'd take. I was surprised they even asked me to ride the 125. So I didn't ride it that year. So then, Bob rode the 125, and we were supposed to go do some testing, riding in New York, and he didn't want to come ride with us. He didn't want to be with us.
Oh, really?
No, he said, fuck those guys, and I'll do my deal. I'll go out and beat him on the 125. So he wasn't a team player the whole weekend.
Oh, imagine that. Yeah.
Never talked to him the whole weekend. So then we got to go see Reagan, and he didn't want to go.
Bob?
Yeah, and he said, he didn't want to go do it. Because he even said in the interview, you can even see him say, he even said himself, it's, I wasn't too happy. I didn't want to come. But then when I got here, that was pretty cool. It was like when he got here, he got over like, oh shit, okay, this is a big deal. But at first, he didn't really want to go. So
yeah.
But I was like all for it. So it was pretty cool just to go in there in the Oval Office and then have him come in and.
How did that go? Take me through it, because I just have seen the pictures.
Yeah, it was pretty simple. We just came to the door. I mean, there's a walkway that goes up around. You always see when they're doing like press conferences. It's always like right there, and there was a hut, and you just went up and you just gave them your name, and then you were on a list and your passport, and then somebody just walks you into the front door, and then you just walked in, saw the pictures, and somebody was explaining something, and then you just went into the Oval Office, and we just kind of sat there or stood up and then waited for him to come in. Then he just came walking in and said a couple stuff, funny things, and then was talking to us. And we asked him, we gave him a jacket and something else. And then we asked him if he ever rode a motorcycle. And he's like, no, I'm just going to stick to horses. It's like, that's the only thing I'll ride is horses. Yeah. Then he talked for a while. Super cool guy, super normal.
Dude, he was funny.
He was the best.
Yeah, he was
one of our best. So smart and just so down to earth and so realistic of common sense.
Yeah,
talking.
Imagine that.
Yeah, just and he just talked to you normally like you were just the normal, and he was super pumped and thankful and kind of knew it was the first time in the U.S. that they had. He was briefed on it, and I doubt he never followed motocross before. I don't think. So, but yeah, that was just super cool just to get to do that. And
did you guys do it right after the race, or was this?
No, later? It was like a month later or 2 months later. So the race was like in September, and I know we flew back, a month or two after. AMA set it up. They worked on it, and I remember they were calling us, going, "Hey, would you guys be, if we can get this put together to go meet Reagan in the White House for your accomplishment, the first time of the Motocross of Nations in the U.S." And we're like, "Heck yeah, everybody go." And then
Grumpy Bob.
Yeah, then Bob, and then so then we got the call. We got to go. So it was super cool.
Yeah.
But
you got those photos somewhere, I'm sure. Huh?
Yeah, there's a 8x10 of myself and Ricky are right next to him. I'm shaking it. It looks like I'm breaking his hand when I'm squeezing it. It's like because it's all crunched. I was like, I think I went in too hard.
Do you have a soft grip?
I think I went in too hard.
You came
in
too powerful.
Came in like a wrecking ball.
Well, it's the president. I mean, you better shake that man's hand. Yeah.
So yeah, it was pretty. It was cool. It was super cool to be able to do that. So. It's amazing.
Like, it would have hit me doing something like that. Like, while I'm in the Oval Office, the Resolute desk. Like, man, those are really significant historical places.
Yeah. Then you look at the pictures, and then you've seen who's all been there, and in the past, and just I'm not a history buff, and I wasn't big in school, cool. Yeah. But then you kind of got you kind of get overwhelmed of like really what this is, instead of just seeing it on TV or talking about it, but actually going there and then being a part of it, it's kind of like, wow, okay.
That's awesome.
It's pretty big.
The race itself, did you guys win all three classes?
No, I don't think so. Ricky won the 250.
Oh, it was muddy. That's right.
Yeah, Bob, I I'm not sure. I know I didn't. I think Joe Bay or something won the overall. I got second or something. I was leading. Like I said, my goggles got ripped off on the first turn. It got roosted so hard, and then I just pulled them down and rode the whole race. And then second moto, we knew like RJ started behind me because we had a 2-row gate, I think. Okay. So I told him when I was running like second or something, I said, when you come up, I'm letting you by. I'm just going to move over. Don't even worry about it. I'm just going to stay where I'm at. And if you're going faster, which I knew he would be in the mud on the 250. So then he caught up to me about halfway, and I just moved over, let him by. And then I think he went up and won the moto. And then I think I finished third, like Vandervin or some guy maybe won the overall. I don't think Joe Bay did, but Joe Bay won one moto, but this mud rider that was just
mud
on a Husky or something back even before they were even.
Is there a Motocross of Nations? Obviously, that one you were telling me about in Finland. But like, was there another one that stood out, like a moment or something you were really proud of, a ride you had, or?
Yeah, I mean, they were all fought hard. My last one I went to, Stanton was there, and Bradshaw crashed out the last moto.
Which one was this? What?
This is in maybe back in Sweden.
Okay.
I think it's back there. Sand track. And my shock blew out on the second moto, and then he crashed. So Stanton was I think the last moto was we didn't have that one until Stanton took out the guy that we needed to beat in the back, cleaned him out. And he came from so far back. I wasn't racing because Bradshaw already did the 2 motos, so I was off that moto.
Okay.
And then it was him and Bradshaw, and Bradshaw crashed out. And while we were watching Stanton coming from the back, just go we've lost because Bradshaw's out. I had a bad moto the one before because I broke my shock, so mine was getting one of mine were getting used for the score because they always tried to. Whatever they could do to make it harder on the Americans to win, whether it was we'll have 4 guys and we'll keep all the scores. No, now we'll throw out 2 scores because we can't get 4 good races. They can. So now we'll go 3 guys, but we'll make the back row. Now it's they just keep doing these different rules to try to make it easier, because they can't be perfect all the time. So one of my scores was going to be used, I think, because my shock blew out, which I still did pretty good, like a 5th or something. It blew out like the second lap. It was a pogo stick. And I was amazed I could even still ride it. And Stanton was just, I'm on the sidelines. And this is the first time I'm really watching the race because usually I'm in it to help it. And this time I'm on the side because of the way they did the event this year. So I'm just watching Stanton coming from way back and just barreling through people. And it's like the last lap, and he has to get this guy. And there's just thinking, there's no way. He's 4 seconds behind him, But then half the track, he's almost there, and then they disappear in the back, and then he comes out by himself. And I guess there's pictures of it. I mean, he just the guy went like this, the corner's like this, and he just came in and cleaned him out. Yeah, and we won the event. I can't remember the aftermath.
Was there any drama?
Yeah, there was a lot of drama because I can't remember what country it was, but he just had to beat him. Didn't have to take him out, but that was just what happened. But yeah, it was amazing. That was because that was my last year there, so it was my 7th win. But every one of them. My 125 in '88, where I had Bill was world champion. It was in France, so he was there to show the Americans, right? That's the year Dogger rode the 500 and won both motos, going away.
Okay.
Because it was a fast track. And then I had to start second row behind the 500s, on the 125, and so did Bale. And we got off about the same. We were 9th and 8th. And we were together the whole first moto. And then he got by me. And then he just got hooked up. He got by some 500s where I just couldn't get by him. I was just getting peppered. And he got second. He didn't catch Lachine. He was gone, but I got 5th. I was behind 2 more 500s, but still second in my class. So then the next moto, we were going. I was leading, or he was leading, and we were going, and we came into this corner, and he kind of went out wide, and I came in, and he kind of kicked over, and we came like this and hit bars, and then he went down, and I stayed up, and then I didn't think I was going to finish the race because of the fans in France.
Oh. I
was getting stuff thrown at me, chairs and everything.
Really?
Yeah, because he cartwheeled pretty good. And so, we finished the race, and it was I had to get protected. The whole at the victory thing, it was just like they were just going off.
Oh my gosh.
And Bill was cool with it because it wasn't like a takeout.
Yeah.
He went outside, and I was in this rut, and he was just going. We came, like this, and we were almost straight, and it's like we just caught bars, and it just tucked him because I had a little more momentum, and he just went over the end over end, and so he wasn't too, he wasn't happy about it, but so it was a good race. But I hadn't ridden 125 in 4 years, so.
Was that weird getting back on it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was just wide open. Just this track too was like flat and just up hills where then you just sail and land on flat ground, and there was like berms that were like more ruts.
A little shallow.
Yeah, just hard packed and going sideways across, the off camber, wide open. And so yeah, every one of those races were stressful. Like probably the most stress out of all the nationals.
Really?
Except maybe my first championship, trying to get through with, getting that.
Yeah.
And then everything else was like, but over there it was just because you didn't want to be that guy.
It's a different pressure, right?
You don't want to be that
You're
guy.
letting a whole country down.
Yeah, I could fall down and get a fourth at a national moto and get second overall and be fine with it.
Right.
But if I fall down during that race and we lose the champion, the nations because of it, then the year and like Webb did that. Remember Webb they had a one and he went up on that hill and clipped it and then went down and then they lost it. It was like the last lap or something. And you don't want that to happen, but that's because of pressure.
I hope that people will remember what you said when we send a team and they don't win.
Yeah.
Or crap happens, like that run we went
those
on.
Those guys are
normal.
fast.
Yes.
Okay. They think it's easy. I think they're better outdoor riders than we are.
Right now, for sure.
And the majority of them are, even though the problem is they only have like one good guy on each team because there's so many countries. Yeah. If we raced Europe against America, we'd get beat.
We get stomped.
Yeah, but we don't because we have three good guys. They usually have maybe two or one.
Yeah.
And
look at the size. You look at the size of Belgium.
Yeah.
Versus the U.S.
It's like the size of
they're having to pull three
LA.
guys out of this pool. Yeah. I mean.
So we've gone over there before where I thought I was hauling ass and I was like 14th fastest, and every guy in front of me I've never heard of them in my life.
Yeah.
And I don't even know who they are, and they're hauling ass.
Yeah.
And a lot of times we didn't even it took 4 or 5 different practice sessions because we used to ride the day before too, before even the race day, to even get down to that speed just to learn the track because they've raced there so many times.
Right.
And so to beat those guys, it's not easy.
Yeah. Well, you were that's amazing that you were part of so many winning teams. I mean, in all of your stuff, Motocross of Nations, your championships, Hall of Fame, Motorsports Hall of Fame. What of those accomplishments is maybe the most important to you, or like, how do you kind of rank those?
Well, if it's in my racing career, I don't know. It's hard to say in motocross. I just think, maybe it's my longevity. Maybe, it's probably I'm most proud of like just being there and being competitive every year I raced. Even my first years, even though I was just learning, but I had the competitive drive and never lost that. And then just every year, just being competitive and being in the hunt. And
so the awards, the titles, that kind of stuff, not as...
No, I don't. As a person, they're just trophies. I don't even see them. I have 3 trophies in my house. That's
really?
It. Yeah, I got those 3 donations, the crystal ones, and I don't have anything else. I got like 2 pictures of me racing.
What'd you do with all this stuff?
I don't know. No, they're in a storage bin because I moved from that giant 6,000 square foot house to a house on the beach that didn't fit my living room in it.
Big containers.
Yeah, there's 2 big containers back there.
I told you, if you ever go rooting through those, I want to come because if you're gonna throw stuff out,
there's a giant baby grand piano, Yamaha. There's like old Sony stereo. There's the stuff that we didn't take, and all my number 1 plates I think are still in there. But I have my race shop out in Lake Matthews area that I have a lot of stuff up there, but nothing. I haven't gone through they're so hard to get to because they're like from bottom to top. You have to crawl like across the top to get to the back. And I got old bicycles in there. I can see them, but I can't get to them. And I go, I'm not pulling the whole thing out.
Jeez.
My kids will when I'm long gone. I'm like, I'm going to go through it, dudes. There's baby carriages. If my kids I have 4 kids and they haven't had any kids yet, but if they did, they're set. We'll go pull out bedrooms of stuff because we moved down to a way smaller house down on the beach. So But yeah, I don't know. I just was never.
The stuff.
I'm low key,
Yeah.
and it's just like I got an IndyCar trophy where I won a race at Texas, so I got that big crystal.
Well, listen, there's too much of your career to do this in one show, so we still got to talk about IndyCar, SuperMoto, bicycling, Race Across America, all that stuff. It's going to be in a part 2. So if you guys want to hear the rest of the story, stick around. It's going to drop next week. Wardy, thank you for this. Man, what you've done just in your racing career is wild. I burned down a whole forest printing all these pages out, but here we are. Thank you guys. I appreciate our sponsors and Jeff for sticking around for so long. Stick around for part 2, dropping next week. All right, guys, welcome back. Listen, I want to thank Jeff Ward for taking the time. I hope you guys enjoyed that. I know these 2 shows went pretty long. That's why we split them into 2. But, I sometimes still kind of can't believe I've become buddies with my childhood hero. They say don't ever meet your heroes because they'll disappoint you. And while I've had that be true at times, it's not true with him. He is just the most genuine human I've ever met. And he is hands down the gnarliest athlete I've ever met. The stories of him doing the Race Across America and all of the different things he did, from IndyCar to Moto to SuperMoto to bicycle racing to rally to whatever. There's just, I think you can compare him to anybody. There is not another racer like him. I really believe that. And that's no disrespect to Travis, to the Sean Palmers, to all of these people. Wardy is one of a kind. He is a legend. And so just stoked to call him a friend, stoked he took the time to come in today. I hope you guys enjoyed it. And support our sponsors, you guys. We do a really thorough job of vetting people that come on and sponsor this show and partner with us. So whether it's Yamaha, Troy Lee Designs, and Hilo Concepts, Dunlop, Specialized, ProX, you name it, all of these folks are elite level products. You try these products, you will not be disappointed, period. I don't bring crappy partners on. So just know that, and I hope that you guys appreciate those folks for supporting us, bringing you these shows. We'll continue to do it. We got a lot of great stuff planned. Stay tuned. Thanks for watching. See you next time. Hey, everybody. Thanks for sticking around here. This is our sponsor spotlight segment, and we've got Michael Brandt from Ketone IQ on to talk a little bit about this new partnership that we've put in place with HVMN and their product, Ketone IQ. And I see more and more about ketones and them being utilized in cycling and endurance events. And so I was kind of looking at this anyway, going, oh, what is that stuff? And then when I got contacted by your team and we started trying it, and I was, I've been using it on anyone that would try it and trying to get their feedback. And so far, it's all come back really good. So I want to introduce Michael Brandt. Michael, tell us a little bit about, first of all, yourself and how you got to this point.
Yeah, this is, first of all, great to be on the show and looking forward to a fun conversation here today. I am a big marathon runner. I run up to 80 miles a week. I run about 6 minutes per mile for the whole marathon. And I've been really passionate about human performance for some time now. And where that led me is that combination with entrepreneurship as well, led me down a really interesting path in human performance, metabolism, and specifically started looking at how the top performers, starting with special operators in the Department of Defense, could improve their cognitive and physical performance. And in 2019, I was lucky enough with my team to get a $6 million contract with the Department of Defense to look at ketones. And we were the first ever to make a ketone drink at scale. We can go into all the detail on like what this is, what's going on here, but basically start from a personal passion around human performance and then wanting to serve America's finest and push the state of the art forward on how we understand human performance optimization. Is there something better than caffeine and energy drinks? Is there something like, what's the next frontier of all that look like? And it's been really interesting. It's been a really fun trip just on a personal level. And as an entrepreneur, have built a cool business, created a lot of jobs for my team and for just broader community have lit a lot up here. And so excited to peel back the onion on a few of those things. We can talk about metabolism, talk about entrepreneurship, company building. I think is the best time in America right now to be an entrepreneur. Never been a better time with easier access to be able to put things together. And yeah, excited to just open up, share my story, and be as helpful to you and your audience as possible.
I love it. Well, let's start with, what is it? Folks that are watching this may not have any idea what Ketone IQ is, as he takes a little hit there. So talk us through what this is for someone who doesn't have any understanding.
Yeah, so a lot of people maybe tried bulletproof coffee back in the day. I think a lot of us know what that is, where it's like coffee and you put fat in your coffee, and a lot of times you put MCT oil specifically, which is a type of fat. And the whole point of that fat in your coffee is that your body turns fat into ketones. And your body can actually do the same when you're doing a ketogenic diet, if you're eating low carb. Basically, whenever your body is running low on sugar, blood sugar, your body will start to make ketones as this super fuel. And that was the initial light of entrepreneurship that went off in my head. It was like, okay, we've known for 100 years that ketones are a super fuel. Your brain especially loves ketones. When you have elevated blood ketone levels through fasting or through eating a low carb diet or through exercising a lot, any of these conditions where you're really pushing your body to its limits, your body makes ketones. We've known for 100 years that your brain especially runs really efficiently on ketones. It works better for fueling your brain in a lot of ways than sugar and the other sources of energy that we can use for our brain. And so the light bulb moment for me was like, okay, well, what if you could just go to the store and buy that super fuel? Like, what, you can get 10 grams of protein powder, or you can get this electrolyte, you can get like these other supplements that can help you in all these amazing ways. What if you could go to the store and buy ketones? And that was the light bulb moment for me and my co-founder and my team. And in short, ketones are a fuel. It's high performance energy. What's interesting about it compared to a couple other things is like, so caffeine is, a lot of energy drinks have caffeine or sugar in it. Caffeine is acaloric. There's no calories inside of caffeine. It's really just a stimulant. It's like yanking the chain on your lawnmower. And I like caffeine. I'm not anti-caffeine. I don't really bill this as a caffeine replacement. But the point is that your brain and your body still need an actual source of fuel. You still need actual calories to do stuff. Calories equals energy. So you can have all the stimulants in the world, but you still need actual calories. You need actual energy to turn into ATP in your cells, to do all of the like metabolism. The actual like work takes energy. Sugar has energy. Sugar has calories in it. We all know that feeling of having a sugar rush or carb loading before a race. Sugar has energy. Ketones are like sugar in that they have energy inside of them. They're just a more efficient and like a longer burn than sugar.
Okay. And so, kind of it all connected for me on that ketogenic diet, that really tied it together. That's what they're tapping into, and that, right? So tell me about then the genesis of this. And you mentioned it a little bit. You're obviously doing marathons. What was the start of this product? How do you, okay, so you have the idea like, hey, it'd be cool if I could just buy some ketones, but like, how do you actually take that first step?
Yeah, it's definitely the chicken or egg problem as an entrepreneur, especially when you're doing something really new that hasn't been done before, because like you gotta get a supply chain going. But in order to get a supply chain going, you need to pony up some bucks. You gotta get some capital together. In order to get some capital together, maybe you need an investor, or you need a first customer, or in order to get an investor, and you need a first customer. In order to get a customer, you need product to sell. You need a supply chain. So it's all like it. In a lot of ways, it's like going back to college, like throwing a party. It's like, I don't know, you need a spot, you need a DJ, you need a few hundred people to show up. It's like everything kind of rests on one another. It's like when you close a cardboard box by like folding one flap into the other. It's like a lot of things in life are that way. And you just, as an entrepreneur, you just get things kind of spinning. You get one plate spinning a little bit, you get the next one spinning a little bit, the next one. In our case, it was that I was able to start getting just basically lab bench ketones that was really expensive. We were able to like you could synthesize it, like you could do the chemical reactions to make a ketone, outside of your body. Right now we make it via a fermentation process. So it's not that different from like kombucha or other fermented products. But in the early days, we were basically able to get it done like very small batch, very expensive, but able to like prove it out and be able to take a serving of it and say, oh wow, like that feels really nice. It feels really like my mind feels really clear. The lights feel flipped on, able to do more data-driven, objective science around it with athletes in the field, with special operators. So it started out really expensive, and we were able to get a small amount going. Then from there, able to get some people using it. From there, able to get a DoD contract, and then just kind of like, okay, from there we're able to then fundraise, and then from there we're able to scale up our manufacturing. And I say this all like this took years. This was like years of basically skunk works in nutrition for the Department of Defense from like 2019. And it wasn't until 3 years later in 2022 that we were really able to commercialize it. So there's a lot of just like basic science, good old fashioned R&D to like figure out the application, scaling the supply chain, even just how to, I mean, it sounds silly now, but like even how to like package it or price it or message it, like all the stuff that is maybe less obvious when you invent something really new and interesting. It's like, this is really cool, but like who would benefit the most for it, and figuring all that stuff out and how to really position it. So yeah, that was a few years long of a journey, and we're still early. I still say it's still day one. We're still very early. Like 99% of people don't know what a ketone is or why you would drink it. And I love that, actually. There's a lot of white space on the map.
Yeah, that's exciting for you to have that much space to grow. I can tell, just for our listeners, obviously in motocross, motorcycle riding in general, it's very physically demanding. You're wrestling around a 230-pound motorcycle for a long period of time, but it's also very mentally taxing. And you're shifting, you're braking, you're working the clutch, you're navigating obstacles, and things are coming at you at speed. It keeps your brain very busy, and your brain burns a lot of fuel. And this was something that when I've been taking this about a month now, and obviously I've taken it when I go to the gym. I take it when I'm just at my computer and I've got something to write. And the main thing that I noticed was the mental side, and you kind of tapped into that, but it really made sense to me. It wasn't like I felt like, oh man, I got all this energy, or I felt like I was tapped out on caffeine. It wasn't that kind of feeling. It's just like, for me, the ability to kind of lock in and focus on what I'm doing. And over like, a day of testing a motorcycle over a long period of time. Yeah. So that made a lot of sense to me. Just as much as our brain burns when you're really taxing it, here is a fuel source that's very clean. I want to ask you about side effects, because I really don't think there are many, if any. And I found it to be effective. I also have given it to my girls who play pretty high level soccer, and I noticed just a little bit more intensity in their play. And I kind of have gone back and forth, and I'm like, I don't think it's placebo. It seems to work. Davey Millsaps, who's a pro racer, really believes in it. Chad Reed really believes in it. They're giving it to their kids. So as I kind of ask around and do my due diligence, I'm like, okay, this is legit. I mean, it's not just, I try to do a lot of work to make sure we don't partner with products that are snake oil or that are just a marketing ploy, right? I really want them to be significant. And man, I feel like you guys really fall into that. I've been super impressed myself, and just to sort of quell any of my doubts, like I said, every time I've reached out or given it to somebody, they're like, man, I felt really good on that stuff. So I guess kudos to you there, and take us through a little bit about this product as far as like, okay, high level athletes can benefit from it, but how does the average, quasi sedentary guy who's got a regular job, but he likes to go ride on the weekends or mountain bike or run or do whatever, right? How can it benefit them?
That's a great question. I'm glad to hear that it's working out for you and so many people in the community around you too. I know one of the first racing groups to start using was Green Beret Racing, because the tie-in with our work that we've been doing with special forces, they started using it, and it's really cool to see it's picking up in motocross and motorsports in general. It's cool because it's just different application from where we initially started, but like everyone's doing metabolism all the time. And the vision here is that like why can't it be 1 billion people, 8 billion people having ketones every single day to make it universally accessible? Like one of my favorite books is there's a book called First in Thirst. I have it lying around. It's the Gatorade story about how like in 1965 with the Florida Gators, these scientists started mixing weird salty water together and saying like, hey, trust me, bro, like drink this stuff and you'll hydrate better, you'll retain water better. And like, hot, humid Florida summer football. And it started working, and they were doing like test sweatsuits and literally like collecting people's sweat and just proving out that, hey, like you're more efficient of a sweater when you're having electrolytes. And I see a lot of parallels with what we're doing there, where, electrolytes got kind of created 40 plus years ago, coming up on 50 years ago. And we're still very early on ketones. And it's not every day that like something new like this comes along. As far as how it can help everyday people, I really think about it as high performance energy. It's not like caffeine, where it doesn't give you that same kind of like jittery or like sharpness. Again, I don't hate caffeine. I think caffeine has its place. It definitely works. I have my cup of coffee every morning, and I have a energy drink here and there, but I try to not overdo it. I try especially to not have too much afternoon. I think a lot of us by now, because of all the like Oura rings and Whoops and Apple Watches, we all know like there's a little bit of a deal with the devil when you have too much caffeine. It's going to interfere with your sleep tonight. It's going to spike your stress hormones, your cortisol. It's not going to be necessarily as good for like high performance on a longer time horizon if you're having like too much caffeine that's interfering with your sleep and blowing your cortisol up and lowering your T and all the bad stuff that comes along with being just overly stressed out, overly stimmed out. And so I see a lot of people, they want just a different option that it's not a one-to-one replacement. Like Ketone IQ does not feel exactly like caffeine. It feels more mellow. It feels more like dialed in. And a lot of people who have like ADD or like trouble focusing, they just feel like they have a little bit better tunnel vision. They're able to focus a little bit more on what's in front of them. It's not this like bouncing around the room super hyper. It's this more like mental locked in. A lot of people who are runners will call it feels like runner's high in a bottle. This is not our like number one marketing thing, but we hear people say it's like low dose Adderall, like that comes up in reviews a good amount, where people just feel kind of dialed in, and you're not doing this deal with the devil. It's not interfering with your sleep quality. It's not spiking your stress hormones. You can, yes, stack it with caffeine. You can stack it with carbs if you're in a performance environment. A lot of people do that. It's just another angle in as a high performance energy that has some interesting characteristics, especially mentally, that you can use for a lot. You can use it if you're racing hard. You can use it if you're on a podcast. You can use it if it's just like a long day taking the kids to travel ball. Like whenever you need to push hard or tap a little deeper. And a lot of people just have it first thing in the morning as like a nice energy rise to start the day alongside their coffee or their greens drink or whatever.
Yeah, that was something that I really liked about it, was that I didn't have to give up, like if it is my cup of coffee in the morning, right? Or an electrolyte recovery drink. It goes hand in hand with that stuff. It isn't meant to replace those things. It's an addition to. And folks that are just long day at the office even, and you're just kind of bonking or you're bogging, there's that, it just picks your mental focus back up. That was my biggest takeaway. So it's interesting to hear you say that. Tell me a little bit about, are there any side effects? What are the ingredients? Is there anything we should be worried about? I know in this day and age, man, I'm skeptical of everything that, everything, I guess is where I'm at. So talk about the ingredients and if there are any negative side effects to it.
Yeah, sure. So then it's a great question. I think as much as I am a like biohacker experimenter, like I'm not the guy that like has a whole kitchen sink of supplements. I'm very discerning, just like you are, as far as what I actually want to consume, and like needs to hit a certain quality bar and low side effect profile and all that good stuff. So we keep the ingredient list really simple with Ketone IQ. The number one ingredient is ketones. So there's 10 grams of ketones, and that you can think of as just fuel. It's like the way that you could have 10 grams of protein or 10 grams of carbohydrates. It's a or you can have like 8 ounces of water. It's a fuel that your body is going to directly go and use. When you have ketones present, your body burns it. You can, when you drink Ketone IQ, you can see your ketone level goes up. And then as you do stuff, whether you're running around or sitting and thinking, or even just like fully recovering and resting, your body's always doing metabolism, always using energy. Even when you're, resting and recuperating, there's still a lot of metabolism going on to rest and recuperate. So your body is always doing metabolism. And ketones, when you have them present, they're top of the stack. Like your body will prioritize those. That's part of what's interesting about them. And so they get burned up basically right away. Within a few hours, the Ketone IQ drink, it gets burned up, and very low side effect profile. And your body knows what to do with ketones already. It's like, again, we can make ketones naturally. We've been making and using ketones in our body for 300,000 years. This is just like a way to add some of the good fuel into your body, and then your body has all of the mechanisms for being able to use it. And then on the rest of the ingredient list, we leave it really simple. So people have tried it. It tastes pretty crazy. Like we don't sauce it up. We don't put too much stuff in there. We make it via a fermentation process, add a little bit of monk fruit extract, and a couple other things to, I'm just looking at it right now. It's ketones, the main ingredient. Then there's water, monk fruit, and then Reb M, that's stevia, and citric acid, and so a little bit of natural flavors. So keep it really simple. And it's part of why it tastes crazy, is because like we don't do a ton of like softening it up. We're exploring different products in the future to make like yummier, different tasting ones, but we're always going to keep the OG one that's just a very simple, kind of crazy tasting, but very simple ingredient list that it's very clean.
Yeah, it's definitely not like a sugary little sweet drink you're gonna get up and sip on in the morning. I tell people like, hey, it doesn't taste great. You're gonna just slug it down and chase it with something if you need to or whatever. But I
think your grandma's apple juice.
No, and I think for adults or athletes, it's fine. It is a little bit of a challenge for kids, but I'll tell you this: I have a really picky daughter. She is so stubborn about what she'll eat. First time she took it, she made a million faces and was gagging and whatever. And I'm like, Em, come on, you need to try this. She finally got one down, and she had one of her best games this season. And I went, okay, well, do you think it was that? She's like, I don't know. Let's try it at the next game. So she did it again. Now she's asking me for them. So even though it doesn't taste great, and I actually took a little bit of element powder and mixed it in. And
that's a good one.
It took, it changed it. Off. Yeah, it just took some of the edge off for her. And so now she's asking for them every game.
I love it. Yeah, one thing I'll do, just sidebar on that, is like, I'm big into like different like brews or K-water like combinations, and it's kind of a little meme in the community, like people mixing it with like, I like the raspberry element tea. I don't know, what flavor did you use?
The raspberry.
Oh, cool. Yeah, the raspberry one's really good. And then I'll like squeeze a like fresh lemon in there. Seems to add just like a nice touch to it. And people like to mix it with, it's really interesting as like the same way that you would look at like a mocktail, like adding a couple of ingredients here, there. You can actually make it taste really nice.
Yeah. Well, actually personally, I love the fact that there isn't any color in it. There isn't a bunch of sweetener. It's just natural stuff. And I'd rather have it not taste amazing, but be very clean than the other way around, right?
It's something interesting from like an entrepreneurial point of view, where I agree with what you're saying too, and we're always going to keep the original one. At the same time, I want to like keep rolling and my mission is to make ketones universally accessible. I'm very focused on this. I'm not launching a ashwagandha gummy bear next week or something. Like I think ketones is like a very deep vein that had a lot to it, and part of the mission on that is like putting it into different formats and factors. And if this one has artificial flavors in it, like, but we still have the original one where people can get that. Like, I think for a lot of people, as we go more and more mainstream, the tolerance for crazy tasting, but wanting something healthier, but like maybe healthier than what they were having, but like maybe not the totally pure one. We're just playing around with different product expansion on how to make it, how to like meet people where they're at, providing them super fuel, and trying to figure out the right different types of formulas to expand out.
And have you guys played with other elements, like having it in a powdered form or in a gummy form or something like that? Is that possible?
Yeah, it's definitely something we think about from product innovation standpoint, for sure. There's a few different things that start being interesting about it, where in the gummy form, so in the shot that we have right now, you end up getting 10 grams of ketones, and it would end up being like quite a number of gummies. Like it would be
the whole bag.
Yeah, basically, like you're not packing this into like a gummy bear. It'd be like 15 gummy bears, which maybe that can work. Maybe it's just like a pouch of gummies. So there's definitely, or like we talked about, if you make pills out of it, it's like, okay, you're gonna have like a dozen horse pills in order to get that in there. But no, definitely there. I think it's something I think a lot about with entrepreneurship and just focus. And we all love, I love this story. Southwest Airlines only flew 737s for like 40 years, and everything was just like super duper simple. And then they were the most profitable airline. Like they're just profitable for 40 years. All these bigger airlines that did more crazy stuff had to get bailed out by the government and went bankrupt. And Southwest Airlines is kind of this interesting case study in business of like just simplicity, where all the pilots could fly all the planes, all of the like drink carts rolled down perfectly, and all the aisles on all the planes. Like there's something to be like really simple, like figuring out one product, one SKU, and then like riding it up as long as possible, and then iterating out from there, then like expanding out. But I'm like, this is getting kind of into like my approach to company building and all that, where like I see two things at the same time. I see that there's a lot of opportunity to like broaden out and make different products and offerings and satisfy the market in different ways. And at the same time, I like the simplicity of the supply chain and the messaging and the website. It's just everything is simpler. Like you're just holding all your cash that goes into inventory is in one thing. It's not split into multiple things. So for any entrepreneurs listening, and there's something inside of there, it's just like keeping things really simple. You're not going to satisfy 100% of the people, but maybe if you're satisfying 70%, and then you're getting a lot of gains on your pricing, your purchasing power, because it's all going in one direction. You're getting a lot of benefits on your simplicity, on your supply chain, on all those things we're talking about. I think it's a good way to get like the rocket off the ground and into orbit. And then once you're in orbit, it's like, oh, cool. Yeah, it is possible to powderize this. Oh, it is possible to make it taste like peach, like fresh peach off the tree. Like you can do all these things. But it's helpful at the start to like get a company up and running to keep things focused.
Yeah, it's like the In-N-Out burger model. I mean, they're really good at just making burgers. The menu isn't elaborate. They don't have chicken sandwiches and chili, but
no nuggets.
Their burgers are good. They do a good job with that.
You got to respect it.
You mentioned something to me that I thought was interesting. So if you have plenty of carbohydrates on board and you've got caffeine, you got all these different energy sources, you're telling me the body will actually choose ketones first and burn those first. It's like the body's preferred fuel and easiest to use.
Yeah, that your body in truth is doing metabolism on many different substrates at the same time. So like we think about what metabolism is. It's maybe a lot of us remember a little bit of high school biology. Your mitochondria is the power plant of your cell, and you're always creating energy, or maybe a better way to say is like you're converting what you ate into usable cellular energy. And usable cellular energy is ATP. That's what's kind of flowing around inside of your cells to let you do things. And that's happening in your muscles, it's happening in your heart, it's happening in your brain. Like all your cells are doing metabolism all the time, and you're drawing on different substrates. So you can use carbohydrates, like all the carbohydrates turn into blood sugar, and then you're using blood sugar for metabolism. You can use fat directly for metabolism. You can break down protein. You actually break it down into glucose in order to metabolize, but you can break down protein in order to use that for metabolism. You can turn, and then your brain, interestingly, doesn't use fat. It cannot directly use fat for metabolism. So that's like the primary evolutionary reason for why we developed ketones, is that your brain can use sugar. The rest of your body can use sugar and fat and all these other things, but your brain cannot use fat. And if fat is our long-term kind of energy storage system, we need a way to be able to use that, but in our brain. So our body turns fat into ketones for our brain. And what's interesting about ketones is there's no like reverse switch. Like if you have sugar in your blood, your body can pack that as sugar. It can actually turn that sugar back like into fat. So if you eat too much sweets all the time, it is true, you will get fat. You will gain body fat. But ketones, once your body makes ketones, or once you have ketones swimming around, they have to get burned, and they pop to the top of the stack of what gets used. And so that's really interesting, because it basically like jumps to the front of the stack, your brain starts using it, you feel that switched on feeling to it, and then it has this effect of protecting your glycogen store, your carbohydrate stores for like later on. So for a lot of people, when you're in a race and you're really dialed in for an extended period of time, the ability to use ketones now and have like protect some of your other fuel to use later on in a half hour, 2 hours, like that ends up being really beneficial as well. So interesting characteristic of ketones that, yeah, you said it. It ends up going to the top of the stack and kind of protects your ability to use other fuels for later on.
Yeah, that's wild. And these are such a small little bottle. You can stash them in a pocket, and whether you're on a mountain bike or road ride or on a dual sport ride, off-road ride, just easy to carry with you and consume. So the effects are amazing. Like I said, I'm very skeptical of things. I try to make sure I'm not just being sold marketing, and I really believe in what I'm seeing out of this stuff. And so excited to just be partnered with you guys. Like I said, I definitely try to align with premium brands that are at the front of the market. And I feel like you guys are doing that. Is there, where do you see you guys taking this? And maybe that's an evolving process, but 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 years down the road, I mean, how can this evolve? Where would you like to see it go?
Yeah, that's a great question. Top is continuing to do research at that cutting edge. So we've been doing research with Special Operations Command, have a lot of tie-in there, and are doubling down. There's a lot of interesting stuff there. So we just started research with the Navy Health Research Center. They're really interested in brain health because of how your brain interacts with ketones, and not just in healthy people, feeling more switched on, but also people who have had TBI, which is traumatic brain injury, concussions, that there's a lot of potential for ketones to be able to recover brain activity. That we've seen it basically like if you have a concussion and you immediately start fasting or doing ketogenic diet, or if you're already in ketosis for other reasons, that your brain is able to recover better. So it's super interesting with an exogenous ketone, like a ketone drink, to be able to directly give your brain ketones after an injury, or if you have like chronic symptoms from TBI. So that's one of, I would say, a dozen different studies that we have going on. That's with the Navy Health Research Center. We're doing a number of studies on recovery, on EPO production, which is your body's ability to make more red blood cells and have those blood cells carry oxygen better. We're doing a dozen different studies with Navy, with Johns Hopkins, with a bunch of other groups to continue expanding. Like, there's already a nice, robust body of science around ketones, and continue to drive the science there. That's the thing I'm most excited about. Is like, when we travel in outer space and there's, there's less oxygen, or you're exposed to more radiation outside of the Earth's atmosphere, ketones have some interesting promise. Basically, like, I'm a big nerd at heart, big, just like scientist, biohacker. And what's always interesting to me is the science and helping top performers achieve really interesting things using a novel new form of fuel. That's always like tip of the spear for me. And then around that, it's like, I mean, it's like all of the maybe stuff you'd expect. Like we'll get into Costco eventually. We'll get into Walmart. We'll get here, there, like do an ad on the Super Bowl, like everything in due time. I can say this summer, we're doing a lot around the Olympics. We have 4 different Olympians that are big fans of the product, partners, like the gold medalist swimmer, Michael Andrews, is like really integrating Ketone IQ into his training and seeing crazy results out of it. We have a number of other folks in the Olympic Games this summer, so that'll be a fun one. We have we do a lot of work with Team Visma Lisa bike. So they won the Tour de France the last 2 years, and they're absolute animals. Tour de France is crazy, as I'm sure a lot of people know. It's a 23-day race. It's 23 days long, and you race for 21 of those, and you're riding like 100 miles a day up the Alps at altitude against like 200 of the other fastest riders in the world. And like, if you make the wrong like twitch on your bike, like, I mean, you're in a bad spot. Like, those guys are moving fast. They have very little armor. So we're going to continue to work with high performing people, and then continue just getting out there in like just normal ways, like handing it out to everyday people at the cafe, at the LA Marathon finish line last weekend. I was there in a giant bottle suit, just handing it out to people. So hitting the top end, that's what's always really interesting, pushing science forward, working with the most elite, and then bringing it out to just everyday people too. Because the last thing I want to do is have this be like a niche for, super athlete freak types.
Well, and this is for us, for the motorcycling industry. That's the cool thing about it. You don't have to be elite level racer to experience the benefits. The one problem with riding motorcycles is that if you have a momentary lapse in concentration or fatigue gets the best of you, the consequences are significant. You crash on a motorcycle at speed, it's you're at least going to be banged up and bruised, if not headed to an ER. So being able to keep that mental focus, whether you're just a guy who rides on the weekends for fun or you are a professional athlete, this product is just as important for either one of you. Why wouldn't you? We're always pushing coaching and technique, which is obviously fantastic. But if there's something like this that you can just consume that will help keep your brain sharp, man, what a simple answer.
I love it. I'm happy. I'm just stoked to be able to support. Like, if we can make, one less accident happen, or just help someone be that much sharper to hit the turn correctly. Like, that's to me a W. Like, that's super fun. And there's I think a lot of us, have that entrepreneurship drive, or a lot of talents that, like, you could go and build a lot of different things, right? Like, there's a lot of different podcasts you could run, a lot of different brands you could build, all that stuff. But to me, I think what motivates the team around me is like, they're actually just making a difference. We're not just making like a new flavor of soda pop or popcorn or whatever. It's like actually helping change outcomes and helping people perform better. And sometimes these matters of life and death. I think that's like, it's cool when like you sell a pallet of it to, Equinox Gym or Sprouts grocery store. We just launched a Wegmans. Like, you ring the bell, like, yay, like, cool, sales team has a celebration. But I think what gets people really out of bed is what you're talking about, just helping people actually just perform better, ride safer, crush it. A lot of, I mean, it's true. It's like, how many people are actually like pro riders versus probably like 99% of people, like, you got like a job, wife, kids, like, all the more reason to like get the extra edge if you're not able to like train full-time and have your technique, perfectly dialed in because you're doing it 8 hours a day for the last decade. Like, if you're more casual, I'd say like all the more reason to like get the best possible protective gear. Like, do all of the things that like recover really well, like do all the things that maybe give you that extra advantage. Because if you're not able to do 40 hours a week at it, and you still want to be good, you still want to be, more importantly, safe. I think those are good things to invest in.
Yeah, and we could break it down even into or look at it from more of a 30,000 foot view. Even if you're just a dad and you get home from work and you're tired and you want to be present and active with your family, but your brain's all foggy and tired, that's an easy fix right here. You know what I mean? Be a better dad.
Yeah.
Stop being terrible parents out there, get some ketone IQ.
I know it's cool. I think what's cool about it is that it doesn't interfere with your sleep, so you can feel comfortable having it at like 5 p.m. and it's not going to wreck your sleep. It's just interesting difference. I think that's probably one of the favorite things I personally like about it. Yeah.
Yeah, and the stuff about TBI and how it interacts with your brain, obviously in motocross racing and off-road racing, particularly Baja and things like that, we have a lot of concussions. It's one of our unfortunate truths. And so I'm going to stay in touch with you guys and your team on that as that research develops, because, man, another incredible tool for folks that are going out and unfortunately having crashes and hitting their head, that maybe this could help it to heal quicker or better.
Yeah, what I would say is if you get a knock in the head, like try to get your ketones up ASAP. Just basically what happens is that your brain starts being starved of energy. There's damage that interferes with your brain's ability to do metabolism, and especially glucose metabolism. And ketones are just another metabolite. They go through another pathway, the smaller molecule. It doesn't require insulin. And it provides us another kind of like fuel inlet into your neurons, so that, there's some damage done at the moment of impact, but then there's damage done over the next 72 hours as you have neurons that are starved and not metabolizing correctly. And yeah, let's stay in touch on it, because that's exactly what the science around it is, why the science around it is super interesting, because it's showing a lot of promise and continue to uncover new stuff like every month.
Well, that's awesome, man. I will absolutely on all those studies. I just really want to thank you for taking some time, Michael. I know you're busy. I'm so stoked on what you've built here. It's just it's one of those products I feel like that's a game changer. I don't think that we've seen even the top of it yet. So keep it up. I'm stoked to be partnered with you guys, and we'll do our best to promote it and show people the effects of it. And in the meantime, we'll stay in touch on the products and all of the research as it continues to evolve.
Awesome, David. This was a lot of fun. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks a bunch. We'll be in touch.
Yamaha is the industry leader in two-wheeled fun and performance. Celebrating 50 years of YZ in 2024, the Blue Crew is still dominating shootouts and competitions. Yamaha, revs your heart.
Troy Lee Designs is the leader in off-road motocross apparel and style. So whether you're looking for a cool new paint job for your helmet, maybe your name and number on your helmet lettered on, you're looking for new gear, you're looking for mountain bike gear, off-road gear, they've got the brand new Scout line and GP and SE models. Troy Lee Designs has it all. They've been leading this industry for decades, and they're going to continue to do it. Check out TroyLeeDesigns.com. SKDA is a moto graphics and seat covers company with several offices based around the globe. For too long, bikes and graphics have all looked the same. They just start to blend together. SKDA is working to change that. With super clean and unique design work, a bike with SKDA graphics stands out in a crowd and adds a touch of art to the world of moto. Hey, we need that. SKDA prides itself on providing premium customer service both before and after the sale is made. Visit SKDA online to view the current product range and get in touch with their team to get your bike refreshed. I want to just make a mention here that these guys, not only is their design way outside the box, very, very cool, they'll work with you on custom things. The products are incredible. Okay, they'll speak for themselves, but what's really awesome, and you'll notice this the minute you order one of these, man, they give you an email saying, hey, the product's been shipped. Hey, the product is here. It landed in this spot. Hey, it's coming today. Hey, your product's been delivered. They just so good about staying in touch with you and letting you know where it's at. Customer service is 100%, and that's just something that's rare these days. Check out SKDA. Here at the Whiskey Throttle Show, we're all about supporting brands that support our sport. And there's one tire company that has never walked away from the sport of motocross and supercross, and it's Dunlop. When times got tough and the economy took a crash, Dunlop stepped up and stayed with our sport to support it and the athletes and individuals that love it. Their MX53 line and MX33 lines absolutely dominate this sport. Every national championship at the pro level has been won in the last decade, and nearly every single amateur national championship at Loretta Lynn's has been won on a Dunlop. So if you're looking for high performance, you're looking for amazing quality, and you're looking to support a brand that never turns its back on our sport, there's only one choice for you, and it's Dunlop. Pro Circuit is the leader in aftermarket performance and quality. Whether you're looking for a little more horsepower out of your engine, some quality hard parts to improve the way your bike feels and looks, better handling through suspension or linkage arms, Pro Circuit is where you need to stop. It's your one-stop shop. You can go in there and get everything you need to make your motorcycle go from average to exceptional. Pro Circuit's got enough number one plates on their wall to side an entire home, and there's a reason for that. They're very, very good at what they do. The highest quality products with one goal in mind, and that's winning. Check out ProCircuit.com. Nihilo Concepts is leading the way in aftermarket hard parts. With their secondary on-switch device, something that was much needed in this sport, they've been innovating and bringing new products to market. Their latest is the new Nihilo Run Cool brake pistons. They're designed to be stronger than stock and provide exceptional cooling performance with less brake drag. Most OEM calipers pistons are made from aluminum that just can't hold up to the heat and extreme demands of serious racing. When they get hot, the aluminum will distort, causing loss of hydraulic pressure and brake failure. Nihilo's Run Cool pistons limit the area that boiling hot hydraulic fluid is able to come in contact with the piston, leaving 2/3 of the piston volume in open air with breather holes to enhance the cooling ability. It's made of a proprietary stainless blend, which is better at dissipating heat. You have issues with brake fade or brake failure, check out Nihilo Concepts among their many amazing hard parts and carbon fiber parts and titanium. NihiloConcepts.com. Seat Concepts is the leader in motorcycle saddles. If you're looking for a new cover or a new seat entirely, Seat Concepts is the place to go. They make custom seat foams catered to your height, weight, riding ability, riding type. They also have waterproof covers and foams that will not break down if you ride in a lot of inclement weather. And they pride themselves on being much more comfortable than OEM or any other aftermarket company. If you're looking for a new seat or a new cover, Seat Concepts, there's nothing better. Need to replace something on your bike that's worn out? Look no further than ProX. These guys aim to make everything OEM quality or better at an affordable price. And they've also got some new products coming. So right now, chains, sprockets, anything inside the engine internally, air filters. If it wears out, ProX makes it, and they make it at a quality level that's OEM or better. And they've got some new things coming that are awesome. A complete engine rebuild kits for the Polaris RZR 800s. Need to replace something on your bike that's worn out? Look no further than ProX. These guys aim to make everything OEM quality or better at an affordable price. And they've also got some new products coming. So right now, chains, sprockets, anything inside the engine internally, air filters. If it wears out, ProX makes it, and they make it at a quality level that's OEM or better. And they've got some new things coming that are awesome. A complete engine rebuild kits for the... If you've got a little Grom that's looking to get started in the motorcycle world, the best way to get them going is on a Stasic bike. They've got multiple sizes, so from your very young Groms to those who are a little more grown up, you can start them safely. They've got controls that allow you to control the speed so he can't get going too quick. They can touch the ground. There's not a lot of noise to distract them. It's the perfect way to get your child involved in motorcycling at a very young age. And if you've got a kid who's already out ripping, there's series popping up all over. For those of you in Southern California, go to www.ameminicross.com and join their local series. If you're outside of this state, contact your local track and ask them about starting a Stasic class at your local track. Get over to Stasic.com and check out all they've got going on. And finally, last but not least, Specialized Bicycles. If you are in the market to start pedaling, this is where you want to start. They've got great entry-level bikes all the way up to the Cadillac, the new Levo e-bike, anything in between, man. It doesn't matter what kind of riding you're doing. Go check out and start with Specialized. Don't waste your time on something that's going to break. The derailler's not going to shift after a couple months. Get something quality. These guys make it. Specialized leads that industry.
Thanks for watching and listening to the Whiskey Throttle Show. Be sure to like and subscribe to get notified when new shows go up. And be sure to follow us on Instagram and TikTok. And visit whiskeythrottlemedia.com for additional content.